As a cultivation genius who has achieved a new realm every 2 years since he was a year old, Wang Ling is a near-invincible existence with prowess far beyond his control. But now that he's 16, he faces his greatest battle yet, senior high school. With one challenge after another popping up, his plans for a low-key high school life seem further and further away. It is the year 4386 on the cultivation calendar in Huaxiu City. The city is in an era of scientific cultivation where people practice cultivation and enjoy the convenience of cultivation technology. The city remains peaceful and prosperous until a level 5 magic frog appears in the Songhai region. The magic squad gets deployed to defeat it, but even with their intensive attacks, it is difficult to defeat the magic frog. An individual in the magic squad, Zhuo Yi, single-handedly kills the monster after saving a little boy loitering in the street from getting crushed by it. Many cultivation factions erected a statue for him, while the later generation called him the hero of Huaxiu. It is the first day of the new school year in Faction 60. The young boy Zhuo Yi saved resumes school as a freshman and walks into the school. He is more grown, and the records say he has a low force value. 2 male seniors approach him and try to bully him into giving them money to protect him, but they get attacked in the process. The legendary daughter of the Flower Fruit Water Curtain Group, another fresh student, defends him and admonishes them for riding a freshman because he has a lower force value. She introduces herself to the young boy as Sun Rong and stretches her hand towards him, assuring him she will protect him. But instead of a handshake, the boy gives her a 10-yen note to thank her before leaving. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Yi appears in a hologram to the fresh students and welcomes them to his alma mater. He announces that they will be having a mysterious test on their spiritual force level to determine what class they will go to. The best students will be in class elite, while those with less than average scores will be in class ordinary. The first student goes in and gets scared when he sees the spiritual force incarnation of the magic frog that attacked the city 10 years ago. The test requires them to summon up their forces and hit the frog on its head. The test continues, and the students show their prowess in the task while some fail. Suddenly, the magic frog talks to himself about how stupid the students are. He says the school uses him as the target for the test every year, but they don't know he absorbs their spiritual force. The examiner calls Sun Rong, who has been observing the moves of the other students and the force value she needs to apply to take her test. She walks in, and some girls mention that she could go to any other school with her force value, but they wonder why she chose the school. Some other students talk mildly about her rich status and they wish to be like her. The magic frog says he needs just a little more force to be strong enough to break the seal. When he sees Sun Rong, he says she has a high force value and he urges her to come and hit him when she apologizes in advance. Sun Rong hits the magic frog, and she attains a force value of 2091 compared to the others in the elite class who didn't obtain as much as 1,000 but above 500 force values. The students hail her strength, and they call her a goddess. The young boy, whose name is Wang Ling, steps forward toward the test room, and Sun Rong recognizes him as the boy she saved. The other students say he is so weak, and he talks to himself, saying a value of 400 will make him enter the class ordinary. As he walks in, the magic frog recognizes him as the person who defeated him 10 years ago. The magic frog recalls the experience after Zhuo Yi saved Wang and attempted to attack him. He pushed Zhuo Yi in a bid to absorb his spiritual frog, but Wang appeared and defeated him. Wang, in the present time, contains his force value to the minimum to help his low-value pretense. He hits the frog and it displaces from its location instantly. With the screens blank from the effect of the hit, everyone wonders what is happening. The screen appears again, showing Wang with an unlimited force value and the frog dead before him. One of the students, in disbelief, tells his friend that Sun Rong has beaten the vitality from the frog, so Wang had to deal with only a little left. Wang discovers the frog did not die, but its remaining spiritual force entered a spiritual body before escaping. The examiner runs into the test room and cries over the frog's death. He informs Wang he is in class elite. They resume lectures, and their instructor teaches them the concept of summoning spiritual beasts. She indulges everyone to summon spiritual beasts. A student starts, summoning a plastic staff instead of a dragon. Another student summons a replica of the girl's skirt. Sun Rong summons a spiritual dog, and everyone clamors over her, but she scolds herself for being unable to summon a spiritual beast. The instructor urges Wang, who is the only student left, to summon something. He summons the magic frog, which baffles everyone. The instructor tries to strike the magic frog with spiritual force, but it transforms into a cute dog instead. The students, including Sun Rong, admire the dog while Wang walks away. The scene commences with a flashback to the day of Wang Ling's birth. The operating room was in chaos after he was born. The nurse announced to his father that he crawled out of his mother's stomach himself, and his father fainted when Wang walked up to him. The advent of his life began after some months when his parents purchased a limited edition dragon-slithering sword for him. His father happily mentioned spending his half-year savings to purchase the sword, while his mom excitedly admitted to searching the internet for 3 nights without rest. Wang has mind-reading abilities, so he could read his father's mind, saying he had always wanted the sword, and he got an excuse to purchase it, while his mother confessed to buying a perfect counterfeit, and the money should have been saved. His father offered him the sword and urged him to hold it, but Wang, knowing the extent of his spiritual force, looked for possible reasons to decline. He was aware of the argument that would ensue between his parents if the sword broke in his hands, so he decided to release the force of origin, his urine, that had been accumulating inside him. Wang wet the bed, which distracted his parents from the sword conversation, and he claims he saved the marriage. This action made him figure out his first philosophy of life. During the attack of the magic frog 10 years back when Wang Ling was 6, his parents saw him when he defeated the monsters, and it was beyond their cognition. They unanimously agreed to keep a low profile for his cause while his father researched ways to contain his spiritual force. He got a temporary solution and managed to implement it before Wang Ling went to primary school. Present day, Wang has dinner with his mother, and his spiritual force breaks the plate. His mother instantly gives him a gold pill to help him supplement the effect of the amulet, which according to her has unstable effects. His father urges him to be patient and assures him the new version of the amulets is almost complete, and he will get it within a year. His mother complains, saying he has been repeating the same words for over a decade. Wang leaves them knowing they are about to commence their routine argument. Mr. Wang goes to meet his wife to explain better about the amulet. She tells him she would not be bothered if their son was not involved, and she reminds him of the stress they have been through with his spiritual force. She says the pills he is taking are just lower power pills that reduce his spiritual force, but she wants him to live an ordinary life. Wang Ling has sensed his parents' trouble and effort over the past decade, but he just discovers this information about the pills, so he decides to stay low-key until the amulet is complete. He arrives at school the next day to see Chen Chao and Sun Rong running campaigns for class president. He calls the scene trouble that he should avoid. He spots a store selling dry noodles and walks up to it. A man pays for all the goods and declares them free for fresh students. The students jubilate until he asks them to vote for Sun Rong, and they walk away. Chen Chao and his friend appear at the noodle shop to criticize Sun Rong for cheating. Sun Rong appears and explains that she is just demonstrating her capabilities, so those who believe in her will vote for her naturally. Chen Chao talks to her rudely, still in disagreement with her tactics. Wang Ling cuts them short and informs her he will give her 5 votees if she gives him 5 packs of dry noodles, which she accepts. She uses the opportunity to influence other students and her attempt to use gifts to seduce them into liking and voting for her works. She taps her hand and says the seduction spell. Wang gives her the gold pill his mother gave him as a means of gratitude because he feels indebted to her. While in class, the instructor teaches them about the art of seduction. He explains that the art involves incantation with hand seals to project one's spiritual force onto others, which turns them into fans. He tells them the story of an immortal who passed on the seduction spell to his 3,000 followers and added the condition of giving gifts so that a spiritual force field would spread around after they cast the spell. Everyone who has taken the gifts would relax their mind guards, and a sign will be on their heads that they can't see. Sun Rong realizes the instructor has caught on to her trick, and Wang Ling discovers her motive at the shop. Wang sees her staring at him and wonders why she is trying to use the spell on him when he has returned her favor. He asks her about the gold pill, and she shows him. He uses sign language to thank her for the dry noodles, but she reads him asking her to eat the gold pill. She eats it, thinking it will help her boost her superpowers, but instead, her powers weaken, and the spell on her classmates weakens. The instructor explains that only a man of great power can release the spell, or the lack of spiritual force will end the seduction. He calls Sun Rong out to demonstrate the spell, but she slips on the way, and Wang defends her from falling. The instructor asks Wang to say the spell instead. He says it, and the seduction spell wears off from everyone completely. The instructor announces it is time for the election, and Chen Chao wins afterward. The instructor, while in his office, marvels at Wang's strength. Sun Rong wonders why Wang helped her when he had intentions to hurt her. The fresh students arrive at school with different types of furnaces for their pill refining class. Chen Chao brings his family's copper cauldron, and he tells his friend Guo Hao it is capable of refining level 9 golden pills. Sun Rong arrives with her pool of bodyguards. Chen Chao tries to greet her, but she shuns him and calls out to Wang Ling. Wang notices the seduction spell sign on her head. He reaches up to destroy the spell, which surprises everyone around them. He leaves her, and Sun Rong falls to the ground, questioning what is happening. The teacher explains the process of making basic vitality pills to them, which involves several processes. Go Hao talks about everyone's furnace. He says the Chen family's cauldron was molded for refining large quantities of pills, so it will be hard to control the heating time for smaller quantities. He complains about Sun Rong using her family's refining machine. He is shocked to see Wang using a microwave machine as his refining furnace. He shows off his magic furnace after mixing the ingredients in the Yangqing pot. The other student's attention diverts to the shiny glow from his furnace. He mentions the furnace's extraordinary features, such as the built-in temperature control, and a display of time and position. Suddenly, Chen's big cauldron explodes, and it gets destroyed. The teacher scolds him and says refining a pill is not about enthusiasm and vigor, which he has been exerting, but attention and patience. He runs out of the practical room in tears and fears what his father will do. The teacher informs them the pill will be ready in 7 hours, so they can leave and return at the stipulated time. The spiritual beast Wang summoned wanders around the practical class, and he spots Guo Hao's antique furnace. The beast intends to eat it, saying he has not eaten any spiritual pet for a long time. He recalls his experience eating weaker things as a frog, which helped him evolve into a demon king, and if he starts again, he will rise to a better form. He opens his mouth to swallow the furnace, but Wang interrupts him, saying he knew he was up to something, and he came just in time. The beast jumps out through the window, and Wang follows him. He jumps to the 4th floor and mocks Wang for jumping directly to the ground floor. He turns back to leave, but he gets shocked to see Wang standing behind him, and Wang kicks him off angrily. Chen Chao runs endlessly around the school track, remembering his promise to his father not to damage the cauldron and coming home as the first position in the pill refining. He gets weak from running excessively, and his mind gets infected by the mind devil. He sees himself as an outcast among the students and an unfit person for Sun Rong. Wang washes the furnace to get rid of the beast's stain. He steps out of the restroom to see Guo Hao surprisingly. Guo Hao points a plastic gun at him, and Wang explains what occurred. But Guo finds it difficult to believe. He angrily shoots his plastic gun, which contains a pentatoxic potion, at Wang, but he dodges it, and it enters Chen Chao's mouth. Chen Chao was running wild upstairs to meet Sun Rong, but he faints abruptly after ingesting the potion. Wang says the effect is not serious and tries to purify him, but Guo Hao stops him ignorantly. He urges Wang to take him to the pill refining room with him. In the refining room, Guo kneels beside Chen and regrets his actions. He says the potion can induce patches of rashes on the skin, but Chen Chao swallowed it, which is worse, and if they don't remove the toxin in 4 hours, he'll be in great danger. Wang tries to tell him about the purification spell, but Guo Hao cuts him short, and he implores Wang's help to create a pill in exchange for him ignoring the furnace incident. Wang agrees with him and looks for the ingredients for him. Guo Hao mixes them and leaves the pill to heat. He sits them and suddenly realizes the instructor and his colleagues will return in 2 hours. He paces up and down, thinking hard for a solution and lamenting. The magic beast walks in and blows a force to the furnace. Guo Hao spots him and angrily strikes him. Guo Hao gets to the furnace to discover it is already in the preheating stage. Wang grabs the beast, and Guo expends his spiritual force on the furnace, which makes it heat faster. The beast explains that its spiritual force is about controlling timelines. They both use his force to finish producing the pills. Guo tests one of the pills on the beast, and it works, so he proceeds to use it on Chen, saying he will be up at the end of the day. He suddenly hears the instructors and other students' footsteps, which causes him to freak out. Wang offers to help him clear the place, while Guo decides to stall the instructor at the door. Guo can't stall the inspector for long, and she enters almost immediately, but Guo is surprised to see everywhere cleared. The instructor checks his furnace and finds his golden pill already formed. She commends him and gives him a good mark, while Wang's pill looks burnt, and she admonishes him. Guo calls Wang a true friend, thinking he exchanged their pills and gave him the golden one. But in the real sense, Guo's gold pill formed in his treasured furnace because Wang didn't take it out, and Wang's pill got ruined because he used a microwave. Chen eventually wakes up and Guo lies that they found him on the ground, exhausted. They show him his copper cauldron, which they repaired for him, and he cries intensely while apologizing to Wang. After lectures, Sun Rong walks up to Wang's seat in the class, and she asks him to go on a date with her, which gets him speechless. Chen laments and angrily questions why she would choose him. 2 assassins target Sun Rong while she stands beside the window in an attempt to shoot her. The leader confirms the target and reports to their boss, who gives them the order to shoot, but the main sniper feels an unknown pressure when he sees Wang's eyes staring at him. He loses the target, Sunrong when the instructor comes in to call Wang out, and she follows him. Wang, while still in the class, responded yes to the teacher's call, but Sunrong thought he gave her a response, and he accepted her proposal to date him. The sniper boss disperses them, and the leader informs the main sniper there is a tough personality on campus, so they must retreat. The magic beast spots them while they leave. The news of Wang, popularly called the Force Value 5 student, and Sunrong spread across the school's social media. The teacher brings Wang into the office of Zhuo Yi, who is now the joint honorary master immortal of the school league. The teacher excuses them, and Zhuo Yi speaks with Wang. He confirms he was the little boy who kicked the magic frog during the attack, but people assumed he was the one, so they named him the hero before he could give a statement. Zhuo Yi kneels before him, saying he has been searching for him to be his master. Wang instantly uses 50% of the trick of forgetting spell on him to make him forget the incident while avoiding putting him in a vegetative state with 100% spell. He leaves the room and apologizes to his instructor for bothering him. The magic beast walks up to Wang and informs him about the assassins that came to the school. Wang wakes up from a dream where Sunrong tried to wake him to get prepared for the date. He brushes his teeth and moves to the window to open the curtains. Wang looks outside and shockingly sees Sunrong with her bodyguards waiting for him. He goes downstairs for breakfast, and his parents urge him to hasten up to prevent Sunrong from waiting too long for him. Their excitement about his date surprises him because he expects them to impose a studying spree on him. His parents reminisce on their first date with each other. They urge him to have fun and return late if he wishes to. Wang, who has never been in this position, wishes the assassins the magic beast mentioned would show up. While they drive off, the assassins report another failed attempt to their boss, and she instructs them to follow them as their last chance. Sunrong takes Wang to a place called the Heavenly Paradise, her family's real estate project of combining commerce with recreation. Wang questions why nobody is there, and Sunrong teases him with a fake story. She tells him her grandfather built it specifically for her, and it is her first time visiting because she told him she would come with her love. Wang reacts speechlessly to her story, and she laughs it off, saying she is kidding, and the workers cleared the whole place for their sake. They arrive at the art buildings, and the guide explains the concept of the artworks to them. During the process, the two assassins appear, and the sniper shoots at Sunrong, but Wang stops it with his mouth and deflects it back to the sniper, which propels him into the sky. He clears everyone's memory of the incident, and they continue their tour. While they tour around, the assassins attack them consistently, and he continues defending Sunrong and making everyone forget. Sunrong suggests they ride the Ferris wheel, while the staff set up fireworks. The assassins jump right after them, and Zhuo Yi, who tracked them to the park, says his master is in trouble. The fireworks set off, and the assassins use the opportunity to attack them at a very close range. The assassins say they have been busy all night, but no one noticed them. Sunrong questions if they are Shadow Faction, and they affirm without contemplating. Their boss screams at them from the phone and informs them that is her plan to make them reveal their identity, which they have fallen for. Sunrong stands up and implores them to free Wang since she is their target. They jest at her for calling him a friend, not her boyfriend, but they assure her they only hurt their target. She begs Wang not to try anything foolish, and she implores him to leave the wheel. Wang stands from the chair and sends them flying into the sky, where he blasts them with fire afterward. Zhuo Yi kneels and worships Wang's strength, calling him amazing. He uses his 100% trick of promise for the first time with Sunrong to prevent her from telling his secrets while she remembers the incident. The Shadow Faction boss eliminates one of her staff for slacking off on getting information about the strong force that murdered her men and protected the girl. She says their clients are unhappy, and they have been at the top of the trade over the past 100 years. But the incident is a big humiliation for them. She issues a shadow kill order for Sunrong. Wang arrives at school the next day, and Sunrong calls out to him. He meets Chen and Guo, who tease him for going on a date with Sunrong. Sunrong walks up to them, but her guards surround them instantly, and Guo asks if they did something wrong. Their instructor walks in and informs Sunrong the assassins who tried to kill her the previous night are still active, so she will be under special protection. Sunrong tells him she was having fun at the Heavenly Paradise, and they didn't meet assassins. Wang confirms the trick of promise is effective, so he feels relieved about the situation. Zhuo Yi walks in and announces he saw the assassins first and defeated them. Wang recalls using the 50% trick of forgetting the previous night to make him admit to saving her. Zhuo Yi tells them their action has enraged the Shadow Faction, and he shows them their Shadow Kill Order placard. Sunrong is surprised someone is trying to get her killed. Zhuo Yi introduces the special security precautions he has set up. He sets the security guards around the school compound, while he arranges the cruise troop, bodyguards sent by her dad, in the school corridors. He informs Sun Rong she will stay in their instructor, Mr. Wang Zukang's office, to avoid bothering other students. He adds that he deployed a force field in the room, making it secure against attack. He also invited the 7-star squad to cover the defense and surveillance in the air against distant sniper or aerial attacks. The Shadow Faction boss mocks them for calling the guards their tightest security. Xu Feng, the third member of the Hammer team from the Shadow Faction, infiltrates the building and bypasses the guards by quietly taking them out. He informs his partner, Xu Ying, that he has cleared the schoolyard. Zhuo Yi calls for more backup while Mr. Wang Zukang assures the students nobody will be hurt. The students text on the class elite group chat. Chen Chao and Guo Hao notify the other students about their current situation. One of the students comments that she is surprised that Wang, the Force 5 value student, is still alive, and Sun Rong replies that she will protect him. Mr. Wang Zukang informs them to keep the situation a secret. Zhuo Yi calls the cruise troops in the corridors to inform them the security guards outside are out, so they must be on guard. The leader assures him they are Golden Pill phase elites and can't be easily defeated. Immediately after he stops talking, Xu Ying, the second member of the Hammer team, discharges a toxic gas into the air and blasts the cruise troops out. Xu Feng tells him they are supposed to be on a stealth mission, but the armored cruisers are running towards him because of the havoc he created. Xu Ying leaves him to deal with it and proceeds forward, but a barrier repels him, which bounces him back. He comes face to face with Wang Zukang. The Shadow Faction boss informs Xu Jian, the leader of the Hammer team, about the people in the office. Xu Jian assures her that he will sort it out. He says he has been accumulating his spiritual force on the rooftop and has not been seen by the 7-star squad because of his trick of invisibility force. He calls Xu Ying and Xu Feng's attack a diversion, and once he completes accumulating the spiritual force in his large hammer, he will smash the office to pieces. Wang Ling wins a gift pack of crispy noodles to be delivered to the school's rooftop in a drone. Mr. Wang blocks all the attacks from Xu Ying, but he eventually runs free when he diffuses poisonous gas into Mr. Wang's face. He runs towards the office where the students and Zhuo Yi are, but he hits his head on the door abruptly when Wang opens the door to go out and pick up his delivery. Mr. Wang approaches him, and he screams in pain. Xu Jian, detecting Xu Ying is down, calls Xu Feng for a status report. Xu Feng halts when he suddenly sees the magic beast in his cute dog form. He plays with it, but the magic beast bites him, absorbing his spiritual force and life essence. Xu Jian realizes he is the last man standing on his team. He confidently says he will destroy them when his spiritual force is full. Wang appears on the rooftop and says a word to Xu Jiang, which surprises him. He receives his package after the 7-star squad searches through it. When Wang returns, Xu Jiang tells himself Wang was talking about his package. But Wang informs him he was referring to him, to Xu Jiang's surprise. He notifies Xu Jiang that their assassination plan has failed. Xu Jiang attempts to strike Wang with his hammer, but Wang, while in his position, attacks him back, creating a very high-energy reaction in the sky. Xu Jiang falls while questioning how Wang can have such a great spiritual force. Zhuo Yi appears on the rooftop after detecting the reactions, and he sees Wang dragging the assassin. Wang instantly uses the trick of forgetting him again and tells Zhuo Yi to say he killed the assassin. They arrest the assassins, and the students run up to Zhuo to hail him for defeating the assassin with his magic weapon, but they find Wang in his hand with blood dripping from his mouth. Sun Rong, oblivious to what occurred, worried deeply about him, so she called the best medical experts and constructed a private healing cabin. The cabin automatically showers him with medicines that boost his vitality and spirit and connect the meridians every hour. Wang's mother brings his breakfast to his room, and he unlocks the cabin to sit up. She urges him to stop playing sick since it has been 10 days, and he should inform his friend he has recovered so he can resume back to school. The doorbell rings, and Wang's father opens the door to see Wang's friends. He announces to his wife, and they both freak out. Sun Rong, Chen Chao, and Guo Hao arrive in his room with recovery gifts. They greet Wang's mother with due courtesy, and they inform her they are there on behalf of the school. She leaves them to prepare snacks and tea for them. Guo Hao shows Wang his new parrot, and Wang introspectively calls it ugly. Sun Rong asks Wang if he finds it adorable, while Chen says it resembles Wang, and he changes his expression. Wang's mother comes in, bearing a tray of snacks and tea for them. She thanks Sun Rong for caring for Wang in school, and Sun Rong grabs the opportunity to be closer to her. Sun Rong gives her the ultimate elixirs produced by her family, some nutrition pills, and a chicken blood tonic injection, all for Wang's full recovery. Wang's mother blushes at the gifts, and she leaves them. She instructs Wang to entertain them and be nice to Sun Rong. Sun Rong pushes the magic beast from Wang's side and kneels beside him. She asks how he is feeling and tells him she was worried when she saw him lying on the floor on the day of the incident. Wang replies that he feels much better. Chen Chao adds that Sun Rong was worried to the extent she called her family chopper to pick him up from the rooftop. Sun Rong proposes giving him the chicken blood tonic injection combined with the spiritual power of perfusion to help him recover. Chen Chao reminds Sun Rong about the wristband Mr. Wang Zukang gave them in school, instructing him to give Wang because everyone must take the annual spiritual power test. Sun Rong informs him he doesn't have to take it because the test requires a lot of vital spirits. Guo Hao urges her to give him the injection so he will feel better. Wang, fearing the effect of the injection, declines the offer and explains he feels better enough to go to school. They sit around a table, and Chen Chao goes first. He summons his force, which appears and glows very clearly. He records his force value as 600. Guo Hao says it is the same as the entrance test and wonders why they must retake it. Chen explains that Guo Hao is wrong because the force grows outside the body. The summoner needs to concentrate on the spiritual power and visualize it outside the body. He adds that it is something other than what an ordinary commoner can do because it takes persistent practice. Countless students all over the country are trying to leap this bar while Wang Ling simply ignores it. Students from Faction 59 also take their power test. Tang Jinze, the chairman of the Faction 60, takes his test and attains the first position on the rank board. His faction members hail him. Sun Rong takes her test, and she gets the second position on the rank board, which surprises the Faction 59 members. They urge Wang to take his test, and he agrees, hoping he will sneak through. Wang summons his force, despite applying little pressure, and they all feel the effect. He relocates his power sphere outside space, hoping it will not reflect, but the rank board shows his name on top of the list, while his power value is null. The Faction 59 questions what is happening and who he is. The chairman thinks it is a bug in the system. Chen Chao teases him, saying he should show his true power as the top scorer in the country. Chen Chao and Guo Hao laugh at him while Sun Rong stares at him skeptically. They bid him farewell, and Wang overhears Guo Hao, saying he will hack the system and change his score. Later that night, he meets Guo Hao to help him change his score to a lower one. Guo Hao struggles with the password but eventually logs into the Cultivation Power Show test site. Tang Jingze and his tech assistant also log into the site to detect Wang's true score, but they get disappointed to find no value on his profile. Guo Hao remembers Tang as a proud student, so he tries to ridicule him. He sets up a rank for his bird as the highest rank after Wang Ling. The two instructors of the class elite discuss the result of the National Cultivation School Power Show test. Mr. Wang shows Ms. Pan the results, and she looks at it in shock. She questions how Wang Ling attained the first position despite being a below-average student in class. She looks through the tab and realizes they will be competing with Faction 59 students, who are the best, according to her. Mr. Wang explains they have 2 students in the top 10, and they raise their scores above average. Ms. Pan reminds him about their 24 matches with Faction 59, where they had 23 losses and 1 draw. The draw happened because of Zhuo Yi's genius nature. Zhuo Yi informs them the competition will be interesting, and Mr. Wang affirms. Ms. Pan says they are too calm about the situation. Students of the Songhai Faction 60 train intensely for the National Power Sword competition, and the news broadcasts them. The newscaster talks about the students' capabilities being on par with professional standards. Tang Jingze, whom Guo Hao has indirectly named Tang Birdie 2, grants the news broadcaster the audience to hear his opinion. He talks about the students' vigorous spirit and their training. The broadcaster asks about his rivals from Faction 60. He mentions that he is looking forward to Sun Rong's family performance at the sword competition since she got a high score and Wang Ling's immortal practice. He walks away from the scene and slurps his food, questioning who he is. Ms. Pan barges into Mr. Wang's office to argue about their choices for the sword competition. She questions why only level 1 students are to compete in the sword competition, leaving the higher levels out. Zhuo Yi informs her they have no choice because the higher levels don't have force values greater than 1000. Ms. Pan agrees that Sun Rong is a genius, but she is uncertain about the other 3 candidates. Zhuo Yi cuts her short to tell her he is confident in her teachings while tapping her shoulder. Ms. Pan blushes at his touch, but she confesses she has been teaching the students theories during their bodybuilding classes, which makes Zhuo Yi dejected. She explains that the sword competition requires 5 candidates, and they only have just 4. Mr. Wang informs her he has discussed it with Zhuo Yi, and he shows her the magic beast as their 3rd candidate. Ms. Pan screams in disapproval, but Mr. Wang urges her not to discriminate. Zhuo Yi reminds her about the faction that won in the year 3426 that they had a fox in their team. Ms. Pan explains that the 9-tailed fox was an exchange student from the spiritual world, and the fox shapeshifted into a girl. Zhuo Yi says he has used the trick of transformation on the magic beast, and it transforms into a human form with the head of a demon king. They all scream, and Zhuoyi returns it to its original shape, claiming there are no rules against putting an animal in the team. Ms. Pan, still in disapproval, says the beast is not qualified to compete since it didn't participate in the power show test, but they do a makeup test for the beast, which ranks higher than Tang Jingza. Zhuoyi finalizes their decision, and Mr. Wang agrees to message the student quietly. Ms. Pan calls their act shameful, but Zhuo says they intend to keep their strategy a secret. Tang Jingza's faction colleagues bug him after seeing the new score rank. Later that night, Mr. Wang sends a message to Wang Ling, Sun Rong, Chen Chao, and Go Hao about their qualification for the sword competition. He informs them to prepare their spiritual sword in 3 days. Chen Chao, excited about the news, informs his father, who gives him a spiritual sword called Li Chao and says he is very proud of him. Chen Chao burst into tears after finally hearing his father's words of encouragement. Chen Chao sends a picture of his spiritual sword to the WeChat group Mr. Wang created, and Mr. Wang commends him for getting it quickly. He asks the other members, including the magic beast, for their magic swords. Go Hao sends his spiritual sword as a blade. The magic beast shows them his sword to their surprise, while Sun Rong shows them their sword spirit forged by her family. Sun Rong claims they forged 13 others in case the sword gets ruined in battle. Mr. Wang gives them 18 tips for making the sword spirit. They ask Wang Ling, who refused to send his spiritual sword, if he has one, and he affirms. Tang Jingze speaks with his instructor, Ms. Ji, saying he has prepared his fellow team members on the list for the competition and has instructed them to hand in their spiritual swords for proper conditioning. Ms. Z checks the list and sees only 4 candidates. She notifies him about it, and Tang explains that the last candidate is the man. She expresses her shock after realizing what he means and tells him he may face consequences. Tang says he cannot afford to lose, so he is relying on the power of the man. She accepts his request and offers to help out. On his way out, Tang says he cannot allow Faction 60 to win over them, and Ms. Ji assures him they cannot win when they have the man. Tang's partner visits He Bufeng, the man Tang spoke about, to inform him about their intention to use him for their sword competition. He Bufeng, while attacking a man, asks if the council is aware of their interest, and she affirms. He looks forward to seeing the man who made Ms. Z accept him into the competition. Wang stares at his phone while contemplating his choice for the competition. He fears showing his strength at the competition, but after seeing his friends' and instructors' enthusiasm towards it, Wang decides to participate, so he affirms their question about his sword. He wonders if showing his sword would not be a problem. He leaves his room and walks downstairs to his parents discussing skincare. He spots the news on the television announcing an explosion that occurred at a spiritual force chemical plant. Another news announces that the Cultivation Council's armored cruise troops surrounded the Shadow Faction's headquarters earlier in the day to arrest the members of the faction and their boss. Zhuoyi arrives at the crime scene and receives a series of questions from reporters about their safety. Zhuoyi replies to them, saying he foiled the faction's plans twice in the past, so the current scene is no exception, and he looks forward to meeting their leader. While in her room, the leader views the news and calls Zhuoyi a fool. Wang Ling asks his parents for his spiritual sword, and they direct him to the storage room. He opens a box, and a young spiritual being approaches from the box, which he closes back instantly when he feels his amulet deteriorating. He receives a text from his friends saying they will be checking out Faction 59 the next day to familiarize themselves with the venue. The next day at school, they observe his fake spiritual sword. Guo Hao and Chen Chao tease him and call the sword a small child's sword, while Sun Rong thinks it is cute. Chen expresses his jealousy at her. The instructors arrive, and they exchange pleasantries. Mr. Wang informs them they will spend 5 nights in the Faction 59, since the challenge is for 5 days. He sees Wang Ling without a bag for the purpose, and he questions him. Chen embarrassingly offers him his underwear, which he rejects. Wang Ling intends to fake his sickness when they arrive at the faction to avoid participating in the competition. Zhuoyi urges them to enter the bus while an emissary arrives to deliver a message. He informs Mr. Wang he will be taking his leave to attend to an urgent matter. He bids his master farewell while they leave. Zhuoyi arrives at the cell, and the armored cruise troop affirms that the captive is the Shadow Faction's leader. He walks up to her, but he is shocked when he looks into her eyes to see a ticking bomb. Just immediately, the bomb explodes and the whole building crashes. The Shadow Faction's leader at noon had tailed the school bus transporting the students. She sent a recording for Zhuoyi, saying she planned the tip about the headquarters for him up till the special serenade she prepared on the bomb blast. She informs him her target is Sun Rong, and no one on the bus can defend her. Wang Ling, while on the bus, struggles with his spiritual young being attached to his sword. Wang reminds him that he promised to stay still. They finally arrive at Faction 59, where they meet Ms. Dae, Tang Jingzi, and other members of the sword competition. Ms. Pan and Ms. Dai were close friends and roommates when they were younger, but are now rivals. Ms. Dai greets them and welcomes Ms. Pan. Ms. Dai sees Sunrong and teases Ms. Pan about Sunrong's family helping with their school finances. Ms. Pan returns her teasing, saying Ms. Z had filed for Sunrong to be in her school. They continue their arguments with Ms. Pan bugging the Faction 59 students and their rugged nature. Surprisingly, Ms. Z sends a spiritual force through Wang Ling's body. She says she used the grand testing trick and just discovered that Wang Ling has a force value of 5, which is very low. She wonders if they have plans to be trounced. Wang Ling, who had been seeking an opportunity to fake his sickness to receive an exemption from the competition, falls on his knees in pretense. Suddenly, his amulet breaks and his spiritual force explodes. He questions his young spiritual being for not informing him earlier, and he replies that he tried to notify him on the bus, but Wang forced him back. The leader of the Shadow faction, who had just arrived in the car, sees the spiritual energy explosion, and she questions if there is a high level around. Wang's parents feel the resonance of the amulet in their residence as well. Ms. Pan and Sunrong shake Wang Ling, and Ms. Pan asks Ms. Ji if she's certain she only performed the grand testing trick on him. Ms. Ji affirms, saying Wang Ling is a good actor, but Sunrong refutes her. Ms. Ji asks Tang if he is responsible, and he declines. He points towards He Bufeng, standing above the school, and considers he may be responsible. The Shadow faction's boss receives a call that their attempt to assassinate Zhuo Yi has failed. Zhuo Yi unhooked the seal from the robot's neck before it exploded, and the initial explosion was only a mirage. The boss orders her driver to retreat, saying their target has someone she cares for, so she has a new plan. Wang gets wheeled out on a stretcher by the doctors. Sunrong tries to follow Wang Ling, but Tang Jingzi stops her on the way. He informs her they went to the same cultivation cram school when they were little, and he introduces himself as the chairman of the student union. Sunrong shouts at him to get out of her way angrily and tries to punch him, but her attack gets blocked by Tang's assistant, who he introduces as the student union's secretary. Chen and Guo try to defend her, but they get restricted by the other students. Sunrong says the reason why she decided to fight against Faction 59 is because they are scumbags. Tang tries to assure her that Wang, whom she cares about, will be safe. He stretches his hand out to him, but he catches fire instantly. Ms. Ji instantly stops it, and Tang wonders if Wang set himself up because he didn't do it. Sunrong brings out her spiritual sword angrily to attack them, thinking Tang is responsible for the fire, but Mr. Wang comes in instantly to stop her. He insists the sword is only for the competition. Ms. Pan instructs Ms. Z to control her students. Ms. Z sends Tang a signal, and he apologizes to Sunrong immediately. Ms. Z urges them to visit the gym so they can discuss the competition. Tang thinks He Bufeng is responsible for the attack, and he blames him for using such dirty means, but he looks at the brighter side that one of their opponents is incapacitated. In the medical room, the doctors unwound the bandage to discover that Wang had snuck out of it. Wang Ling walks towards the exit gate of the school. He used the trick of flash to light himself up, but his amulet was further damaged. His spiritual force will burst out and induce a calamity in the world if he uses spiritual force a few more times, and his amulet breaks completely. Wang Ling calls his father to explain the situation. His father leaves the house instantly to give him the new amulet while Wang tries to find a way to sneak out of the building. He says the faction is very big after realizing he is lost, but his young spiritual being guards him through a door. Ms. Shi explains the concept of the competition to them. She says the competition would have been held in Faction 60, but there was an attack there a long time ago. She also boasts of their school having a very spacious land. Tang Jingze tries to trigger them by telling them they are incomplete. Sunrong attacks him, saying that was their aim for making Wang leave them. Chen asks about their fifth member, and He Bufeng arrives with a chaotic entrance. Guo restrains Chen, who wants to attack him without caution, saying he generated a big wave and should not be underestimated. He Bufeng suddenly appears behind Sunrong and offers her a flower. He says he will help her deal with Tang and his team if she accepts. Ms. Chi angrily asks if he wants to betray them, and he replies that he doesn't care. He adds that the two teams have a huge power difference and Sunrong's team will be more balanced if he joins her. Chen Chao angrily charges to take his hands off Sunrong, but he bounces him back with his spiritual pressure according to Gohao. Sunrong refuses him, and Chen Chao strikes again. He attacks him seriously until he lands on the floor. Chen Chao still relentlessly stands up and chants his father's slogan about Chen's family heritage defending the world's safety, and they step forward when they see injustice. He summons his spiritual energy to attack him, but Bufeng destroys his arms with negative energy. Luckily, Chen falls into Wang Ling's arms, and his hand gets restored immediately to his surprise. Ms. Pan questions what happened, and Mr. Wang explains that Bufeng is a drop-down who practices cold negative energy. and he just used annihilation on Chen. He explains that negative energy is a spiritual force in the opposite direction, and it will produce a huge spiritual energy called annihilation if it collides with a cultivator's spiritual force. Wang places a call to his father to inform him he can't leave the building. Bufeng wonders how Wang restored Chen's hand instantly after using the trick of annihilation on him. Bufeng realizes Wang has an unbelievable power, but can't sense any spiritual force in him. He decides to strike him to confirm his theory. Bufeng punches Wang in the face, and it hits him easily. Wang walks away, and Bufeng concludes he doesn't have any spiritual force. Sun Rong runs up to Wang, and he gives her Bufeng's rose while Bufeng moves in confusion. Miss Shi interrupts them and instructs them to go to their respective preparation rooms since they are complete. The Shadow Faction's leader hangs from the ceiling while watching them. Zhuo Yi, who had been thinking, finally gets a result from his thoughts and commands the troops to follow him to Faction 59. In the faction, his other team members and instructors enter their preparation room, but Wang Ling steps back saying he wants to receive his crispy noodles. The Shadow Faction boss, who had been stalking them, says this is her chance to kidnap Wang. Bufeng suddenly appears behind her, and she lies that she is a student. Bufeng tells her he identifies all the beautiful Faction 59 ladies, but has never seen her, so she is not a student. He asks her to be his girlfriend, and he will help with her desires, but she declines, saying she prefers younger guys. Bufeng angrily talks to her and tells her to stop pretending to be a small girl when she is quite old. The boss strikes him hard, and he falls instantly. He tries to attack her with his negative energy, but she displaces it easily, saying even her old driver is capable of handling the situation. She strikes him, but Wang sees her while she is manhandling Bufeng. The Shadow Faction boss, Zhang Liuying, binds Bufeng and Wang Ling with her immortal binding ropes. She throws them onto the roof and instructs her driver to watch them, especially Bufeng, who can see through her disguise. She walks up to Wang and calls him a big fish because she saw Sun Rong caring for him at the gate. Zhang Liuying tramples on him, oblivious of the extremely dangerous force bomb in Wang that can destroy the world if his negative energy bursts out. Zhang's driver drags Bufeng by his hair, and he screams in pain. Zhang calls Wang a useless person with just a force value of 5. Wang's spiritual being wakes and questions why he is bound while Zhang keeps trampling on him and talking down on his capabilities. He informs him the amulet can't hold his spiritual force anymore, and he can only rely on his emotions. The environment changes with wind gusting and the buildings vibrating. His supreme being calls Wang severally to stay calm, but he refuses until he announces that dry crispy noodles are 50% off for the day. Wang regains his consciousness, and Zhang strikes him down, saying he should lower his head. She instructs the driver to watch over them. He agrees to her instruction and presents her with a part of Bufeng's hair. She says she has a better plan instead of her initial plan to disguise herself as a student. The students all gather in the boardroom with their instructors. Ms. Pan accuses Ms. Chi of fixing a student who failed as a freshman in the competition, but Tang Jingze defends his instructor. Ms. Chi speaks up and angrily says that Bufeng is better than their dog. Suddenly, Jiang, in Bufeng's form, barges into the room and exclaims that something has happened. He confesses that Wang Ling has been kidnapped. At the rooftop, the driver ties Wang Ling to a cross, while Bufeng sits below the cross ties to it. He tries to persuade and convince the driver to release him, but the driver says only the boss has access to unbind him. He introduces himself to Bufeng as just a driver, and Bufeng asks if the faction is short of staff because he wonders why the driver is on a mission like that. The driver suddenly shows off his spiritual energy, which shocks Bufeng. Wang's young spiritual being informs him the driver has a very strong spiritual force, but he doesn't intend to show it. Zhang, still in Bufeng's form, narrates a fake story for the team where Zhuo Yi and Sun Rong's security guards are present. Zhuo Yi describes the kidnapper as a young, beautiful woman and identifies her as the Shadow Faction's leader. Ms. Pan says they defeated the Shadow Faction in their school a while back, but Ms. Ji stands up defensively to say their school is safe. Guo Hao contends her word, saying they can't call it safe when there is a kidnapping incident. Tang Jingze instructs Xiao Bei, the student's union secretary, to detect his spiritual force. She says the response from Wang's spiritual force is weak, so she checks for unknown sources of spiritual force. She detects an unknown force within 5 kilometers nearby, and they recognize the location as the old dormitory. Sun Rong's bodyguard leader instructs the others to keep Sun Rong safe. They wrap her up and move her away. Zhuo Yi says he will send the 7-star faction to check them out, while Sun Rong's bodyguard informs them they must take Sun Rong back now that the Shadow faction has arrived, because her safety is their priority. Zhuo Yi tries to reconsider his decision, saying they must take precautions. Ms. Gi says they have to rescue each other, or the competition will not hold. Sunrong suddenly appears after beating the other guard who held her. She claims their family has never been cowards, and she doesn't care about the competition or the school's reputation, but her cherished friend is in danger, so she has to help him as the representative of the Flower Fruit group. She commands the team to follow her, and the other members of the faction join them. Ms. Z instructs her students to follow them to observe their performance in a real battle, but she advises them not to get involved unless necessary. At the rooftop, the driver dances, and Bufeng tells Wang to fight back because he knows he has strong powers. He expresses his disappointment when he discovers Wang is sleeping. The driver tries to make Bufeng ingest a poisonous drink, but he hears a loud bang and stares at Wang in shock. Suddenly, Sunrong and her bodyguard team run toward the building, and she instructs them to fly up to the sky. Xiaobei informs Tang Jingzi that Bufeng looks strange, so he should be careful. Tang accepts and urges her to watch his moves. The driver shoots at Sunrong's bodyguard invisibly with wolfberries. He calls them young and unfit to fight him. He decides to show his game, and he summons the cavalry warriors. They charge towards the bodyguard to defeat them, but Sunrong stops them and attacks them. The driver says Sunrong should go to bed early, instead of fighting to defeat them. Wang Ling's father stays outside the school and begs the security to let him in, but they refuse until they see a very bright radiation. Sunrong struggles to fight the cavalry and says her spiritual force may not sustain her flying if she continues. The driver calls her a naive girl because the horseless cavalry power is beyond her capabilities. Sunrong almost gets killed, but suddenly, the scene rewinds to where Wang gives the driver a smirk, and he looks at Wang in shock. The bang creates a hole where Bufeng falls in, and he straps the driver to the cross. Sunrong, with her bodyguards, while coming to defeat the driver, suddenly sees the driver in the sky with Zhuo Yi adjusting the ropes. As usual, Zhuo Yi takes the credit and announces the driver as the culprit. Zhang expresses her anger when she discovers Sunrong is still alive. Tang hugs him all of a sudden and questions why he is unhappy. Wang Ling tells the 7-star member he wants to stay on the roof for a while after the man thanks him for assisting. He sees the hole in the roof and asks questions about it, but Wang lies that the hole had been there before he arrived. His spiritual being, Jinkei, appears and asks if Wang doesn't want them to save Bufeng, but Wang instructs him to stay with Bufeng. Jinkei questions if Wang can participate in the competition without him, and he informs him the competition is over. His friends come around to hug him. The next day, Wang expresses his surprise to see Bufeng after hiding him and the competition still holding. Zhang says it is too late for Wang to be suspicious, while Wang wonders what happened to Jinke. The event instructor announces their rules while Wang decides to participate because his friends saved him. They all connect to the gem field, and they enter. Wang hears his father calling out to him to give him his gem, but he comes in too late. Zhuo Yi appears before Wang's father and greets him specially. Wang's father explains the situation to Zhuo Yi, and he screams in shock. They all arrive in the competition field, and Xiaobei detects their spiritual forces to confirm their locations. She tells Tang she can't detect He Bufeng's spiritual force because it is different from the force in their record, and transmission to him failed. She detects the faction's 60 members' spiritual force, but says Wang's spiritual force is undetectable because it is close to zero and beyond range of detection. Tang does his calculations and discovers that Wang Ling, who is assumed to be the weakest member, is around the Altar of Woods. One of their team members dashes off to find him, and they sigh at him. The third member asks about Guo Hao, and Tang discards him, saying they should focus on taking the altars. He suddenly appears on a rock where Guo Hao's image has been spying on them and shatters it into pieces. Xiaobei asks if she should go after him, but Tang declines, saying 3 altars are enough to win. He instructs her to find Chen Chao, who is at the altar of metal, while he chases Sunrong at the altar of water, because they have scores to settle while Wang Ling will add to their credits. Guo Hao spots Liang Fei chasing after Wang Ling. He concludes that the Faction 59 team is powerful, and they already destroyed his first stand-in from the 3 stand-ins he purchased at an expensive price before the start of the competition. Guo Hao says Liang Fei, who had just passed him by, seems to be the weakest, so he will charge towards him and save Wang Ling. Chen Chao hears an announcement about Faction 59 seizing the Altar of Earth, giving them a score of 1, while his team has a 0. He rushes towards the Altar of Metal and asks himself how he would seize it. Chen hears a voice behind him telling him to insert his sword into the socket and wait for 10 minutes. He thanks the voice but suddenly freezes when he realizes what has just happened. Xiaobei greets him and tells him the altar is hers. Chen Chao says his family motto prevents them from fighting women, so he foolishly asks her to make her first 3 moves on him. She accepts his requests and makes her move, then asks Chen Chao to make his. Chen Chao notices that nothing happened, so he asks if she is despising him. Shortly after, she commands him to do it, and he starts punching himself and hitting his head on the floor. Xiaobei explains he got caught in the web of dimensions that captures its prey, invades its nervous system, and produces false neuronal signals to control the body. The instructors watch from a large screen and express their concern while Miss Chi supports the situation, saying that is the sort of cruelty every young man should experience. The magic beast fights with Zhang still in Bufeng's body, devouring his negative energy before he leaves. Liang Feng arrives at the location where Wang is lying down and assumes he is dead, so he proceeds to possess the altar. Wang wakes up from his slumber when he hears the magic beast saying he would be able to break his magic seal when he consumes enough spiritual force from the fighters. Liang Feng sees Wang and tries to attack him, but Guo Hao defends him immediately. They strike each other and fight, while Wang just stands in between watching them. Sun Rong stands at the altar and tries to possess it. She says the opposite faction already has 2 altars in their possession, so she has to be swift. She suddenly receives an attack signal, and she blocks it off. Her spiritual being appears, and Tang Jingzi's spiritual being appears as well. He talks about the long-lasting relationship between their ancestors, but Sun Rong rejects his extension of friendship, and she strikes him. She instructs him to stop mentioning her ancestors' names, and she attacks him with the water energy, but he blocks it without stress. Sun Rong hears an announcement that Factions 59 has seized the Altar of Fire. Tang receives a call from Bufeng informing him he conquered the dog easily, while Tang tells him to come to the Altar of Fire to meet Sun Rong. Sun Rong questions how they know their locations, and he informs her Xiaobei detected their locations, and she is going to seize another location soon. Sun Rong thinks about Chen Chao and says she must hurry up to seize the Altar of Water. Sun Rong tries to attack him with her ocean dance, but Tang detects it and blocks her off with his blowing snow force. She attacks him aggressively, and he commends her for being skillful, but Sun Rong says it is a pity she is not skilled enough to defeat him. He announces Bufeng's arrival, and Bufeng tries to attack her from behind, but she blocks him off. Bufeng exchanges pleasantries with her, but Sun Rong introspectively says she cannot beat them alone, so she should try to seize the other altars. She realizes Tang has sealed the water, so she cannot escape with her trick of water. Bufeng approaches her and summons his negative energy to attack her, but suddenly, a stronger negative energy causes an intense vibration, and the ice seal breaks off. Sun Rong uses the opportunity to escape, and Tang orders Bufeng to find her. He tells Bufeng he doesn't know him, but he must obey him, and he will help fulfill his wish after he wins. Bufeng smiles while Tang seizes the altar, giving them a count of 5-0, almost winning the competition. But Faction 60 suddenly seizes the Altar of Wood, and they have a 4-1 count. Sun Rong swims towards another altar, and she receives the news that Wang Ling combined with the magical dog to seize the altar. The instructors express their shock when they see Wang Ling's new form. The scene opens with the occurrence at the Altar of Wood, where Guo Hao battles with Liang Fei. Guo Hao attacks him with a mouth cannon, and he says words to him to attack him. He runs out of words to say, and Liang Fei tries to attack him. The magic beast appears behind them and urges them to keep fighting so he can absorb their spiritual force, but he freezes when he sees Wang. Liang Fei calls Wang trash and tramples on him. Guo Hao asks Wang if he intends to be a force value 5 forever, and the word strikes Liang Fei. Guo apologizes to Wang, saying he needs to look for words to say to him. He directs words meant for Wang to Liang, and the cannon attacks him intensively. He calls Wang stone-hearted, fake, irresponsible, cold-blooded, and lame, among many other insulting words, but the magic cannon attacks Liang Fei instead. The insults build up emotions in Wang's mind after realizing he has been misunderstood for restraining himself. The energy breaks his amulet, but the magic dog rushes toward him and offers to devour his negative energy, thinking he will break off his seal. Wang tells him he can now use his magic energy, and the magic beast realizes Wang set him up. He combines with the dog and pushes Liang Fei away with a slight touch on his shoulder. Liang Fei flies through the sky, claiming he felt as though a truck had hit him intensely. Guo Hao tells Wang his efforts have paid off, and he knew he would make a genius out of him. Wang agrees with him and says they have to take charge. He proceeds to seize the altar, and they announce Faction 60's possession of the altar. Tang speaks with Xiaobei, and she informs him of Wang's spiritual combination with the magic beast. They detect that the combination is stronger than they expected, and Wang has been deceiving them by hiding. Wang seizes the Altar of Fire, giving them a 2-3 count. Xiaobei informs Tang that Wang and the spiritual beast are heading towards her, so she has to go. Tang orders them to defend the other altars. He strategizes on the best hook and decides to be on the move to help them maintain their victory. He instructs Xiaobei to meet him at the Altar of Wood, and she should keep him updated on the combination's location. Wang Ling arrives at the Altar of Metal, where Chen Chao lies unconscious. He wakes him up, and Chen Chao asks for the damned woman. Wang seizes the altar, and Chen questions how he managed to seize the other altars. They suddenly hear the announcement that Faction 59 has seized the altar of wood and fire again, leaving them with just one altar. Wang discovers Tang is using the strategy of the 3 racing horses, so he might not be able to seize all the altars because he is like a trapped beast fixed in a position. He summons his spiritual force with the plan to seize all the altars very fast. The magic beast urges him to stop and complains that he may have been able to defeat his magical energy, but he has a limited capacity, so they will be done for if he exceeds it. Mr. Wang Zukong says the aim of the competition is not for a powerful competitor to defeat the others, and even if he is fast enough, he cannot avoid the 10 seconds required to start the score accumulation. Wang suddenly gets interrupted by Sun Rong's interception. She informs them she is with Guo Hao because he ran away from the altar of wood when he saw Tang Jingzi and Xiao Bei approaching. Chen tries to complain about him not fighting back, but Guo Hao discards his complaint, saying Xiao Bei also defeated him. Sun Rong shuts them up and informs them the competition aims to seize the altars and not beat the rival. She says Guo Hao reported that Xiao Bei on the Faction 59 team has the advantage of positioning, while they have the advantage of Wang Ling. Wang Ling blushes, and the magic beast teases him for blushing. Sun Rong continues her explanation, saying they will not approach Wang Ling, which means they have to try and take over at least 2 other altars. She instructs Chen Chao to take care of an altar, and they depend on him. Chen Chao accepts the request and assures them they can count on him. Sun Rong explains that she made the resonance at the altar of earth using her trick of water, and they positioned their strongest person, He Bufeng, there so they would attack the altar of fire instead. Xiao Bei notifies Tang that Sun Rong and Guo Hao are moving close to the altar of fire at a high speed. Tang expresses his surprise, saying the altar of fire is the farthest, and Xiao Bei explains they are going through water. Guo Hao arrives and calls Liang Zheng out of the cave while Sun Rong sneaks in. Tang asks if Sun Rong and Guo Hao are at the altar, but he tells him he has only seen Guo Hao, and he is about to strike him down. Guo Hao tries to distract him with foolish statements and informs him he sent his brother away. Liang Zheng gets furious, but Tang commands him to guard the altar safely, or he will lose his position in the student union. Liang turns and sees Sun Rong running towards the altar. He runs after her, but Guo Hao tries to stop him with his mouth cannon. They receive another news that Faction 60 has seized the altar of water. Bufeng remembers Tang's offer to help him fulfill his wish if he helps him, so he says it is his turn to strike. Tang tells him he doesn't care what he has to do as long as he wins. Bufeng arrives at the altar of metal, where Chen Chao is guiding. Chen Chao says he knew they would meet again. A new scene flashes back to Sun Rong and her family when she was little. Her father informed her they would receive the Tang family as guests soon, and she knew what to do. Sun Rong affirmed, saying she would do whatever it took to defend the dignity of her family. The Tang family arrived, and they exchanged pleasantries. Jingzi and Rong spoke to each other formally and in parables, while they struck each other spiritually. In the present day, Sun Rong tries to seize the altar, but she gets stopped by Guo Hao's mouth cannon. Liang misses when he slips on the ground. She defends herself against it but lands in the pit of fire. Guo Hao apologizes to her while Liang mocks him and thanks him for making it easy. Sun Rong remembers her father's words, saying they are descendants of Sun Fengchao and cannot lose to anyone, especially those who have humiliated them with their art of confinement, the Tang family. Sun Rong informs him she is okay and tries to seize the altar again. Tang arrives and orders him to stop her from seizing the altar. Guo Hao tries to block Liang from going forward, but Tang Jingzhe displaces the boundary, and Liang charges towards Sun Rong. She fights him with her sword, until Tang appears in her presence. He informs her they intend to win with a 4-1 score, which is why he is at the altar of fire. Bufeng is at the altar of metal to defeat Chen Chao. Sun Rong realizes they have no chance of winning if they let them win at the altars. She intends to fight with all her might and hopes Chen Chao will defend the altar of metal. At the altar of metal, Bufeng tries to attack Chen Chao, but he keeps running. He realizes Sun Rong's instruction about not beating the enemy, but defending the altar. Zhang tries to trigger him by calling him a coward who cannot fight. Chen Chao remembers his father calling him a coward and other demeaning words when he refused to learn kung fu as a young boy. Bufeng strikes him, and he dodges it again. Zhang's mind in Bufeng regrets being unable to switch to her long-range trick, with everybody watching after discovering Chen's tricks. Ms. Pan says she didn't expect that Chen Chao's endurance while running would be used in the competition. Zhuo Yi confirms that something is wrong and that the student is not using his full force. Bufeng discovers the leaves are metal leaves and absorbs all the leaves, striking Chen with them. Chen stands still, enduring the pain of the metal slashes. Bufang continues saying he wonders how long Chen will hold out. Tang Jingze wonders what is keeping Bufang from defeating a mere foundation phase student. Sunrong orders Guo Hao to leave her so she can fight alone. Guo Hao questions if she will be fine alone, but Sunrong gives him a signal, and he moves to the back, where he holds out his sword. Tang reminds her she couldn't defeat him with her ocean dance skill earlier when he blocked her with her blowing snow, and now she has 5 swords left instead of 13. Sunrong says she will use the one with her. He mocks her, saying she hasn't changed after all these years, and he recalls her crying while calling her a loser. She attacks him, and Tang's spiritual being fights with her. Guo Hao summons the spiritual force from his sword. He informed Sunrong earlier that the sword's devil teeth have super strong power, but it is difficult to summon, and he has only one chance, so they can only use it at a critical moment. Sunrong informed him to use it if their surprise attack failed. Chen Chao fights to the last of his strength until he gets weak, but Bufang knocks him down and proceeds to seize the altar. Wang's father meets Ms. Shi, and he urges them to stop the fight because people all over the world will get killed. Sunrong continues fighting with Tang Jingze, but he defends himself against all her attacks while Guo Hao summons the spiritual force from his sword. Xiao Bei, while still watching Wang Ling, suddenly detects some spiritual forces, and she calls Tang Jingzi immediately. She informs him 2 spiritual forces surrounded by Guo Hao are bursting out from the altar of fire and the altar of metal. Bufang sticks his sword to the altar, but suddenly sees Chen Chao exuding a magnificent spiritual force. Guo Hao's sword combines with Sunrong's spiritual sword to produce a mighty fire phoenix. Tang Jingze tries to downplay Sunrong, saying she gave up her sword and took a supporting role just to defeat him, but she ignores him. He charges to attack her, but she defends herself and stops him. He says she is now different than before. Chen Chao charges off to defeat Bufang. Chen Chao and Sunrong both simultaneously apologize to their fathers for not being strong enough, but they have a motivation to make themselves stronger. Chen Chao strikes Bufang down, and Sunrong's phoenix burns Tang and his partner, causing a mighty wave of energy. Wang feels the sensation while Chen Chao walks close to Bufang to hear his words. Chen hears the announcement saying their faction has seized the altar of fire. They receive another announcement saying Faction 60 has seized the altar of earth, giving them a count of 4-1. Sunrong and Guo Hao smile after realizing Wang has helped them. Chen Chao smiles at the announcement, discovering Sunrong's plan worked, but suddenly, Bufang transforms into Jiang, and she casts a vanishing spell on Chen. Xiao Bei sits while watching Wang, and she says she will overtake the altar of water if Wang leaves. She suddenly hears the announcement about Faction 60 having a score of 4, and she questions if they defeated the chairman. Wang, while inserting the sword, recalls Sunrong's task for him to return to his initial weak spiritual force, so Xiao Bei won't detect when he leaves the altar of water, while the magic beast still assumes the human form pretending to be Wang Ling. Xiao Bei wonders who attacked the altar of wood, but she suddenly gets attacked by the magic beast who meddles with her. She questions why she can't control him, and he explains that her spiritual force line only works with humans. He adds that she set herself up because the magical web she deployed made him locate her whereabouts. Sunrong tries to reach Chen Chao, but she can't get a signal from him. Guo Hao assumes he is still circling with Bufang, and he proposes going to find him while she meets Wang Ling at the altar of earth. Their instructors jubilate, saying they are close to winning. Wang's father, unstable about his son, becomes more anxious despite his son winning. He questions how it is going at the altar of metal. Wang's father is anxious because they controlled Wang while he was little to control his emotions, so he didn't care about anything that happens or whatever anyone says, although some of the words affected his amulet, but his parents kept encouraging him. Now that Wang is grown, Sunrong shined a dim light into his heart, and he is now more open to his friends whom he cares about, but those emotions will cause his amulet to displace completely. He continues with his task to defend his friends. Guo Hao arrives at the altar of metal and spots Chen Chao hanging on the metal tree. The magical beast mocks Xiao Bei for fainting, saying young children can't take a joke. He suddenly feels a vibration and he dashes off, saying the boy, Wang Ling, can't hold on for long. Wang Ling inserts his sword into the altar of earth metals. He feels a lot of emotions building up inside him from his moments with Sunrong. The emotions are affecting the amulet, causing it to lose its strength. Wang, oblivious to these emotions, tries hard to control them, but he lets go of the sword while it is still counting. His spiritual being, Jinky, questions what is going on with his master and what the emotional fluctuations are. The instructors notice him letting go of the sword and are confused about his plan when they are on the verge of winning. Wang Ling's father realizes what is going on and tries to suggest saving him, but he stops when Wang's emotions calm down after seeing Sunrong smile, and they hold down the sword together until the counting ends. They announce their faction as the winner, with Sunrong and Wang Ling, the top and bottom of the class, taking the bow. They both separate quickly and laugh at the commentary. Wang's father cries and is surprised to see that Sunrong calmed Wang's almost exploding force. He asks Zhuo Yi to change the screen to Chen Chao's location, and they discover Chen Chao in Guo Hao's arms while he cries intensely. They instruct the medics to go over there immediately. Mr. Wang Zukong angrily questions Ms. C about why Chen Chao is badly hurt, since she claims the guarding spirit figures will guarantee their safety. She says the students are in the foundation phase at the most, and it takes a level 3 of the golden fill phase to wreck the guarding spirit figures. Sunrong insistently tells Wang Ling to keep his smiling face because it looks better than the stiff one. He accepts her order and turns to look at her, but he surprisingly sees Jiang giving her a heavy punch, which sends her spirit out of her body. Wang sees the situation, and his emotions burst open, causing his amulet to break off. His father tries to run to him, but the magic beast arrives speedily and freezes the time. Wang, about to punch Jiang, gets stuck in time, but his energy breaks through the freeze, and the magic beast comments that freezing the flow can't stop him. Wang punches Jiang heavily, and she tumbles. Jiang confirms he has been the one protecting Sunrong, but she concludes that is the end of Sunrong. She attacks Wang with different tactics, but he repels everything. He charges back at her and fights her with his negative spiritual energy. He tries to finish her off, but her words return him to his senses when he sees Sunrong's face. Jiang says he is just as pathetic as she is, and she urges him to kill her, but he leaves, and she calls him a coward. Wang carries Sunrong in his arms, and he cries, questioning why his trick of repairing is not working. The magic beast arrives and informs him her spirit has gone far, and it is no longer in her body. He says she still feels warm and can feel her pulse, but the magic beast says it is because he froze the time, so she will be gone completely when he unfreezes his trick. Wang asks if there is anything he can do, because he is ready to give up his spiritual force. The beast tells him no one can control his spiritual force. The beast suggests freezing time forever or going back in time, so he will forget all his experiences. Wang cries intensely and rejects the two offers, saying he will have the world restarted. Wang Ling restarts the whole world, hoping Sunrong is back from the dead, so he calls out to her. Jinkei informs him no matter how hard he tries, he can't revive her back because Jiang did a number on her. Wang Ling regrets not attacking Jiang Liuying, saying if he had gotten rid of her earlier, there wouldn't be any problems. The magic beast says they can take their time to figure things out now that he has frozen time. Wang asks him if he could control time, and the magic beast answers that his special ability is to convert spiritual force into an accelerating ray, so the spiritual rays that flow in humans can accelerate up to the speed of light, causing the world to be relatively still. Wang asks that if they are faster than the speed of light, they can return to the past. The magic beast agrees, adding that with a tremendous spiritual force. Wang suggests himself, and the magic beast declines, saying the reversal of time is against the law of nature, meaning he will be tampering with cause and effect. The beast adds that he may be struck by lightning. Wang says it doesn't matter to him, and being struck by lightning is better than losing her. The magic beast combines with him and tells him he has lived for tens of thousands of years, but he's going to risk his life to go wild with him. Jinkei wishes him all the best, and they travel through time. Wang arrives back to school on the first day of resumption, but because of the switch in time, he gets saved by Chen Chao and Guo Hao from the bullies. Sunrong in the new world does not acknowledge him, and he chases after her desperately. Wang arrives home and eats hastily, unlike his usual self. Wang is living the peaceful life he has been dreaming of, but it is another world created by the magic beast's trick of time and Wang's trick of space. The convergence of the two tricks at a point with an injection of a huge amount of spiritual force allows the creation of a whole new world that constantly absorbs everything from the old world. Jink realizes the old world will be destroyed since time has stopped and no one can turn the tide. Sunrong arrives at the underworld, and the monarch is shocked when she realizes that Sunrong is the daughter of the Flower Fruit Water Curtain group leader after she conducts a DNA test on her device. Sunrong questions where she is, and the monarch explains she is only in a dream. The underworld palace rumbles, and one of their securities storms into the palace to announce an occurrence. Wang visits the heavenly paradise with Chen Chao and Guo Hao on a bus. He recalls that the last time he visited was with a free and private entry. Zhuo Yi shows them a fairy cave of the universe where the fairy can predict their future if they place their hands in its mouth. Chen Chao places his hands, and the fairy records that he will fail 3 courses for the semester, while Guo Hao will find love at 40. They both cry, and Zhuo Yi urges Wang to test for his future. Wang inserts his hand, but the fairy goes silent and suddenly starts cracking. The monarch at the underworld's palace confirms that Sun Rong is truly their master's descendant, and she has exciting friends. The emperor urges her to be faster, or else Wang Ling will blow up the 3 words. She confirms the changes and orders for the girl to be returned. Sun Rong wakes up and sees Jinkei. She questions who he is, and he screams in shock. Meanwhile, in the new world, Wang Ling explains to his friends that he feels he has been to heavenly paradise with someone special. Chen Chao taps him and tells him he is overthinking. He reminds him they are there to have fun, so he suggests they ride the Ferris wheel. Jinky shows Sun Rong a replay of everything that happened, and she realizes Wang created a new world unintentionally to bring her back, but their present world will be gone if they don't bring him back. She questions how they can stop him, and Jinkei suggests she use him. Chen Chao notices Wang's expression in the new world, and he asks if he is okay. Wang Ling tearfully says that he doesn't know what is happening and he should be feeling extremely happy, but he is missing something important. Sun Rong informs Jinkei she is ready, but he asks if she isn't scared because they are going to destroy Wang's new world, and he may strike back unintentionally. Sun Rong tells him that for a girl, to love is to destroy the world. Jinkei, seeing she's ready, turns into a sword, and Sun Rong charges into the space to attack Wang's new world notoriously. She starts calling out to Wang Ling after expending her energy. She eventually finds him after a lot of struggle, and she pierces him with the sword, saying it's time to get up, and she apologizes for keeping him waiting. In the new world, Chen Chao tells him to go on and meet Sun Rong. He leaves, and the time reverts to when Chao is jubilating their wins, and the shadow boss almost strikes him. This time, Wang strikes the shadow boss from his location, causing her to go deep into the ground. Wang Ling seizes the last altar, and they win the competition. Everyone jubilates, and Sun Rong runs toward him to announce their win, but she gets blocked by reporters. The magic beast asks if he is happy with the outcome, and he remembers what happened during the time freeze. After Sun Rong saved Wang tried using the trick of repairing to fix the tears, but it didn't work. The magic beast tells him he has tampered with the law of nature, so the original law no longer exists. He explains that the only way they can return is by using the 2 new worlds Wang created to reverse time, but Sun Rong will not have any memories of the occurrence. Sun Rong assures them she will never stop liking Wang as long as they are saving the world. Sun Rong blushes, and they evolve back into the old world. Wang's father comes to meet where he sits to give him the amulet. The magic beast tells Wang that his emotions and feelings for Sun Rong will turn cold when he accepts the amulet, but Wang tells him his hope is world peace. Wang's father applies the amulet on him, and the magic beast says the world is saved. He warns Wang to derail from doing such foolish things again, because he acted against the law of nature and restarted the world many times. The destruction of the positive and negative spiritual forces has caused immeasurable damage to the world's spiritual force, so it is difficult to maintain world peace. Wang sighs dejectedly. Zhuo Yi informs the chief that Zhang Liuying has been taken into custody and will be transferred to the Supreme Court afterward. The chief thanks him for helping them exterminate the Shadow faction. Zhuo Yi questions the mysterious party that wants Sun Rong assassinated. He ponders deeply, while the chief receives a call about an occurrence related to the sword competition. The chief turns on his TV screen to show Zhuo Yi that a space station detected a spiritual force tsunami centered around faction. F9's competition field. He says, the gross national spiritual force product depreciated sharply while some spiritual vehicles have gone down, and the cause is unknown but under investigation. The chief tells Zhuo Yi his superiors are unhappy about the news, and they have the cultivation department under much pressure. The broadcaster says the world's spiritual force is at 4.8, which is very low, and either forwarding, rewarding, or putting into his favorites can cure it. Zhuo Yi agrees to find the cause, and the chief instructs him to cancel the sword competition on his way out. At the Faction 60 school, Chen Chao says they had an overwhelming advantage over Faction 59 in the preliminary, and they would have made it to the finals if they hadn't called off the competition. Sun Rong reminds them that making it to the top 10 is enough to celebrate. Chen agrees with her, considering that a force value 5 laggard was in their team. He says Wang has not been talking since the competition, questioning if he is withdrawing. Sun Rong affirms that he has been truly distant. However, Wang is just enjoying his quiet daily life after his emotions got bound by the amulet. Their instructor, Ms. Pan, walks into the class and commends the students for turning in their homework for the summer vacation, so they truly deserve to be in the class elite. She announces they will take another spiritual force test to determine whether they worked hard during their vacation, to transit into the intermediate foundation phase. Ms. Pan informs them that any student below the foundation phase will be deported to the ordinary class, while students who excel in the ordinary class will be promoted to the class elite. Sunrong is surprised everyone is not in the intermediate foundation phase, and Chen replies to her that only some have the talent and family background like her. Chen says he broke through to the foundation stage during the vacation while most students didn't practice. They suddenly remember Wang, and Sunrong offers to perfuse her spiritual energy into him, while Chen Chao proposes to help him break through with his mercy palms. Still, Sunrong disagrees with him, saying the forcible breakthrough will harm Wang's meridian. They argue with each other until Guo Hao stops them and informs them Wang Ling has left. At the restroom, Jinke asks his master what he will do, and Wang Ling replies that the test is for status, not for strength, so he can't evade it. Jinke hides when he notices Guo Hao's presence. Guo Hao comes in and offers to help Wang if he cooperates with him to make the golden pill for the foundation phases as they did before. Wang detects he is not in the intermediate foundation phase yet, so he asks him. Guo Hao realizes Wang Ling has discovered his status, so he kneels and begs him while explaining that his parents won't take it easy if he gets sent to class ordinary. Wang Ling agrees to work with him, so they head out to meet the magic beast. The test commences, and Mr. Wang Zukang demonstrates the process, saying each student will stand at the center of the formation and concentrate their spiritual energy, so the formation will adjust power automatically based on the testee's strength. A thunderbolt will strike, and those who get struck by it but their bodies do not explode will pass the test. He assures the students of their safety. While Mr. Wang continues his explanation, Sun Rong notices Wang Ling's absence, and she asks about him. Chen Chao assures him that Guo Hao is searching for him, and they will return in time for the test since their class is the last. Ms. Pan looks through the field and realizes Wang and Guo's absence, so she decides to search for them. Guo Hao refines the foundation pill with the help of the magic beast's time speed. Guo Hao tells Wang the pills only boost their status for 1 hour, so he has to take them right before the test. He suddenly hears the footsteps of Ms. Pan, and he gets stuck on what to do. Wang Ling comes up with a plan, so she enters to find them naked and drying their clothes. Ms. Pan screams at them, questioning why they are in the refining room during the test. Guo Hao lies that they fell into the pool and are drying their clothes. She sees the furnace and asks what is happening while approaching it. The magic beast jumps at her to stop her, so Guo Hao quickly brings out the pills. When she stands up and checks the furnace, she discovers they are drying their socks inside it. She angrily asks them to make haste and join the test. Wang Ling asks Guo Hao about the pills, and he suddenly remembers he swallowed them to hide them. The pills start digesting in his body, causing the spiritual force to pound on his meridians. His body keeps swelling, and he tells Wang he will break up if the pills are unblocked. Wang Ling hits Guo massively, and he falls flat on the ground. Guo opens his eyes to see Chen Chao waking him up to inform him it is his time for the test. He walks up to the formation in doubt after realizing the pill has taken over 1 hour, so it may no longer work. He is surprised after realizing he passed the test. He wonders if he is actually in the intermediate foundation phase, but Jinke tells Wang that his hit pushed him through the bottleneck. Wang Ling gets called for his test, and Mr. Wang Zukang gives him a helmet because his spiritual force is low. The test commences, and Jinke tells Wang there is a bug in the formation because they didn't consider cultivators like him. The thunderbolt escalates, and the students question what is happening. Sun Rong tries to run into the formation, but Mr. Wang stops her. He asks them to unplug the doom's socket. The city experiences a blackout instantly, and the world's total spiritual force value drops again. Wang Ling throws his sword to Sun Rong and urges her to cut the connection with it, saying peachwood swords are insulators. Sun Rong successfully disconnects the doom, but it causes a crack in the ground. Wang asks Mr. Wang if he passed, but he opens his mouth wide in shock. The incident is later classified as the malfunction of the doom-breaking system, but Jinke's force created a crack in space, causing the spiritual force of their world to disperse into another. In the demon world, the demon emperor speaks to his counselor about the crack in the ground. The counselor explains to him there is a crack in the abyss that leads to the human world. The demon emperor tells him he sent one of his demon kings to the world before. The counselor affirms and says the demon king he sent was the magic frog, who was his apprentice at the time. The emperor says it has been 3 demon years, and he has not presented the human world to him. He feels that the crack in the abyss is causing the human world to absorb the spiritual force of the demon world, despite coveting their spiritual energy. The counselor questions if their gross national force product has been reduced, and the emperor angrily questions what the magic frog is up to. The counselor offers to go the world and check what his useless apprentice is up to. The magic beast sees a message from his master that will be visiting, and he freezes immediately. Wang Ling and his father sit in front of the TV, watching the news while Wang's mother hears a knock on the door, and she opens it to find the magic beast. The beast sits between Wang and his father, and he hugs Wang saying he misses him. At school, Instructor Wang Zukong questions why Instructor Pan wants to do a home visit for Wang Ling. She explains that he has the lowest scores and is still in class elite after the test. Mr. Wang asks if she thinks he cheated, and she declines, saying she is more concerned about the cost of spiritual energy in their faction that has skyrocketed after the test, and they are almost going bankrupt. Mr. Wang wishes her a safe visit and informs her he is going for a personal matter when she asks if he would be going with her. The demon counselor arrives in the human world, and he sends the magic beast, Froggy 2, a text message that Froggy is ignoring his message and will come to find him. At Wang's house, Froggy 2 explains to Jinky about his situation with his master, and that serving with him was the most miserable experience of his life, and he still shows up in his nightmares. Wang asks if that's his reason for hiding in his house, and Froggy affirms. Mrs. Wang announces dinner, and they all head to the dining table. While eating, Mr. Wang informs Wang Ling that he will be trying out his new spiritual figure that will help with his speech impairment, and he asks Froggy 2 for his assistance. Mrs. Wang hopes the figure will help this time because the price of magic pills has gone up. She talks about Wang getting a job after school before he stands up to leave. They suddenly see Froggy 2 shaking while on the chair. Froggy 2's master, oblivious that the magic frog is now a dog, finds it strange to see the residue of his spiritual energy in a doghouse. Mr. Wang instructs Froggy 2 to assist him in fixing the new amulet. He adds that the situation may be catastrophic if they don't handle it smoothly. He gives Froggy the new amulet, while he uses a technique to pull off the old one, and Froggy fixes it immediately. Wang mutters some words they can't understand, which gets them confused until Mr. Wang realizes Froggy 2 fixed the amulet upside down. Mr. Ling imagines the world getting destroyed, but his imagination leaves him when he discovers that Froggy 2 has devoured the spiritual energy. Froggy 2's master walks through the streets in search of Froggy 2. He admits that Froggy's spirit is so strong because it is everywhere, and he just can't locate him. Mrs. Wang welcomes Ms. Pan into the house when she arrives. Mrs. Wang asks her husband if Wang's speech is better because he doesn't seem different to her. Surprisingly, Wang walks up to the instructor to bow down and welcome her. Ms. Pan explains to Wang's parents that he has not been performing well in class, but she receives a huge shock when Mrs. Wang says they are not bothered, as long as he makes friends and has fun in school. She talks about Wang not doing his vacation assignment, failing the pill refining class, and how he has not been enthusiastic about his studies. Wang appears and proves her wrong by showing her the figures he made for the summer vacation, the pills he produced on his own, and also some elements of his studies. Ms. Pan goes speechless with Wang's presentations, while Mrs. Wang questions her husband about the new amulet he gave Wang because it is causing him to act strange. Mr. Wang instructs her to distract Ms. Pan while he gives him a new one. While Mrs. Wang shows Ms. Pan around, Mr. Wang fixes an already adjusted amulet and places it on Wang. He explains that he has adjusted the logic on the spiritual figure, so it should work better. But Wang tells his father he feels weird about the amulet and he sees illusions. Mr. Wang gets confused for a bit until he sees the gadgets and different objects in the house moving. Mrs. Wang brings Ms. Pan through the stairs after showing her around the apartment, which to Ms. Pan is quite unusual. Mrs. Wang suddenly sees the occurrence in the living room, so she tells Mrs. Pan she has to discuss something with her privately. Mr. Wang informs Wang he has enlightened the furniture, and Wang replies to his father that he has a bug in the amulet. Mr. Wang informs him he can't do anything about it, so he has to use his invincible power for it. Wang grabs Froggy 2, and they succeed in making one of the books stop, so his father urges him to carry on. Mrs. Wang gives Ms. Pan an emotional story that Wang Ling has low scores because being Wang's parents, they are not very talented cultivators, so they have not passed the bodybuilding phase. She adds that Wang did not have friends as a child, so they are happy now that he has made a lot of friends in his new school and is living more happily. Ms. Pan looks remorseful at her story. Wang successfully controls the objects, and Mr. Wang instructs Froggy 2 to assist him in removing the amulet because Wang has overused his spiritual energy. But Froggy 2 sits in front of the door in fear, realizing his master has detected his location, so he passes out. His master appears at the door and attempts to open it, but Wang's spiritual force charges at him and blasts him off. Ms. Pan and Mrs. Wang arrive downstairs, and she explains. She understands Wang Ling more after hearing his mother's story. They thank her for coming and bid her farewell. Froggy 2 wakes up and discovers his master is gone, so he decides to go home. The scene opens with a flight attendant helping out a passenger. A lady called Yue makes up in the restroom and appears before her partner on the plane, Idler, to ask how she looks. He screams at her and advises her to tone her beautification art down because they are on a mission. She tells him she made up for him, but he is focused on work. Idler tells her he feels something unusual, and suddenly, the airplane starts shaking due to turbulence. The hostess announces there is a fluctuation in Songhai's airspace's impulses, so they need to stay still and fasten their belts. The hostess fastens her seatbelt, but Yue stands midway without making a move. The hostess implores her to sit and fasten her seatbelt, but she refuses and shuts her up with magic. Just as she says she doesn't have to fasten her seatbelt with the power she has mastered, the airplane crashes, causing her to lose her balance. Idler tries to hold on to her, but she falls off instantly. Go Hao tells his team the story of the swordliner who crashed in the plane 10 years ago, and the idle beauty in seclusion who was seriously injured after falling into Songhai. They continue discussing the rumors behind the two assassins until Ms. Pan enters the classroom to disperse them. She informs them a student from the class Ordinary has been promoted to the class Elite because of her extraordinary performance in the spiritual force test. She appears at the door, and Wang recognizes her immediately as the girl from his new world. Sun Rong sees Wang staring, and she thinks he is staring at her, so she blushes. The new girl introduces herself as Lin Xiaoyu. Ms. Pan urges them to take care of her because she has family difficulties, while Jinkei tells Wang she looks familiar. She informs them their instructor, Mr. Wang, is on an assignment, so she would be taking the class. Mr. Wang trails the idle beauty to a location using a detector map. Zhuo Yi urges him to be careful because she is a supreme assassin, and Mr. Wang tells him he is a supreme instructor, so he doesn't need to doubt him. Mr. Wang immediately spots the target, and he orders her, Zhang Liuyue, to surrender, questioning where she has been all these years. But the figure explodes immediately with Mr. Wang in it. The actual Zhang stands on a building and mocks the cultivation cruise group for not making progress. She says it was an easy trick, and they got lured into it easily. She concludes that it is time to fetch her sister. Chen Chao and Guo Hao discuss Zhang Liuying. Guo Hao tells Chen that Zhang Liuying, the Shadow Faction's boss, is imprisoned in the faction's underground jail. Chen Chao says the faction's security is weak, so he is surprised they are keeping her there. But Guo Hao reminds him Froggy too was imprisoned there, so rumor has it there is a strong underground jail of high level. Guo's conversation gets cut short by a movement. Guo detects the lady as the assassin in their picture, so Chen Chao and Wang chase after her. They follow her to a lumber room that has another dorm room, which they enter. They assume the place is Idler Beauty's hideout because the place gives off a rough hangout vibe. Wang announces that someone is coming, so they hide under a table to discover a lady undressing while they hide. They quickly dissuade her from completely underdressing by showing their faces, and they discover it is the new girl from class. She screams at them and charges toward them to attack them with a broom, but she misses, and it touches a statue that rotates. Suddenly, the floor opens, and they all fall into an underground dungeon, so Wang jumps after them. Liu Ying asks her sister Liu Yue her purpose for coming, and Liu Yue replies falsely that she misses her. She informs her that the security guards have no strength to stop her when Liu Ying asks about them. Liu Ying implores her sister to release her so they can join hands and regain the Shadow Faction, but Liu Ying brings out an arrow to attack her, claiming she failed to fulfill her assassination contract to kill Sun Rong. Liu Ying questions how her sister got involved with them, and she says it was a mission from the demon world, so she should proceed to kill her. Liu Yue shoots the arrow toward her, but she misses it intentionally, telling her she has scores to settle. Wang and the others fall through the jail, and Wang apologizes to Liu Yue for disrupting her. Jinkei tells him he has found a secure room, so Wang creates a portal that makes them land in a room. They suspect the room to be the Idler Beauty's secret room because of the equipment in the room. Wang questions Jinkei if that is his reason for making them arrive at the room, but he declines, saying the other rooms are not secure. Lin turns their attention to the legendary wall of clues, and Chen Chao questions what Idler Beauty is investigating. He sees the picture of the Idler Beauty and a headline that a swordliner crashed 10 years ago. Liu Yue explains her plight to Liu Ying that she fell in love with the Idler Beauty with his unspeakable features for 100 years, and enjoyed their moment together while they traveled through land and oceans. She became the Shadow Faction leader at the time, and everything was good until the plane crash happened. Liu Yue says she fell into the demon world and spent 10 years there, locked in the sick palace, while translating documents of the human and demon world, until she came across the assassination contract for the Shadow Faction's boss with her sister's name. She realized Liu Ying coveted her position, so she caused the plane crash. Liu Ying tells her she may have coveted her position as the Shadow Faction boss, but she wasn't involved with the crash. Liu Yue fires the arrow at her angrily, but Mr. Wang appears to stop it. He tells her she doesn't know the actual truth. Guo Hao connects the dots of the incident that occurred during the plane crash and the magic frog invasion together. Wang jumps us abruptly, explaining that he finally understands what happened. Wang flashes back to the occurrence when he defeated the magic frog and saved the plane. The Idle Beauty came out of the airplane after his beloved Yue had disappeared into the demon world, so he decided to stay in Songhai and find a secret base until her return. They all express their emotions at the story while Wang shakes his head at them in disbelief. At the jail, Mr. Wang explains to Liu Yue that he is idler beauty, and he waited for her at the same place he lost her. Liu Yue sheds tears of joy while she tells him that he has added weight. Mr. Wang explains he devoured food whenever he felt downhearted because of her. Liu Yue cries and they kiss each other, causing Liu Ying to scream. They both depart to see the moon and stars as he promised her. Mr. Wang explains the best way to care for spiritual swords and spirits in class because misappropriation causes them to go blunt and useless. Liu Yue asks how to maintain them, and Mr. Wang informs them they can find the procedures in a guidebook. Jinkei appears to Wang and tells him he has not been maintained since he was little. Wang ignores him and stares at Lin Xiaoyu. Guo Hao asks Sun Rong on their way home if she has fixed her sword. She affirms that the body has been repaired, but the spirits are still undergoing recovery. She asks about their swords, and Chen Chao shows them the toolkits he got online. Sun Rong discourages him, saying he has to maintain his sword in a shop because of its size. Guo Hao says his sword is blunt, so he needs to work on it. Chen offers to file it for him, but he declines, saying he has the coupons for a maintenance shop. Sun Rong shows him their VVIP ticket, and she urges everyone to come with her to the shop. They arrive at the maintenance shop, and Lin Xiaoyu appears to them as the maintenance officer. She repairs Guo's sword, and they commend her for doing a great job. She explains that she grew up among swords because her parents entrusted her with a sword spirit, who acted as her sister. She continues explaining her history and that she is working in different spiritual sword shops, hoping to meet her sister someday. She tells Chen Chao she doesn't have a spiritual sword because she can't afford one. Tang Jingzi and his crew members appear and act rudely to Wang and his team again. Tang says they are at the shop for maintenance and they're certain it'll help her boost her compensation with their credit cards. He gives her their swords and orders her to deliver them to them the next day. Lin Xiaoyu complains that she uses 3 days for maintenance work, so Sun Rong informs him she has booked her for the whole day. Lin Xiaoyu declines her offer and she accepts to do Tang's work. He mocks her state and tells her she should work hard so she can afford a spiritual sword as well, while he walks away. Sun Rong expresses her anger at them, and Chen practices beating them up while they walk out. Sun Ram considers buying her a spiritual sword, but Guo stops her because it could affect her self-esteem. Wang stops on his way, and he reads a description. They all join him, and he explains to them that the best self-help they can render to her is to forge her a sword, which they all agree to. Later at night, Lin Xiaoyin closes from work, and they express their pity for her walking so late. They decide to forge the swords, and Sun Rong brings out a guidebook. Chen Chao steals a holy relic from home, which Guo accredits as good material. Sun Rong brings a unique spiritual potion, while Wang brings the demon counselor's element that fell when he got blasted. Wang tells them he saw the element outside his house, and the spiritual force's level of the element almost destroys the forging system. They put the materials in the furnace for the sword to forge. The next day, Lin Xiaoyu arrives at work to find the crew around. Sun Rong presents her with the new spiritual sword so she can use it in class in the coming week. Lin Xiaoyu cries intensely, and they apologize to her, thinking it is because of their imperfect job. Lin Xiaoyu explains to them that the sword looks like her sister. Wang designed the sword because he knew that was his sister's look. She enthusiastically shouts it is the best gift she has received. Tang arrives again in the morning and mocks them for forging an ugly sword for her. He informs them the manager maintained the sword for him by himself, so he is not there to make her work late, like Sun Rong questioned, while Guo mocks the sword. Tang challenges Lin Xiaoyu to do a trial test on the sword to determine the extent of its power. Sun Rong tries to use her VIP ticket for her, but his security declines, saying he booked the appointment first. To their surprise, Tang informs them his family owns the shop, and he orders Lin Xiaoyu to follow him. Lin Xiaoyu accepts the offer because she doesn't desire to lose her part-time job. She stands on the testing ground fully armored, but still in fear. Tang cuts through the different objects for the test. Tang commends the work of his master's maintenance, and he points it toward her in a bid to strike. Chen Chao tries to get down to save her, but he gets stopped by the security. Guo Hao tells him it is dangerous to perform a live trial test on someone, and Wang agrees with him. Tang tells Lin Xiaoyu it is her turn while he charges toward her. Tang's sword suddenly gets stuck on Lin's new sword, and some demon-like vines extend from her sword to his. Wang informs them Lin's sword is absorbing Tang's spiritual force and his swords. It goes on for a while until Wang stops it with his sword, and Tang kneels while shrieking in fear. They all run toward Lin, and Sun Rong hugs her happily. Jinkei returns from his maintenance checkup, and he tells Jinkei the girls at the shop were full of passion. The demon counselor reforms into his shape and sees Lin Xiaoyu with the sword. He possesses her and questions who turned his ring of chaos into a sword. He performs a soul search and sees the face of Sun Rong with the others. He thanks the demon emperor for bringing the monkey's offspring to him, and he promises to avenge his demon race. The next day at school, Wang, Chen, and Guo peep at two students while they give and receive gifts. Mr. Wang Zukong sees them at the door, and the class's door bursts wide open. Mr. Wang seizes the gift, saying the school is for cultivation, not for fun or joy, so they should concentrate on their studies, not well-wishing gifts. The girl gives the guy a gift because it is the autumn reunion time, and people give their friends things they made themselves. She begs Mr. Wang intensely in his office while Sun Rong peeps. She wonders how she would present Wang with her gift when their instructor is against it. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly appears behind her, and she tells Sun to wait till Mr. Wang gets off work to give Wang the sachet. Sun Rong negates the opinion, saying they do not open the school at night, but Lin Xiaoyu assures her she lives on campus, so that shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Liuying tries to break herself out of prison after discovering that the world's spiritual force is low, so the restraints on the Supreme Jail are weak. Chen and Guo discuss the mirror of the moon bridge that A's friend advised her to visit with her crush. Guo talks about the supernatural myths behind the bridge, causing Chen to freak out while Wang stands up to get his noodles. Sun Rong appears and taps him on his head thrice with a ruler, and she leaves, hoping he understands. But Wang just stares in confusion. Chen and Wang stand close to him while Guo explains Sun Rong's intention. He says Sun Rong wants them to meet at the back door of the campus at midnight. Sun Rong waits alone for Wang at the campus. Her face lights up when she sees Wang, but she expresses her disappointment to see Guo and Chen with her. Chen tells her they didn't want Wang to go on the adventure alone so they can protect him. Chen asks if she doesn't mind their presence, and she replies that she would love to go on the adventure with them, but her mind is more pissed at the situation because of the gift sachet she intends to give him. They start the adventure, but Guo expresses his fear when he hears a sound that turns out to be a wild cat. Guo laughs at him while Sun Rong teases him, asking if he is scared. Chen disagrees with her and offers to lead the way to show his strength. They continue their journey, and Chen sees another figure like a ghost, which causes him to freak out. Sun Rong calms him down to inform him it is Lin Xiaoyu, and she is their adventure guide because she stays on the school campus while Wang stares at her suspiciously. The whole building vibrates because Zhang Liuying has successfully freed herself from the cage. She devises a method to escape from the Supreme Jail, and she sees a water base from the pipes in the school. Chen and Guo discuss the spiritual girl's statue they saw in the faction, while in the restroom, until they suddenly hear the toilet rumbling. Chen frets while Guo opens the toilet lid, and the dirty water splashes on his face. Chen Chao faints immediately while Guo Hao defends himself. Wang and Sun Rong run inside to check on them. Wang sees Zhang Liuying climbing out of the toilet seat, and he flushes her back in with force, which causes her to land in a secret room, where she senses her sister's smell. She sees an exit lift, and she goes through it. Sun Rong questions what occurred that caused Chen and Guo to pass out. Lin Xiaoyu suggests they continue their adventure without them, but Sun Rong declines, saying she can't leave them alone. Jinkei notifies Wang that Zhang Liuying is escaping again, so he goes after her. Zhang Liuying contemplates who to assassinate first between Zhuo Yi and her sister, but she finally decides on Sun Rong. The lift opens, and he smashes her down to the ground again. Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu appear, and they question what caused the hole in the lift, but Wang keeps quiet. Lin Xiaoyu excuses herself, and Jinki questions what the demon in her is up to. The demon's counselor says he will take Sun when the portal opens at midnight. He wants Sun to pay for the sins of her ancestors when they destroyed the demon race on their way to the west. Wang and Sun Rong continue their adventure together, and they arrive in front of the mirror of the moon bridge, and she tells Wang the story behind the mirror. She says the mirror has the legend of transcending space, and the mirror will reflect one's future if visited on the 7th of August. Zhang Liuying swims out of a small pool of water again to find Wang and Sun Rong. She celebrates her luck for seeing Sun Rong and follows them. Wang looks through the mirror during Sung's narration, and he sees Jiang on the statue. Before processing his next action, he gets hit by Lin Xiaoyu. Sun Rong screams in shock while Lin Xiaoyu informs her he is back. Sun Rong charges to attack her, but Lin bends her with a spell. The demon reveals himself in the mirror. He says the mirror can help restore any crack in space, so he can use it to create the portal back to the demon world. He opens the portal and welcomes Sun Rong to the demon world, but Jiang Liuying runs towards them to attack Sun Rong, saying she belongs to her. Wang quickly appears between them and breaks Sun Rong free. Jiang uses the force to attack the demon, sending him back through the portal and closing it in the process. Wang strikes Jiang intensely after she recovers from hitting the demon. Wang stays beside Sun Rong, and he picks up her sachet. He assures her he has it secured when she asks for it. Chen Chao chats happily in his room with an internet idol, Fairy Fox. Zhuo Yi summons the top predecessors of the human world from their retreat for a meeting to discuss the world's spiritual force situation. He explains that the total value of the world's spiritual energy has dropped to 4.7, so the spiritual energy crisis is developing. One of the predecessors tells him a similar occurrence had happened in the previous year, so it is not enough to call them from their retreat. Zhuo Yi explains that the shell of the human world has become very fragile. So many infiltrates from the demon world have been coming in through the spatial crack. Some of the predecessors decide the best way to fix the crack. One of them suggests building a wall to strengthen it, while another predecessor argues against it, saying the demons have been greedy and coveted the human world for a long time, so a war is about to break out, and they must fight to protect themselves. The predecessors continue arguing about the action to take until Zhuo Yi cuts them short, saying that the coordinates to the human world are unknown, and they may get lost in the spatial storms if they start an expedition into the crack immediately. The leader suggests they seize a demon to ask about the coordinates. The other members bow in agreement, and another predecessor says the demons will act rashly, but they will follow his decision. They all go offline, and Zhuo Yi questions the cause. Guo Hao distracts Wang from his voice chat and informs him that Chen Chao's father is punishing him at the gate. The students gather around Chen Chao and his father to watch their drama. Mr. Chen scolds his son for dropping back to the foundation phase. Chen Chao explains that he transferred his energy to his friend, who needed funds to heal her master, and she was going online to beg. His father commends him for being selfless and helping his friend in need. Mr. Chen returns Chen Chao's phone and decides to leave, but he stops to ask if he knows where the tongue of Heavenly Hound is. Chen freaks out, and his smartphone plays the live chat where the Fairy Fox talks about Chen's help with the tongue of Heavenly Hound. His father hears and slashes his phone instantly, in an attempt to hurt him particularly. He commands him to stop watching the live stream. Sun Rong and the others walk through the school hall. Sun questions how Chen Chao lost some of his spiritual energy. Guo Hao replies that live streaming has been upgraded to provide a function where fans reward their favorites with spiritual energy. Lin Zhaoyu says it's witchcraft because, in ancient times, witches would seduce passersby to drain their spiritual energy gradually until it left them weak and disabled. Sun commends Zhao Yu for knowing so much, while Guo Hao says Chen's phone was severed by his father, so he will not have access to the live stream. While on their way, they hear sounds from the computer room. They enter and discover that Chen is live streaming with the school's computer. Sun Rong sighs and says he is hopeless, while Wang questions if the live stream is operated by a demon. Lin Xiaoyu affirms, and she says the best way to conquer her witchcraft is in vitro meta spirit. The meta spirit wanders into cyberspace and enters the demon's live stream room to interrupt them. She adds that the conquering would require someone in the golden pill face, or even higher. Guo Hao suggests another way is by using his digital spiritual beast Trojan to blow up the Fairy Fox Demon's livestream. He types in the livestream address and sends Trojan to blow it up. Fairy Fox suddenly gets a warning alert, and she strikes the Trojan force back, which destroys it. Fairy Fox continues chatting with Chen Chao, and he responds happily. Sun Rong says he is finished and also looks thin. Wang suggests using the little wise guy's mind game that uses the art of seduction to trick anyone that receives a gift from the spellcaster. Sun Rong appears beside Chen during the livestream, and she offers him a drink. Fairy Fox questions if she is his mate, and Chen declines instantly, saying they just go to the same school. Sun Rong rolls her eyes against his words. Chen gulps the drink, and Sun Rong casts the spell instantly. Immediately, Fairy Fox receives a notification that her popularity value is dropping. Sun Rong tells Chen he should go home because they care for him. Chen announces to Fairy Fox that he is leaving, but she stops him with her words and controls his mind. She tells him words like it is her first time chatting with a fan, especially a fan who offered to help her master, and she will miss him if he leaves because she has low streaming popularity. Sun Rong tries to shake him out of his thoughts, but he shuns her, saying she should behave. Sun Rong feels the shock and stays mute, while Xiaoyu wonders what will happen. The Fairy Fox says her plan is going well, and just a few more spiritual energy harvests will help her recover her boss's body. Mr. Chen arrives and laments about his son, saying he was as young and confused as Chao when he was younger. Mr. Chen adds that the tongue of Heavenly Hound was a gift from his wife when they were younger. He wonders what evil his family has done to deserve such karma. Fairy Fox thanks Chen Chao, and his father angrily slashes the computer into two. He orders his son to come with him, but he disagrees and says he is going to another dimension. Suddenly, Chen Chao connects an electric plug to himself, causing him to erupt in a bright light. Guo calls it the vitro meta spirit that only someone in the golden pill phase can master. His father questions what he is trying to do, but he is surprised that Chao is not responding. Xiaoyu explains that Chen Chao's spirit is in cyberspace, so what is left behind is a shell of his body. Chen Chao travels through the light portal to the Fairy Fox's stream room. Fairy Fox removes her disguise since she has collected more than 1 million spiritual energies. Chao arrives through the computer, but he is surprised that the live stream room is wallpaper. He sees the demon behind him, saying Chao doesn't recognize him because he turned off his beauty mode. Chao's father tries to drag his spirit back with pressure, but all his efforts prove abortive. Wang asks for the address of the live stream room, and Guo questions if he wants to watch a live stream too. Chen Chao tries to attack the demon, but the demon tells him to stop trying, because a meta spirit is unable to attack a spiritual body, so he should just enter the energy can and become a spiritual energy for him. He tries to send Chao into the energy can, but Chao gets distracted by Sun's voice on the computer screen. Wang punches the demon from the screen while he drags Chao back in. The news announces that Zhuo Yi discovered the demon base, where a large quantity of spiritual energy was recovered, but the culprits have escaped, while the Flower Fruit Curtain Group has been declared bankrupt. Mr. Sun, Sun Rong's father, tries to reach out to one of his friends to rent him about 200 million spiritual energy to save his company from bankruptcy, but he says he will consider his request. Mr. Sun flares up at him for declining his request, saying he helped while they were in school, but he is giving up on him now. He attends to the person knocking on the door. The man gives him a letter from the Shanghai Court of Law that liquidation will be carried out the next day. Sun Rong's friends decide to visit her in her new house, and they get confused about the exact location when they find themselves before a mountain, not a house. Sun Rong jumps down from the trees, and they all express their shock. She leads them into the mountain and offers them drinks with molded cups. Guo complains that he knows her family has failed in doom breaking, but he didn't expect they would return to the Stone Age. Sun Rong explains that they mortgaged all their properties, so the ancestral fortress was the only place left for them to stay. Wang asks her how the situation happened, and she explains that the drop in the total value of the world's spiritual energy brought about poor immortal herb harvest since their family produces magic pills as a pharmaceutical company. Mr. Sun interrupts their conversation and assures Sun Rong that they will recover their losses. He says the Sun Rong group developed from the mountain, so they will plant new seeds for the pills and become wealthy again. The Tang family celebrates Sun Rong's family loss. Tang commends his uncle for tampering with the Sun's stocks and short-selling their company. The uncle explains that it was just a game of spiritual capital. Since the total value of the world's spiritual energy is low and their stock is unreasonably high, he will spread fake information and dump the great number of shares he bought in the Sun's stock, so all the major shareholders would jump off the board. He says they must carry on with their scheme as planned to eliminate the Sun family once and for all, because the spiritual vein of the flower fruit resides in the mountain. Tang Jingzi thanks him for his help, and he asks why he is helping them destroy the Sun family. The uncle, Richmond, tells him that he needs the spiritual energy. Mr. Sun narrates the history of the Sun's family to the crew, while Wang walks up to meet Sun Rong. He questions why she is bothered, and she shows him the spiritual spring water. She explains that there used to be a waterfall hanging at the entrance of the water curtain cave, and now there is only a tiny bit left. She says the mountain's spiritual vein will be cut off if the water dries up completely. Wang tells her they can help, but she thanks him and declines, saying the Sun family still possesses the worker bee spirit, so they will fight back. Guo calls out to Wang, and he announces they have to go. Outside the mountain, a car speeds very fast beside them, almost crushing them, so they curse at it. While on the train, Zhao Yu says she was expecting Sun Rong to be depressed with her family's bankruptcy, but she was surprised to see her worker bee spirit. Chen says they might be bankrupt, but they still have the magic mountain. Their attention diverts to the TV showing news about Tang Finance taking over the Sun Company, and that the takeover ceremony will happen in Matte Flower Fruit. The news broadcaster says the two heirs will sign a bloodborne agreement. Chen flares up, and he questions why Sun Rong will sign a bloodborne agreement with Tang Jingze. Guo wonders how it occurred when they just left the place. Wang informs them that he saw the Tang logo on the limo that almost hit them before, so the Sun's family was forced to sign the agreement. They decide to set off to the mountain. Before the ceremony, Mr. Tang and Mr. Sun speak together. Mr. Tang tells him they will plant chives in the water curtain cave, which grows all year round, instead of the immortal herbs that take 100 years to grow. Wang and his crew arrive at the entrance of the mountain, but Xiaobei notifies the other members of Tang's crew about their arrival. The red-haired member stops them, saying he doesn't know how they won the competition, but he wants revenge. Chen and Guo charge to attack them, but they get stuck in Xiaobei's web, and two Faction 59 boys try to attack them. Xiaoyu dispels the web magic while she charges to attack Xiaobei on the tree. Guo and Chen defeat them successfully, while Wang runs to save Sun Rong. At the party, Mr. Tang gives a heartwarming speech about the event and the agreement between the two families that have been holding grudges against each other for years. Tang signs his agreement, and he urges Sun Rong, who is contemplating, to sign hers. Wang suddenly runs towards the podium and pulls her away. While on the stairs, Mr. Sun calls out to his daughter, reminding her of her promise. Sun Rong apologizes to Wang and the crew for stressing to rescue her. She explains that signing the agreement is not her free will, but she is doing it to save the company because Mr. Tang offered to invest in their company. Sun Rong walks back inside while Tang trades words with Wang and everyone. On their way back, Tang notices a force in the water deposit, so he enters to discover a star worm. Go explains that the worm is a fearful demon that sucks the Earth's spiritual veins, and Wang pulls it out. Richmond detects that the star worm has been discovered, but he says it is too late because it has sucked all the mountain's spiritual veins. He expresses his shock when he realizes the spiritual energy is flowing back. Wang and the crew all drag the star worm out together, and Wang orders it to return the sun's family's spiritual vein. A great sensation occurs, and the star worm exhausts in flames, causing the Sun's family stock to rise immediately. At the ceremony, just as Sun Rong tries to sign, she sees the explosion outside the cave, and suddenly, the waterfall starts flowing backward. Mr. Tang tries to distract their attention, but his assistant gives him bad news that their company has triggered a circuit breaker on the stock market, while Sun receives good news for their company's stock. Zhuo Yi arrives with a warrant to arrest the Tang family for colluding with the demon world. The Sun employees gather around Sun to care for her. She asks for Wang, and she sees him with the sachet, causing her to smile. The scene opens with a ceremony organized for the Songhai Spiritual Sword Art Assembly, where students from all major factions in the district are present to exhibit their unique sword skills. The host invites Zhuo Yi, Instructor C, and 2 sword dance team members, Ling Yuan and Hanser. Hanser and Ling Yuan inform the audience that in ancient times, sword cultivation took power as the sole standard to rank spiritual swords. But now, in peace times, they do not have to contest with their swords anymore, so the program is an opportunity to find the art and beauty in swords. The host announces the prizes for an interactive audience, and he invites Sun Rong as the first practitioner, calling her the most talked about student. The screen displays her, and an evil man, Richmond, smirks at her. Sun Rong introduces herself to the Swordmasters. Instructor Z calls her Miss Bankruptcy, and she questions what she intends to do since most of her swords were damaged at the competition, and she sacrificed her sword spirit to win. Sun Rong tells her she has been training hard since then, and she wants the instructor to give her enlightenment on her skills. Zhuo Yi commends Sun Rong for being high-spirited, and he questions what she intends to show them. Sun Rong replies that she would be performing the sun's ancestral sword skill, the ocean dance. She commences her sword dance, and the students applaud while the instructors commend her for controlling more than a dozen swords. Sun Rong showcases a good sword dancing skill until Richmond sends some spiritual thorns that change the direction of her swords. It charges toward Instructor Xi and the other instructor. Mr. Wang quickly saves her, but Liang Liuyue jealously appears to stop him from holding her further. Zhuo Yi informs her that it is dangerous to control many swords simultaneously, so she should manage what she can while the students backlash her for her awful display in their words. Xiaoyu and Wang Ling walk up to her after her display. She apologizes for her faulty performance, saying she can't achieve anything without her sword spirit. Xiaoyu urges her to bring her sword to the shop so she can calibrate it for her, and she thanks her. Wang consoles her by saying it is not her fault. The operations team records a mass increase in the ratings on the webcast because of the incident that occurred with Sun Rong, and the team member expresses her disbelief because she wasn't expecting a huge turnout. The host, hearing this news, instructs them to continue the webcast, and he calls the incident a blessing in disguise. The students continue to drop biased ratings about Sun Rong on the webcast, and Wang reads them. The host invites the next practitioners, who turn out to be Guo Hao and Chen. One of the Swordmasters questions if they intend to challenge themselves, but Chen Chao declines, explaining they are just there for a little show. Guo Hao says they have a friend who is under a lot of pressure and is experiencing a tough time, but she smiles regardless. Chen Chao apologizes for being unable to help her, but he looks at Sun Rong and tells her they want to present the show for her, so she can be happy. The Swordmaster questions what they intend to display, and Chen Chao, dramatic as always, mentions that they are displaying the skill of snatching a sword with bare hands. Instructor Z mocks them for intending to use an old trick, but Chen adds further that he will be summoning the trick blindfolded. He proceeds with the display and summons his sword spirit. Instructor Z mocks him again for summoning an incomplete sword spirit. Guo Hao charges to attack him, but Richmond, still behind the monitors, makes another effect on the system, causing the mighty sword to hit Chen's head intensely. The host tries to make the atmosphere less tense by calling Chen's head the Iron Head, while Guo drags him out of the stage. The operation team records more than 1 million viewers, causing the spiritual energy index to break the platform record. The evil man anticipates collecting enough spiritual energy with his actions. The host invites Yisha Bei, also Xiao Bei from Faction 59, to display her sword skills. She controls thousands of swords, which fascinates the instructors, and Ms. Shi boastfully comments that she is using scientific cultivation, which is a modern way of controlling swords, as opposed to the old ways. Xiao Bei successfully displays her skills without any interception. Chen and Guo arrive back at the seats to meet Sun Rong. Sun Rong expresses her worries, but Guo assures her the doctor has checked him out. Chen questions if she is in a better frame of mind, and she smiles. They question where Lin Xiaoyu and Wang went to. The host introduces Lin Xiaoyu as the last performer of the day. All the students, including Sun Rong, exclaim adorably when they discover her beauty and finesse. Sun Rong comments that she looks beautiful without her glasses. Xiaoyu begins her performance and they all applaud how skillful she is. The students confess that they like her, while some question who she is. She continues her performance, and she lights a tree up in flames until the Richman decides to showcase his master plan. The tree begins to burn more brightly, causing the students to fear when Xiaoyu circles without control. Sun Rong realizes something is wrong, so she quickly jumps out to save Xiaoyu, relieving the students and instructors. They all applaud their skills, calling it the best stage plan. Meanwhile, the operations team shockingly recorded 1 billion views on their webcast. Richman appears on the stage and announces that the students' contributions have provided the 1 billion spiritual energy he needs to power his magic. He casts the ultimate world-class control on everyone in the world with the possibility of making them his puppets. He looks at Sun Rong and Zhao Yu and says it is a pity they can't hear his grand scheme. To his surprise, Sun Rong questions who he is. He asks how they escaped his control, and Wang replies that his magic formation lost its effects. Richman angrily questions how it happened, and Sun Rong explains she used the art of seduction on them. He decides to use violence, but the mini-TV host appears and punches him deep into the sky. Sun Rong thanks the mini-TV for saving her, but Xiaoyu notices there is something different about him. Sun Rong tries to turn the ultimate control, but she finds it difficult to release them. Xiaoyu says the ultimate control is mixed with demon spirits and has taken control of their senses, so they are no longer just puppets, but self-moving evil dummies. The students charge towards Sun Rong and the others. Zhang Liuying, the Shadow Faction boss, is locked in an insulator cage after her last attempt to escape. She tries to seduce the guard into getting her out, but the security guard teases her with the key and tells her she has a naive plan because the insulator cage can control her thoughts, so she can't seduce him. Suddenly, the ultimate control spell consumes them, and they all freeze. The security guard with the key still holds it out, causing Jiang to thank the Supreme Being for making a way out. The trio tries to escape from the evil dummies, but they get blocked. Wang escapes from them with the girls by creating a wind obstruction, but they run toward a dead end. Jinkei suggests that Wang uses the 100% trick of forgetting to break their curses, but Wang declines, saying it will cause impaired intelligence. He decides to use his sword as a flying object for them. Xiaoyu commends him for his skills, while Jinkei complains that he is a magic wear, not a flying sword. They arrive at the top of the building and try to detect the best way to unleash the curse. Sun Rong feels a sensation in her head, so she looks down to check out who is sending signals, but to her surprise, she sees a large number of the dummies climbing up the building with a staircase. She sees a figure with a more glowing sign, and he turns out to be Chen Chao. He charges towards Sun Rong at full speed, and he shouts to Sun Rong that he likes her, but she rejects him, saying she doesn't like him. Chen crashes into the ground, and he stands up to express that his chest is painful. He questions where he is, and they detect the ultimate control on his head has been released. Xiaoyu says the curse broke because he hit his head on the ground, but Sun Rong disagrees. She thinks and discovers the logic is because she rejected him, so his heart felt the pain, therefore releasing him from the ultimate control. She decides to shout at all the other dummies in climbing the ladder that she doesn't like them. They all feel hurt, and the curse breaks off their heads. Sun Rong expresses her happiness because they feel relieved. Chen questions how she would reach out to everyone, and he wonders how long she would keep shouting. Xiaoyu suggests that she would initiate her live stream to tell everyone. Sun Rong tries to activate it, but she discovers there is no connection. Xiaoyu directs their attention towards the tower. They look up to see Jiang Liuying standing by it and restricting the connection. Jiang mocks Sun Rong for trying to release the ultimate control too soon, but she says she is too late because she has control of the cell tower. She adds that they have to surrender themselves if they intend to generate a connection from the tower. The students, unable to hear her indistinct words, clearly, warn her about the meteor coming down. The meteor showers down and explodes into the tower down to the ground. They ask different questions, wondering about the cause of the meteor. Xiaoyu says the day feels like the doomsday of the human world after experiencing all the calamities. Wang uses his foresight to check the cloud, and he discovers a strange object. Sun Rong laments about the destroyed tower, and Chen suggests they find another one. Sun explains that her family got the contract to build the towers, so the next one is thousands of kilometers away. Wang points to the sky and informs them there is an internet connection in one of the satellites. Chen confirms Wang's words, saying, the Fort Sky Loop is the biggest communication station in Huaqiu, so they can broadcast to the entire human world from there. Zhao Yu questions how they will get to space, and Wang brings out the ticket prizes that the host offers to give the interactive viewers to get a free one-day tour of the Fort Sky Loop. Wang flies with all of them using his sword, and they express their fear of falling into the midst of the dummies. Jinky complains about bearing a burden too heavy for his age, but Wang promises him 2 packs of crispy noodles. Jinky's mood changes, and he adds more speed. They finally arrive at the space train station, but the dummies are closing in on them faster than expected. Chen Chao tells them the ticket is only for 2, so Sun Rong can go with Wang while they defend them from the dummies. Sun Rong expresses her worries about being overwhelmed by the dummies, but Chen assures her of his strength. Wang pulls her away, and they run into the train, escaping from the dummies, while Chen attacks the dummies outside. While on the train, Sun Rong notices Wang's countenance, and she wonders if he intends to make a confession. Wang informs her he has something to say, and Sun Rong anticipates, but she gets disappointed when he tells her he noticed there was no official at the train station, so Chen and Xiao Yu could have followed them. Sun Rong stares at him disappointedly while replying to him. The train announces their arrival at the Fort Sky Loop. At the fort, Wang connects to the internet for Sun Rong, and she walks out to do her live stream. Sun Rong gives the people a long speech about how she feels. She explains that she had always felt loved by everyone while she was growing up until she started schooling at the faction, and she realized the world didn't revolve around her. Plus, she was not the perfect daughter she thought she was. She worked hard to prove herself and get stronger until her family went bankrupt, which got her depressed and caused her to realize that the things she had taken for granted were valuable. She explains that she wanted to feel loved by everyone, which is why she participated in the Songhai Sword Art Assembly and got the love of everyone. But she was not satisfied. She apologizes to the people that she doesn't need the love of more people, but the love of just one man. The people get released from the ultimate control spell after feeling hurt by her speech. Zhao Yu confirms that Sun Rong has released everyone. Chen spots another meteor coming down. The operation team in the Fort Sky Loop spots the meteor, and they call it a giant flaming rock, about 20 kilometers in diameter, charging toward the human world at high speed. They question if the mass extinction of species is about to commence again. Wang and Sun Rong spot it, and Wang sends his sword toward the flaming rock, causing the rock to dispel its flame into ice. The students go on a practice trip to BP Animations, and their host, Mr. Tang, gives them a breakdown of the company's early project. Chen questions if they will have the opportunity to practice there. He affirms and welcomes them to join if they are animation fans. The host takes them into the animation production room, which is a very rowdy and weird office. He takes them to the company's producer's office, but a lady in distress runs up to him and calls him boss. Mr. Tang introduces her as the company's producer with strong capabilities. He also mentions that she is one of the key employees in the company. Wang Ling tells Mr. Tang that the producer has something to say, so he should listen. The producer explains that the director has run away. Mr. Tang questions why she is just informing him when they are going online soon. The producer replies that he was drawing a storyboard in the retreat, and he suddenly ran off, so they think he was bewitched. Mr. Tang orders her to go find him, but she explains that someone has to be on the production site. Mr. Tang thinks deeply, and he finally smiles at the solution that he got. He informs the practice students that since they are practitioners, they have the chance to practice being a director. Chen expresses his happiness while the producer freaks out, and she begs Mr. Tang to desist from his decision, but he assures her to be calm. He explains that viewers are the best directors, so since the early phases of the work have been done, the only duty left for the producer is content review, so the director will be fine. The producer lies on the floor crying, while Mr. Tang informs the other employees that the practitioners will be the directors since the director has run away. Mr. Tang shows them the key animation section. He explains that an animation season consists of 12 episodes, and since a director cannot pay attention to every detail in each episode, the conductors oversee individual episodes. The major director will meet with the conductors and will allocate the coups to key animators who are good at drawing. The students gather around a key animator, and they commend his word. Instead of acknowledging their comments, he boasts and says that is what a key animator does while calling them acting directors. Chen Chao asks him a serious question about the animation, and he replies. The student continues to ask until he runs out of answers to give them. The key animator screams at Chen to shut up, and he says he will present the animation in 24 FPS. He transforms and releases a pen to start drawing. Guo Hao calls it the art of liver bursting. Mr. Tang affirms, saying the animator enlightened his pen to allow the digital pen to draw the animation, and only someone in the golden pill phase can master the skill. Sunrong questions why they don't use the skill often. Mr. Tang explains that the skill can damage the liver, causing the animators to land in the ICU if used excessively. The animator completes his drawing, and he informs them. Chen Chao explains it is not as clear as the other frames they watch, so he questions if he can use 60 FPS. The animator angrily screams at them for stressing him further. The producer asks Mr. Tang what they should do since they do not have 60 FPS. A photographer proposes showing them how they make 60 FPS animation. The photographer explains they use post-composite software to combine the key animations and make the pictures move. Special effects like blur or fireworks like water surfaces are also post-composite jobs, so they cannot work on designs until all the materials are complete. He shows them a 60 FPS design, and they all express their amazement. He says he can go even higher than 60 FPS to 120 FPS or 1200 FPS. The photographer explains some other things and asks Chen if he is satisfied with the response, calling him a frame rate detective. Chen Chao looks thoroughly and discovers another issue again. He expresses his thoughts that computer-made animations don't have souls. The photographer angrily shouts at him, and he tells him to do it if he can. Guo Hao holds him back. Mr. Tang takes them to the art session where they draw scenes and determine the artistic style of a production. He explains using the example of different scenes and how art interprets it. Mr. Wang asks if they have any comments, but the producer kneels and begs him, saying that there is no need for comments because the designer, Mr. Zhu, has been exhausting his liver for over half a year, and he can't hold on for much longer. Mr. Tang listens to her and appreciates his effort. He instructs him to go and get married in his hometown when the episode is over. Suddenly, Mr. Zhu gets shocked and turns to sand. Jinkei tells Wang that the total value of the world's spiritual force is dropping rapidly. The producer, Miss Wang, kneels in tears, saying she can do nothing now because she has lost so many hands. Chen Chao consoles her, and he suggests helping her. He says he has checked the production process during their tour, and they can improvise as the hands she needs. Miss Wang looks at him with incapable eyes, and she says it takes about 30 years to make a qualified key animator. Mr. Tang urges her to give them a chance because they were just like them when they started, and he calls them the future of Huaqiu, so they deserve a chance. He stretches his hand out to her, and she accepts. They commence the drawing, and she gives them the necessary instructions, with everyone having their distinct part of the storyboard. Chen Chao looks at the storyboard, and he freaks out questioning what it is. Miss Wang explains that the directors are mostly busy, so they just scribble things for the key animators. They all struggle with their drawings until Wang uses the art of enlightening spells on all their pens to make them draw what is on their minds. Miss Wang calls it the art of liver bursting, but he disagrees. Miss Wang submits the drive containing their work to the supervisor to modify it, but she deletes the whole folder, saying she can't have such twisted things existing on her computer. Chen Chao expresses his disbelief. They all sit down dejectedly, saying they don't have the talent for animations. Jinka informs his master that the total value of the world's spiritual energy is dropping to zero, and he questions what they will do to prevent the world from getting destroyed. Wang stands up and searches for the director. He finally sees the director, and he returns with him to get the conductors and key animators to work. The students all adore his expertise, and they commend him. Everyone gets back to work, and Wang thanks them for creating a beautiful world. The scene begins with a recap of the incident that occurred while Wang and Sunrong were on the Fort Skyloop. Richmond was responsible for the meteor shower as per the instruction from the Demon King. He realizes that Wang has been the enemy, not the sun descendant, because he has been pretending to be the dog, despite acting like a real wolf. He decides to destroy the world alongside himself. The Demon Counselor tries to stop him, saying they should conquer the human world, not destroy it. The Demon King instructs the Counselor to allow him to do his thing. The Counselor accepts, and Richmond thanks the Demon King. He says he is on it this time, and will try his best not to miss it again, while transforming into a mighty snake, hoping to drag the world along when he dies. Wang throws his sword at Richmond, and the meteor scatters into different smaller water-like sections. The Demon King expresses his anger at Richmond's failure, and instructs the Counselor to light the dimensional lamps, which he does. On their way back, Sunrong suggests they hang around the Fort Skyloop before they leave because it is not easy to come up to the fort. Wang Ling agrees with her, and they return to the top of the fort. Sunrong detects a strange feeling, and she suddenly realizes they've become three-dimensional while the world outside is still normal. Zhuo Yi summons the predecessors to a meeting, and a white-haired predecessor barges in to scold Zhuo Yi for almost getting him bewitched because he left the retreat. He questions why he didn't call the meeting online, and Zhuo Yi explains that the meteor shower interrupted the network communication in Songhai, so he couldn't reach them. One of the predecessors criticizes the white-haired predecessor for complaining about the retreat when the world is getting destroyed and demons are invading. The white-haired predecessor tells him to send the 7-star squad. Zhuo Yi explains that the 7-star squad is busy evacuating the citizens, so they can't launch an effective counter-strike. Zhuo Yi breaks down his plan to find a powerful practitioner to put him in the formation to function as a battery so they can initiate the thunder and kill the demons. Zhuo Yi informs them that they require massive spiritual energy, but they have lost contact with their #1 world practitioner. The white-haired predecessor says he has enough spiritual energy to give, but Zhuo Yi rejects his offer, saying his status is not high enough to be #1. The white-haired predecessor insists on showing him he is as good as the #1 practitioner. Wang and Sunrong try to find a way out of the fort's skyloop passage. Sunrong throws her sword to find a path, but the sword completes a loop and reverts to her. She confirms they cannot escape forward or backward. Wang suggests they use the side so he will break through the walls. Sunrong reminds him that there is space outside the wall. He taps her nose and tells her the guardian light will protect her. Wang breaks through the world only to discover they are in a spatial cycle. Sunrong, bothered about the situation, questions what they will do. Wang says Jinky could break through the dimensional wall if he was around, but Jinky is still in space after attacking the meteor shower. Jinky laments about being thrown to such a far distance by his master. The Demon King commends the counselor for his wonderful dimensional lamps and how it has helped them trap the enemy, Wang. The counselor boldly says only dimensional spiritual treasures can break his seal, because nothing else can. He informs the Demon King that 30 of his 30-90 dimensional lamps have been knocked out, so he has just 30-60 lamps functioning, but they cannot power the formation to its full function. The Demon Emperor assures him it is just a few lamps, so there will be no harm. He asks after the battle going on in the human world. The demons have invaded the human world, and the 7-star squad is trying their best to defeat them. Zhuo Yi fights with a demon, and he escapes. His team members notify him that he has made the demon more angry. Zhuo Yi communicates with his squad about the doom-breaking formation. They inform him they are almost complete with the setup, but another demon arrives and attacks them, disrupting their communication. The news broadcasts the calamities and invasions going on in the world. Mr. Wang announces to his wife that they have to leave. She cries while asking Wang Ling, but her husband assures her she doesn't have to worry about him, which she agrees with. In the Fort Skyloop, Sunrong expresses her worries, and she asks Wang if they will be trapped there for the rest of their lives. She says the world will be destroyed when they eventually leave the fort. Wang displays the control panel and edits their feature to the high modulus mode. Wang sees the human world, and they wonder what is going on. In the world, the demons order the humans to surrender themselves because they have been surrounded, but Zhuo Yi informs them they are the ones that are surrounded. The white-haired predecessors arrive at the doom-breaking formation, and he dispels his spiritual energy to destroy the demons and close the portal. Zhuo Yi instructs the sword to protect him, while he continues. Sunrong says something is not right, while the Demon Emperor says it is getting interesting. Zhuo Yi suddenly sees a large flame rock descending on them. The predecessor tries to hold it down, but it overweighs and crushes him. The Demon Emperor and the counselor laugh at him. More rocks and demons invade the earth. Sunrong concludes that everything is finished, but Wang Ling discourages her thoughts, saying that the world can be saved. Wang steps into the lift and brings out the mirror. He explains to Sunrong that the mirror will help them break the seal because mirrors crash rendering most effectively. Sunrong raises the mirror, and Wang asks Sunrong to call out her ocean sword. He utilizes the ocean's particle effect, and the seal breaks off Wang, causing the dimensional lamps to be destroyed. The counselor is shocked at the destruction of his lamp. Wang instructs Sunrong to stay back while he goes to save the world. Sun says his identity will be exposed, but Wang replies that he doesn't care. Wang charges into the world and destroys one of the rocks. People wonder who he is, but Zhuo Yi recognizes him as his master. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's butterfly image appears and touches Wang. She disappears with him. Xiaoyu's father trained her while she was younger to summon her magic butterfly, but she finds it difficult. Her father encourages her to keep going, but she asks if she is really in the butterfly race because her friends have flown long ago, but she doesn't even have wings. Her father tells her he couldn't fly until he was 10 when his father threw him to the Butterfly Valley. Xiaoyu asks why their grandfather did that, and her father explains that their butterfly race's wings have the magic power of transmission through space, so other demon races have always coveted their powers. He adds that if they cannot escape with their wings and they fall into the enemies, they will face calamities much worse than falling off a cliff. Xiaoyu asks if the demon will get them, but her father assures her he is there with her. Suddenly, they both hear sounds, and they discover they see the flame rocks descending. Xiaoyu's father blocks the attack and flings her into another dimension to keep her safe. She lands in the human day on a rainy night. Xiaoyu, while on the train with Wang, explains that after the demon emperor destroyed the butterfly race, she was raised by her sword spirit sister in the human world. It was the end of the world for her race, but to the demon race, it was routine. She explains that it was all about power for them, conquering the weaker race to gain their spiritual energy, and becoming more powerful to conquer another weaker race. Wang questions why she didn't fight back, and Xiaoyu replies that the demon race is an invulnerable myth where all the demon emperor needs to do is sit on the throne, while his soldiers will bring him the races they have conquered. Wang says they conquered a demon invasion years before, so it should be easy, but Xiaoyu says he will meet him soon so he'll understand better. Back on Earth, Zhuo Yi questions where his master is. They get an interception broadcast message from Sunrong in the Fort Skyloop. She informs the people they are all trained cultivators, but peacetime has blinded their sight to combat, so the enemy is defeating them because they are not fighting back. She encourages all of them to fight the enemy wherever they are and however they can, because many of them are in the foundation phase and above to protect their home. Sunrong's speech motivates the people, causing them to gather together and fight. The demon emperor applauds Sunrong for giving a good speech. He says she is truly a sun descendant, but their actions are just meaningless dying kicks from an insignificant race. He anticipates how long they'll last before they are exhausted with his infinite soldier coming in. The operations team informs Sunrong that they are surrounded. Xiaoyu appears before the demon emperor's throne with Wang Ling. She tells him she has brought Wang as per their agreement, so the emperor should release her sword spirit sister. The demon counselor forces Xiaoyu to go on her knees, saying a weak being does not deserve to stand before the emperor. He tries to force Wang to go on his knees, but Wang swipes him away with his hands. The demon king laughs intensely, and he stands from his throne, saying he has not left his throne for thousands of years, but he finally finds something interesting to get him up. The demon emperor assumes Wang is the wolf Richmond mentioned, and has been pretending to be a dog. Wang questions if killing him will end the war. The emperor jumps at Wang and asks him for his name, saying he cannot fight with a nameless human. Wang introduces himself as a class elite member of the Songhai faction 60. The Demon King fires at him, but Wang remains untouched, to the Emperor's surprise, and he asks if that's all he can do. The demon soldiers surround Fort Skyloop, and the operations team informs Sunrong that if they don't destroy the demon carrier, the demon reinforcement will keep coming. Sunrong thinks deeply, but she suddenly sees the demon carriers getting destroyed, and Jinkei flies back to her. She recognizes him as Wang's sword spirit, and Jinkei commends her for remembering. Sunrong asks if Wang is in danger, but Jinkei says whoever is trying to fight a battle with his master is in more trouble. At the Demon Kingdom, Wang punches the Emperor heavily, and he falls into the midst of his soldiers. The Emperor questions how the human world has such a powerful practitioner, and they are uninformed. Wang says he could destroy the world if he had a real battle there, but the Demon Kingdom is not his world, so he doesn't mind. The Emperor escapes, saying in terms of speed, Wang can't catch up because he is the king of the universe. Wang chases after him for a while, and they both strike each other in the process. Finally, the Emperor falls into the dungeon where Xiaoyu is trying to free her sword spirit sister. The Emperor says he doesn't understand why the insignificant human race can defeat him when he has defeated races stronger than theirs. Wang explains that Huachu has a civilization of tens of thousands of years. They have had their defeats and suffered the misery of destruction, but they never gave up because the human race will not bow to evil forces like him. The Demon Emperor disagrees with him, saying the defeat is because of an unreal powerful practitioner like him. The demon counselor appears behind Wang and foolishly pulls his spiritual figure off, saying he has watched him for a while, and he noticed that his spiritual figure gets changed every week, meaning it is his weak spot. The Emperor and Counselor laugh and claim that victory belongs to the demon race. Suddenly, Wang's spiritual force bursts out, and destroys the demon world. The demon carriers and all the demons in the human world get destroyed as well. The whole human world returns to normal, and a light rain falls. The humans celebrate their win, while Wang detects the rain is not an ordinary rain, but a rain of spiritual energy. The operations team announces that the total value of the world's spiritual force keeps rising because the demon world has collapsed due to an explosion. Sunrong questions where Wang is. Xiaoyu and her sword spirit sister arrive in the human world. Wang arrives after her, and she apologizes for betraying the human world. She says he can hurt her, but should let her sword spirit sister go. Wang discards her words and informs her to pick up his phone from his pocket to dial his emergency contact, his father, to bring him a spiritual figure, if she doesn't want the world to get destroyed. The war was recorded as the Demon War II, where the human race broke the myth of the Demon Emperor's vulnerability. Zhuo Yi became the world's hero yet again. The Flower Fruit Curtain Group regained prosperity under Sun Rong's reign. The city's reconstruction healed the trauma of the war in the city. Guo says the way the demons got destroyed halfway through the war was weird. Chen says they defeated them because of their drive to win. Guo wonders who the mysterious practitioner who sunk the demon carrier is. They try to detect his face from the picture, but the light disallows them. Sunrong asks Wang what happened back in the demon world, but he sleeps deeply. The season opens with Wang in a noodle shop. His noodle order gets delivered, but his meal gets interrupted by the arrival of a demon in the human world. Since the demon world was destroyed, the demons have been invading the human world to find refuge. The demon almost tramples on Wang, but he stops the attack. He tries to attack the demon, but a patrol squad appears and destroys him. Wang shuts down his power, and his stomach rumbles because he didn't get to eat his noodle meal. Guo, Chen, Xiaoyu, and her sword spirit sister all enjoy their vacation. The students resume school for the new session, and Xiaoyu greets Guo and Chen excitedly. Guo questions if she doesn't find anything unusual in the school, and she replies that everything seems perfect to her. Guo exclaims at her point. He says the school was in ruins due to the war, and he didn't do his vacation assignment because he thought the new session would not begin until the renovation was complete, but he is surprised to see the school in good form. The narrator explains that the school reconstruction happened because of their friend. A week before resumption, the spiritual beast, Froggy 2, reconstructs his doghouse with Wang standing behind him. Zhuo Yi rushes up to meet him, calling him master. He asks for his favor, saying the cultivation department gave him the task of reconstructing the school, and he has just 1 week, so he wonders if Wang has any trick of reconstruction. Wang looks at Froggy 2, and he agrees to reconstruct it, which he does within seconds. Chen questions Xiaoyu why she arrived from outside when she stays on campus. Xiaoyu explains that she now lives in the Sword Tomb, where she grew up with her sword spirit sister since she found her. Their conversation gets interrupted by Sun Rong's entrance to the school. She arrives in her limousine, and her guards roll a red carpet for her. She greets everyone around her, and Xiaoyu commends her for still being so glaring. Suddenly, a chopper arrives in the middle of the school, and a young lady steps down. She walks towards Sun Rong and mentions that she must be the most popular girl in Faction 60. Sun Rong stares at her, while the other students question what is happening and make side comments about the new girl, asking if she's a foreigner. Wang walks by Sun Rong and she tags along with him, ignoring the new girl. While in class, Chen questions who the new girl at the school gate is because she doesn't look like a Huaqiu citizen, and Guo replies that the logo on the chopper is for the Kiumiya family of Sunland. Xiaoyu wonders why they are in Huaqiu. Kiumiya enters the classroom with her guards, and she scribbles some words on the board. Her bodyguard introduces her as Yoshiko Kiumiya, the first daughter of the Kiumiya family who came to study in the Huaqiu country as an exchange student, and he implores them to be kind to her. Kiumiya calls out to Sun Rong, and she proposes they fight like a snipe and a clam. So if she wins, she will replace Sun Rong as the top student of Faction 60. Sun Rong reacts negatively to her proposal. Kiumiya continues further that they are the 2 first daughters of their families, so they are 2 jackals of the same lair, but the faction cannot have 2 top girls. Ms. Pan arrives at the door and informs Kiumiya she is in class ordinary. Her bodyguard guard apologizes for embarrassing her by not getting valid information about her class while they are on the school's roof. Kiumiya says the cultivators have been oppressing them, the exorcists, for a long time, and they finally have a chance to get rid of Huaqiu now that demons are rampaging, making them weak. She plans to start from the school to defeat Faction 60, then on to Songhai, and finally, the Huaqiu country. She intends to be the top girl in the faction for her to achieve the magnificent goal. The bodyguard apologizes again and requests one more chance to cover for his mistakes, but the princess strikes him with her flagstaff, causing him to disappear. The other bodyguards, seeing her anger, hail her, and assure her she will conquer the Huaqiu faction. She affirms and tells them she doesn't want any more failures. She spots Wang and Sun Rong walking together. She says Sun Rong doesn't seem interested in her challenge, so she has to find a way to convince her. While Sun Rong and Wang walk through the basement, Sun proposes to Wang that they should go and have lunch. They both see Kiyomiya standing on their path. Sun Rong questions what she wants and why she is harassing her. Kiyomiya apologizes, but she informs her she is not there for her. Her bodyguard brings a box of crispy noodles from Sunland for Wang Ling. Sun Rong tries to boast that Wang Ling cannot betray her for such small benefits, but she gets surprised when she discovers that Wang has walked toward her. She screams at him for betraying him while Wang circles the noodles. Sun Rong finally accepts her challenge to compete, but Kiyomiya says they must compete with a talent they should both be good at. She suggests they have a noodle cooking competition, and Sun Rong accepts. The students all gather to watch the competition, while Guo and Chen set the stage with Guo as the host and Chen as the drummer. He introduces the two ladies competing for the position of the top girl in the faction, and their supporters hail them, while he introduces Wang as the judge, saying anyone that can satisfy his stomach wins the position of the top girl. Guo lays out the rules of the competition, and Kiyomiya begins instantly. Guo acts as a commentator, and he commends Kiyomiya's cooking while Sunrong stands in confusion, without knowing what to do. Her bodyguard tries to dictate what she should do, but she ends up setting the pot on fire. Ms. Pan calls for fire extinguishers instantly. Kiyomiya finishes her cooking, and she delivers 4 plates so Chen, Guo, and Xiaoyu have a taste and enjoy the meal. However, Wang does not show any form of contentment. Sunrong notices this and decides the best way to prepare the noodles. She arrives with her plate, opens it, and they all get disappointed to see the raw, crispy noodles. Sunrong tells Wang this is her first time cooking, and she adds the seasoning to the crispy noodles directly. Wang's eyes light up in anticipation, and he remembers the times he ate crispy noodles that way. Sunrong presents the noodle, and he eats it excitedly. Guo says the winner is obvious from the judge's excitement. Sunrong tells Kiyomiya she doesn't know Wang like she does, so when she cooked her noodles, the crispy taste of the noodles disappeared in the soup. Guo announces Sunrong as the winner, while Kiyomiya fumes, and her bodyguards shout that Sun cheated. Sun urges Wang that they should go to class, while Kiyomiya loses her first attempt to defeat Huaqiu. Froggy too has a dream where his frog mother bakes him a cake for his birthday, and she instructs him to wait 15 minutes before eating it. The cake bakes completely, and she tells him to make a wish while his younger frog siblings sing for him. He makes a wish to become a demon king so he can protect everyone. Froggy too wakes up from his dream in his doghouse, and he confirms it was just a dream. He buries his poo and receives a notification on his phone that it is his birthday, with the offer to reject or accept. Wang walks to pour him food, and Froggy too notices him, saying he should ask if he needs something. Wang questions how they celebrate his birthday in the demon world. Froggy too replies that he blew the demon world, and he suddenly wants to know how he celebrates his birthday. Froggy too suddenly realizes Wang's question, and he looks at him in shock. Sunrong assigns everyone tasks for Froggy 2's surprise birthday party. She puts Chen in charge of decorations and Guo in charge of the food. She checks the list and discovers they still need to buy a birthday egg. Wang explains that it is a custom for their birthdays in the Froggy's hometown, and he proposes getting it. Sunrong informs them the party is a top secret and they must keep it from everyone else. Froggy 2 barges in unexpectedly, causing everyone to hide their materials. Sunrong instantly puts a leech on his neck and drags him to Xiaoyu to walk him. Xiaoyu tries to explain that she has an assignment, but Froggy 2 drags her off himself. Sunrong reminds them to take a walk for 2 hours. Xiaoyu questions why Froggy 2 is so happy, and he informs her that it is his birthday, so they are planning a surprise for him. Chen and Sunrong's sword spirit assist with decorations, while Guo Hao cooks the food. Wang arrives at a cave in search of the birthday egg. Jinky questions what he is doing there, and he explains his purpose. Jinkei notifies him of the location with many eggs, and he jumps into the hole. While he tries to pick up the egg, a figure jumps at him. He gives Guo the egg, and Guo marvels at the size of the egg. He questions where he got it from, and Wang explains it is a long story, so he excuses himself to take a shower. Froggy 2 and Xiaoyu sit together, and Froggy wonders how the kids are doing with the preparations. Xiaoyu offers him ice cream, but he declines, saying he is reserving his stomach for dinner. Ms. Pan walks in on them, and Xiaoyu stands up to greet her. Ms. Pan says she left her phone in the pill refining room during her last class, when she used it as a timer for her students, so she is returning to pick it up. She urges Xiaoyu to return home because demons may come out when it's dark, and Xiaoyu agrees with her instructions. Froggy 2 suddenly remembers the kids have something planned in the refining room from the writings he saw on the board earlier. He runs after Ms. Pan and decides to inform them about her arrival. He jumps into the pill refining room but discovers nothing except the birthday egg. He commends Wang for getting the kind of egg he wants. Froggy 2 hears footsteps coming through, and he gets confused about how to keep the egg. The door door opens, and Zhuo Yi appears before Ms. Pan seductively. He questions what she is doing, and she tells him she is there to pick up her phone. Zhuo Yi hands it over to her. Ms. Pan questions what he is doing, and she notices the egg in the room. He explains that he is hatching it. She asks further questions, but Zhuo Yi discards them, and he asks her to watch a movie with her. She quickly books a ticket with her phone, claiming she had booked it earlier, and she intends to watch it. He bids her farewell, saying he will see her later. Ms. Pan leaves excitedly while Zhuo Yi transforms back into Froggy 2. Froggy 2 says he ate so much of Wang Ling's spiritual energy so he can do body transformation comfortably now, and is happy. Ms. Pan bought what he said. He hears another set of footsteps coming, and he discovers it is Chen Chao and Guo Hao. Chen questions why Guo is still using the stove without the fear of burning the egg. Guo assures him he put the stove on low heat. They enter the room, and Guo says he never knew a birthday cake could form from an egg. Froggy 2 sees them leaving and says the kids are not good for nothing because he didn't expect they would bake a birthday egg. Froggy 2 hopes they make it as good as his mother's. He jumps forward and tries to go out of the window. Then he suddenly remembers his mother's words that heating the birthday egg on a low heat could cause a disaster. He charges towards their party room immediately. Chen and Chao arrive with the egg. They place it on the table, and they anticipate Wang's return from the shower. Suddenly, the egg cracks while they admire it, and the substituent sticks to Chen Chao's face. The sticky animal controls Chen Chao's mind, and he sticks it on Guo's face. They force Sun Rong, and it sticks on her face as well. Her bodyguards come in, and they also experience the same fate, scattering the party room. Wang arrives and discovers what is happening. He pulls the animal off everyone's faces individually, and he destroys the egg, causing a huge splash on the floor. Froggy 2 arrives to see everywhere in a mess, and his face expresses disappointment. Jinky says the kids put in a lot of effort for the party. Froggy 2 decides to reverse the timeline, saying he may lose some of his essence, but with Wang by his side, he won't feel lonely. The time successfully reverts, and Lin Xiaoyu walks Froggy 2 through the school's hallway. Xiaoyu notices that Froggy 2 is indisposed, and she questions if she's okay. Froggy affirms and walks together with her until Xiaoyu notices that the classroom lights are on. She walks in with Froggy 2, and she meets a surprise party in the classroom. Her friends sing a birthday song for her. Xiaoyi runs to hug Sun Rong, and she thanks them, saying she forgot her birthday. They present her with a birthday egg that successfully hatches into a birthday cake. She blushes and thanks them again while Froggy stares in shock. Chen Chao, Guo Hao, Wang Ling, and Froggy 2 visit the mountain behind Guo Hao's house. Chen tells him he didn't realize the mountain had such abundant produce. Guo replies that he told him the immortal herbs they purchased from supermarkets were grown in greenhouses. Froggy 2 sniffs the ground and tells them there is a hemostatic herb under the tree. Chen Chao rushes forward, saying it is a good thing they brought Froggy 2 along. He steps on a stool and complains, "It is a big lump," wondering how big the beast is, while Guo says there are many immortal herbs in the forest, so other beasts may come to eat them. Chen Chao questions how Froggy 2 perceived the immortal herbs, but didn't detect the stool. Froggy turns away, and Wang warns him to be careful. They suddenly spot a huge beast that chases them until Froggy 2 gets caught in a trap. The beast comes near him, but another demon charges at the beast and attacks it. Guo identifies the demon beast as a Rangarotora that stays in volcanoes, so he wonders what it is doing in the mountain. Guo sees the Rangarotora about to discharge fire on the beast, so he warns everyone to get down. The beast gets burnt by the Rangarotora, and a gourd with a demon inscription swallows him. The ball-looking gourd bounces back, and they discover the owner to be Tang Jingze. They express their shock at seeing him. Tang Jingze shows them an ad where they can be the masters of spiritual beasts by hunting them down with an app, knocking them out, and then putting them in the gourd to vanquish them. The spiritual beasts will become the owner's pests afterward. He calls the app the hottest thing nowadays. He proposes that they hunt for spiritual beasts with him, and if they beg him, he will give them the internal testing code where they'll be entitled to 10 lucky draws. Guo shuts him up, saying spiritual beasts are their friends, not toys for them. Tang calls them idiots, and he leaves with Xiaobei. Chen questions why Guo Hao was so enraged when he saw Tang playing the mobile version of Beast Hunter when he also plays it. Guo Hao explains that he plays it as a game, but in reality, he doesn't hurt them. He reminds them his family runs a spiritual pet shop, so he has discovered that some of their customers capture spiritual beasts on a whim, and they leave them to stray in the streets when their interests subside. They suddenly spot another little rabbit caught in a trap again. Guo Hao rushes to free it, and he questions why there are so many traps. He assumes that Tang is responsible for the traps to catch smaller animals, while he uses the app for the larger ones, and he vanquishes them. Froggy 2 sniffs the ground and informs them that something is not right. They rush toward a part of the mountain to discover a unicorn bleeding excessively. Froggy 2 suggests they eat it because it will die soon, but everyone disagrees with him, and he explains he is just teasing. Wang carries the unicorn on his back, while the other two jump along the forest with him. They arrive at Guo Hao's house, and he discovers his parents are not around. Guo decides to treat the unicorn himself. He uses the hemostatic herbs they got from their journey to prepare hemostatic golden pills. Chen questions how long it will take, and Guo says 2 hours, causing Chen to freak out. Chen tries to ingest the hemostatic herb because he saw in a program that herbs applied directly to wounds can stop bleeding, but he chokes on the herb, and Guo says he has to do rescue breathing for him. Guo reminds Chen about what they were taught in class, that the wild hemostatic herbs are poisonous. Wang Ling ignores them and puts the crispy noodles in the unicorn's mouth, and it gets healed up immediately. Wang announces to them that the unicorn is healing, and Guo carries it into the herb-made water to help heal it completely. The unicorn jumps around in the water. It plays around outside, and Guo comments that its fur is beautiful, and they decide to name it Sylvie. Tang and Xiaobei detect that Wang and his partner are with the spiritual beast they endured. Guo says the unicorn is recovering fast, and he questions why it is acting familiar to Wang. Tang and Xiaobei barge into the room, and Tang says the unicorn is an ancient spiritual beast whose blood has a magic effect capable of healing. Guo questions what he is doing in his shop and orders him out if he is not buying cat litter. Xiaobei quotes a rule for him that according to Article 106 of the Spiritual Beast Act, when more than one person is hunting for the same wild beast, the person who hurts it physically first gets ownership of the beast. Tang says the sword wound on his foot is proof, and he orders them to surrender the unicorn immediately. Chen Chao stretches his muscles with the plan to attack them, but Guo calms him down. He challenges Tang to a spiritual beast duel according to the Spiritual Beast Act, and Tang Jingzhe accepts, hoping Guo will not regret it. They all arrive at the dueling ground, and Guo Hao lays the condition that if he wins, Tang will never come to the mountain and will give the unicorn to him. Tang accepts and drops his gourd to bring out his magic beast, the Ranguratora. Guo Hao begs Froggy 2 to help them, but Froggy 2 declines, saying it is not his business, and he questions if he is their friend or just a dog. Wang implores him to be nice, and Froggy 2 decides to stand up, but surprisingly, Sylvie goes forward to represent himself. Guo expresses his worries, but Wang assures him everything will be fine, so Guo puts his mind at rest. Tang Jingzhe mocks the unicorn for delivering himself, and he says he will defeat the beast. He orders the Rangurotora to crush Sylvie, and the beast chases after him. Guo gives Sylvie a shallow fighting order, and she bounces back. He uses the crush order on him, but Sylvie hits the Rangurotora with his horn, causing 0 effect on it. Tang orders the Rangurotora to breathe fire on Sylvie. Sylvie and the Rangurotora get stuck in the middle of the burning flames. Wang Ling connects with Sylvie, and he fixes his DNA with his own using the crispy noodles from before, causing the unihorn to transform into a bigger version. Tang says he knew the spiritual beast had capabilities, but it is now too late to defeat his spiritual beast, the Rangurotora. Wang commands Sylvie to crush the Rangurotora, and to everyone's surprise, Sylvie destroys the Rangurotora easily. Tang Jingzhe disappointedly shouts that he will return while Guo and Chen celebrate their win. Princess Kiyomiya receives updates from her bodyguard about the Beast Hunter Go ad she featured in. He says the ad has over 10 million views, so she is now the top girl of the Faction 60 in Songhai. He even shows her some students at the gate awaiting her arrival. Kiyomiya's chopper lands, and she walks out to introduce herself as their top girl. But she gets disappointed when she realizes the students are all gathered around a unihorn and admiring it. Guo tells the students they saw it injured, and he saved his life with his expertise, so the unihorn likes him more. Wang suddenly passes by, and Sylvie runs up to Wang to hug him, but Wang tries to shoo him away. Kiyomiya, still disappointed, sees the popularity ratings on the tab her bodyguard presents. Sylvie has the first position, Sunrong has the second, Froggy 2 has the third, and Kiyomiya has the last position. She angrily breaks the screen, questioning how a dog and unihorn have higher popularity than her. She spots the unihorn and says it is like seeing it too much to see it again. The unihorn stands under a tree alone in the school. Froggy 2 jumps down from the roof and hides behind the plants. He calls the humans stupid for leaving the unihorn alone, knowing that he is a unique spiritual beast, and his blood alone can make him stronger. Froggy 2's thoughts get interrupted when he gets bashed into the ground, and he wonders who attacked him. He turns to see Wang Ling, and he tries to explain to him that he was just trying to protect the unihorn since they all went to class. Wang looks unconvinced by his words, and Froggy 2 apologizes for his action, saying he will not try it further. Wang creates a barrier around Sylvie, and Froggy 2 complains, saying there is no trust between them again. Wang drags him out by the head. Kiyomiya hides behind the plants, and she approaches Sylvie to hurt her too, saying the blood of the unihorn is a true treasure, but they don't know how valuable it is. Kiyomiya steps into the barrier, and she gets blown up into the trees, causing the students to look down from their classes. During lunch, the students gather around Sylvie and offer him their snacks. Mr. Wang appears and informs them that bringing a spiritual pet on campus is against the school rules. Guo tries to apologize, but Mr. Wang walks past him and stands before Sylvie. They both stare at each other for a few minutes until Mr. Wang kneels to play with it surprisingly. Kiyomiya stares down at the students while they gather around Sylvie. Her bodyguard mentions that there is a bursting formation around the unicorn, and they can't approach it when the students are around. Kiyomiya strikes a plan that they have to make the unicorn too big for the formation. She orders her bodyguard to get some red boluses. Sylvie eats more snacks under the tree. The red bolus rolls down to him, and he consumes it hastily. While Mr. Wang teaches the students in class, the unicorn suddenly enlarges, and they all see him clearly from the window. Chen questions what happened and why Sylvie got so big. Xiaoyu explains that according to legends, some valuable ancient beasts always consume a lot of food to accumulate a great deal of spiritual energy in their fat, but she has never seen any magic beast that eats plenty of food to grow bigger. Mr. Wang shuts them up and orders them to return to their classes. One of the students protests that they cannot leave such a big spiritual beast outside school. Guo assures him Sylvie is a nice pet, so he will not make any trouble. The student reminds him they saw it eat the bark of the tree. Mr. Wang tries to defend the spiritual beast, saying he is a herbivore, but he gets shocked when he eats up a student's spiritual sword. Mr. Wang concludes it is an omnivore. Sylvie tramples on Froggy 2's doghouse, and he jumps around the school. Mr. Wang implores the students to tolerate the unicorn because it is an ancient beast that has gone extinct for a long time. Guo Hao introduces himself as Sylvie's master and apologizes for the trouble he has caused. He also offers to take responsibility for the losses. Mr. Wang, still in defense of Sylvie, thanks the students for taking the time to come to school during vacation. He tries to explain that Sylvie is still a kid, but Sylvie passes above him and drops a mighty stool on him. Guo, Chen, and Wang lay Sylvie down, and Guo says he has to cut on his food to lose weight, so he must burn his accumulated spiritual energy to return to his normal form because he is too big for them to take him home. Mr. Wang opens the door and instructs the students to go home so Sylvie can rest. Kiyomiya and her bodyguards appear, and they try to brainwash Sylvie into believing her master abandoned her. She stretches her evolution gem to Sylvie so she can evolve to a bigger phase and join her in her quest to defeat Hua Qiu, but Sylvie hungrily swallows the gem instead. Kiyomiya screams at Sylvie for swallowing her evolution gem. Wang and Guo walk through the school hallway, and Guo wonders if Sylvie will not feel cold at night. They suddenly see her in a mighty form above the school building, and Sylvie charges into the city, causing the people to run. The 7-star squad, led by Zhuo Yi, restrains the unicorn with magic. They prepare to attack it, but Guo steps forward and implores them to stop the attack because Sylvie is his spiritual beast, and he means no harm. He says Sylvie may look huge, but he cannot harm them. Sylvie swallows Guo after his statement and tries to swallow the other squad members, but Zhuo Yi instructs them to spread out. Wang stands above a building with Froggy 2, and he says he doesn't expect things to go that far. Froggy questions if he will kick Sylvie into the air as he did with him, but Wang disagrees, saying that will hurt him. Froggy 2 jealously says they are both spiritual beasts but are treated differently. Wang releases Froggy 2's seal, and he says he is counting on him. Froggy 2 evolves into the magic frog. He calls Wang naught for unleashing his seal, saying the feeling of the Demon King is nice. Zhuo Yi sees his master, and he assures himself that they will win. Wang instructs him on what to do. Sylvie gets ready with his lightning force, and Froggy says they will all be finished if she strikes them with their lightning force. Zhuo Yi questions what his master is up to and why he isn't doing anything. Sylvie charges towards them, and Wang instructs Froggy to open his mouth, causing him to swallow Sylvie. Wang touches Froggy, and Zhuo Yi analyzes the situation, saying he finally gets it. Zhuo Yi says the spiritual beast will not get hurt, but the magic frog will absorb his spiritual energy. Froggy discharges Sylvie's spiritual energy, and he comes out of his stomach alongside Guo Hao and the gem. Wang tramples on the gem. The scene opens with a flashback to Wang when he was young, and he visited the Songhai antique market with his father. He sees a wooden sword which attracts him, while his father negotiates with the seller about the spiritual sword he has in his hands. The seller informs Mr. Wang that the sword just came out of the cultivation cave, so his friend Thunder asked him to sell it, and he doesn't want to keep it on his plate for long. Mr. Wang asks for the price, and the seller says 80,000. Mr. Wang drags Wang Ling away, claiming the hawkers are extra greedy. Guo Hao tells Chen a story about the 4 swordsmen in a town who gathered at the highest point in Songhai to compete to be the #1 swordsman on Earth about 100 years ago. He says another mysterious swordsman dressed in a white robe with a white sword descends from the sky and disrupts their contest. The 4 strongest swordsmen angrily question who she is to disturb their contest, but she challenges them to fight her if they can. They all charge toward her, but she defeats all of them and bends their swords. She says little bugs like them are not the ones she's looking for, and she disappears into the darkness. Chen says he is sure Guo made the story up because no one can defeat the 4 swordsmen, but Guo assures him he watched it through live transmission. Mr. Wang invites Wang Ling and Chen Chao to the stage to come for their test. Chen Chao brings out his mighty sword, while Wang Ling brings out his wooden sword. Chen says he will not purchase a new sword for Wang if he breaks his wooden sword. The duel commences, and Wang's sword bends Chen's heavy sword completely. Chen Chao cries at his sword, calling it Li Chao. Wang questions why Jinkei decided to apply pressure after their agreement, but he stays silent. Sun Rong and Xiao Yu duel against each other, but Sun Rong discovers that she can't control her sword. Her swords fly in the direction of Wang's spiritual sword, and it glues to the sword. They all rush toward the sword, and Chen Chao tries to remove it with force, but it seems impossible. Guo questions why Wang Ling's sword has such a strong magnetic force. Xiao Yu questions if it has reached the awakening stage. According to Xiao Yu, when the spiritual sword has been exercised by its master for too long, the spiritual sword becomes irritable, aggressive, and rebellious. Sun Rong questions why her ocean sword attracted Wang's swords, and she explains that a sword in the awakening stage produces a magnetic field where swords of the same sex repel, and swords of different sex attract each other. They all question what to do because they cannot go on with the test. Xiao Yu suggests they go to the sword tomb to fix it. They arrive at the sword tomb, and Chen Chao asks questions about why she chose to live there. Xiao Yu explains she moved back there after she found her sword spirit sister. He questions her further, asking why there are so many swords in the tomb. Xiao Yu explains they are all swords that were not properly forged or were too deformed to be restored. Sun Rong asks if she grew up there, and she affirms, saying that was how she got a lot of materials to train with. She assures them her sister will fix their swords, and she runs in to call her. Her spirit sister arrives, and they exchange pleasantries. Chen Chao presents her with his sword, and he implores her to look at it. She urges them to come into the room and have a seat. The sword spirit sister checks Chen's sword in the room, and she explains that he just needs to straighten out the bent side so there is nothing serious. Sun Rong tells her about her ocean sword, and she implores her to check. Wang unwraps them and pulls out his sword, but the magnetic force attracts the other swords until it evolves to meet the sword spirit sister, while the ocean swords cry to Sun Rong. She feels the sword and discovers it undergoing the awakening stage. She says it is her first time seeing a sword with such magnetic force. Chen Chao wonders how his sword can have a magnetic force when it is made from peachwood. The sword spirit sister explains further that when a spiritual sword goes through reawakening, it gets anxious and confused, so it gets rebellious. And the magnetic field is the external expression of the sword's psychological problems, so they need proper communication and guidance. Guo Hao says they have to give the sword psychological counseling. They suddenly hear a knock on the door, and Zhuo Yi comes in with 2 members of his 7-star squad. He expresses his surprise to see them, and he questions why the sword is glued to the sword spirit sister's belly. Chen Chao discards his question, and he questions why Zhuo Yi is there. Zhuo Yi explains that a white swordsman appeared, and she challenged all the swordsmen in Songhai to a duel, which affected public security. The 7-star squad went to stop her, but she bent their swords, so they came to fix it. He says her sword is a peachwood sword with great magnetic force and is very aggressive. Zhuo Yi receives another call that the swordsman in white has appeared in another location. The squad members remind him that their swords are bent. Sun Rong proposes they go and deal with the swordsman, but Zhuo Yi tries to decline their request, saying they are still senior students. Chen Chao reminds him they fought side by side to defeat the demon race, and Zhuo finally allows them. The swordsman in white defeats some other swordsmen, and she bends their swords, saying they are not the swords she wishes to see. Humiya and her security stand above the building to watch her fight. Her bodyguard says the swordsman is very strong and they can't match up to her. Another masked bodyguard arrives and informs them the 7-star squad is coming, so she instructs them to leave. Guo Hao appears first and attacks the swordsman, but she blocks off all the attacks easily. She breaks Sun Rong's sword, but she calls Xiao Yu's sword the first sword she can't bend. They continue attacking her while Zhuo Yi and the sword spirit sister commend them for their skills, but she says they are still not good enough. Wang instructs Jinkei to stop playing around, but he refuses. The sword spirit sister asks Jinkei why he is gluing up to her, and she explains that he likes her. The sword spirit explains that the kind of spiritual swords she likes are powerful ones that protect people. Jinkei says he is also powerful. The swordsman defeats the 4 students fighting with her. She charges toward Zhuoyi and the sword spirit sister, but Jinkei strikes back to protect his sister. Wang discovers her to be the sheath of his peachwood sword that his father didn't wait to get for him after he purchased his sword when he was little. The swordsman says she finally found him while Jinkei recognizes the swordsman as his sister, and Wang uses his sword to strike her heart. She turns to the sheath immediately, and she protects Wang's sword. Zhuoyi chases 2 masked securities that work for Kiyomiya inside the train. A white-haired young man notices them and smirks at them. The masked men escape the train by dividing their coach from the other coaches, causing Zhuoyi to lose them. Zhuoyi sends a message to the headquarters that the most valuable auction item was stolen, so he requests backup for combing the entire area along the railroad. The white-haired young man approaches Zhuoyi, and he identifies him as Thunder. Thunder shows Zhuoyi an object, and he questions if that is the item he is searching for. Zhuoyi affirms. The masked securities arrive in their princess's room, and she asks if they got the thing. The security affirms and tries to bring it out, but unfortunately, the item in his pouch turns out to be a bomb, and the train explodes instantly. Tang Jingzhe and Princess Kiyomiya arrive at the event hall for the Songhai Fall auction. Zhuoyi and Thunder stand on the top floor, and they discuss. Zhuoyi thanks Thunder for his help, and he replies that it is not worth mentioning. Thunder asks if Zhuoyi is there for the auction, but Zhuoyi disagrees, saying his job was to transport the items safely to the event, which he has done, and will pay a visit to the biggest auction house in the world. Zhuoyi asks Thunder if he is there for the auction, and he affirms, saying the event is one of the most spectacular occasions that occur in the human world once a year, where numerous families gather to circulate their treasure, so he cannot afford to miss the opportunity. Zhuoyi informs him that time is up and they need to return to the hall. He hands Zhuoyi a mask to keep his personal information safe. Wang plays a card game with a young boy and he loses. The young boy and his friends mock him for losing. He calls Wang weak, saying that he lost the game because his cards are also weak. The Songhai Fall auction event begins, and the host welcomes everyone with a nice speech. She relays the event's purpose to the people present, and she knows they are all members of the top families or cultivation faction of the human world. She commences the auction, and her first auction is the remnant of a heavenly book. Mr. Tang, although in a mask, can still be easily seen. Auctions for the book at the price of 1.5 million spiritual coins. Mr. Sun notices this, and he auctions for double. They continue auctioning against each other, and Zhuoyi says it is truly an auction event because the price of an ordinary book has multiplied in just a matter of seconds. Thunder tells him the book is not ordinary because it carries the legendary forbidding spell. He tells him a story about 3,000 years ago, when the Sun and Tang families engaged in trade in the western regions. They entered an unbreakable spell to prevent each other from breaking a deal. He assumes the number 2 and number 8 bidders are the Tang and Sun families, with the number 2 bidder being the Tang family, because he is more aggressive, and the number 8 being the Sun because he is more or less defensive. Zhuoyi says introspectively that Thunder is very good at calculating for him to detect the bidders' identities through a few clues. Zhuoyi asks why he is not bidding, and Thunder replies that he doesn't intend to get in their fights, plus he is also poor. Wang Ling goes to the convenience store to purchase 2 boxes of crispy noodles. He sits outside the store and opens the noodles. Some children gather around him, and he brings out a card from it, hoping it is the golden card, but he gets disappointed. At the auction event, the host introduces another item called the WL Long Johns. Zhuoyi mocks them for displaying Long John jeans, but Thunder assures them they are no ordinary pants. The host displays the effect of the pants by shooting bullets at them, but the pants remain undamaged. The host says the Long John used to be worn by a supreme cultivator and can defend against nuclear attacks. She asks her assistant to cut through it with a saw, but nothing happens. Wang's mother looks through his stuff and discovers that his red Long John is not there. She questions her husband about it, and he informs her he disposed of it because it was too old. The families in the auction hall all express their surprise at how strong the jeans are. The host auctions the jeans out at 5 million spiritual coins. Zhuo freaks out at the sound of the price, while Mr. Sun realizes he is low on the spiritual coin from the first auction, so he is unable to bid. Mr. Tang bids for 10 million, while someone bids for 11 million. Thunder says the number 9 bidder has been silent and her identity has been unknown. He has detected all the families from Huachu, so he finally gets to know who she is. Kumiya's bodyguard tries to dissuade her from carrying on with her bidding. He informs her their spiritual coins are for the most valuable lot, but she says whoever gets the long johns gets the world. Wang continues struggling with the cards, but he gets no luck with them. The children beside him leave to avoid being struck by his bad luck. Wang stands up after hearing the sound of the auction host. The host concludes the WL Long John at 16 million for Kumiya. She brings out the last and most valuable item for the day, the gourd containing the white blue-eyed dragon. They all gasp at the sound and mumble words. Thunder confirms it to be the omnipotent wish box that can fulfill any wish. The host commences the bidding at 10 million. The Tang and Sun families try to mortgage their properties to purchase them, but other bidders raise higher prices. Kumiya stops her bidding at 40 million, and no one else bids higher. She celebrates her victory and says that she has researched the background of the families, so no one can beat her price. She gets shocked when someone else bids for 45 million spiritual coins. Zhuo Yi is surprised to see Thunder bidding for it, and he asks how he got spiritual coins. Thunder explains that the red long john is for him, and he has extra coins. The host tries to close the bidding, but Zhuo Yi suddenly bids at 87 million after Wang Ling's call with him. Thunder looks at him in shock. Later that night, Zhuo Yi hurries to give his master the gourd while Thunder stalks him. Zhuo Yi arrives at Wang's location, and Thunder wonders how a young guy like Wang could sponsor Zhuo Yi for the bidding. Wang holds out the gourd, and Thunder says he is the only one that can access the gourd. But to his surprise, Wang drops the gourd and breaks it with brute force. The white blue-eyed dragon appears before them and asks for Wang's wish. Wang slashes him instead, and the dragon disappears into the sword. Zhuo Yi freaks out, and he wonders why Wang decided to buy it for 87 million just to crush it while Thunder freezes where he is. Wang suddenly sees the golden card with the white blue-eyed dragon's image in it. Guo Hao sees Kumiya's securities playing on the street while strolling with Wang. He wonders what the securities are doing by leaving exorcists roaming around. A bike speeds past him, and he assumes they are the exorcists. Guo Hao scolds the rider, calling them rascals who have no idea about a personal quality. He says the 7-star squad will lock them up in the Supreme Jail one day. The rider suddenly turns back with his bike, and Guo Hao frets, thinking he will get beaten because he scolded them so loud, and he doubts an apology will settle it. The bike rider arrives, and it turns out to be Chen Chao, who questions what he said before. Chen Chao arrives at school in a different dress other than the uniform. The students stare at him embarrassingly, and they mutter words about him among themselves, questioning who he is. One of them says he is the class elite, level 3's chief, and she thought Faction 60 has good morals. She wonders what the instructors will say. Chen Chao approaches their snack shop and drops his coins on the table rudely, asking the attendant to give him bubble gums. Guo Hao appears suddenly and drags him away to a private space to discuss with him. Guo asks why he decided to come to school with his dress, knowing it is against the rules. Chen Chao says he has joined the exorcist team, hence the dressing and the bat. Chen says clocks into their headquarters every day. Guo tries to scold him for joining a foreign community, but Chen says he doesn't care. Wang taps him and informs him to look up. Chen Chao sees Ms. Pan fuming with anger, and she calls him to her office. Ms. Pan questions what is going on with him because he has been performing well in school. Sun Rong runs to meet Wang and Guo outside Ms. Pan's door, and she asks what is wrong with him. Guo says they don't know what got into his mind to make him decide to join the exorcist team. Sun asks if the exorcist team are the strange-looking guys in the streets, and Guo Hao affirms. Ms. Pan scolds Chen and instructs him to leave the team, while Sun Rong suggests they report to Mr. Chen, Chao's father. Guo Hao reminds him about the time he got stuck in the live stream, and his father almost killed him. Sun Rong says they can't let him fall into the wrong hands, and Wang suggests they can make them swallow their bait. Guo Hao sets a recorder, and he suggests that Sun Rong pass the front of the exorcists alone. Sun Rong asks if they will take the bait, and Guo Hao confirms, saying they look vicious and she is beautiful, so they will try to show their hideous nature when they see her, which he will record. He says Chen Chao will quit the exorcist team after watching the recording. Sun Rong asks who will account for them if they break into a fight, and she beats them up. Guo Hao assures her he will come down with Wang to save her. The exorcists spot Sun Rong, and they remove their suit jackets. Sun Rong questions what they want while holding her sword. Wang removes his sword and gets set to attack them, but they get disappointed when the exorcists throw their jackets to the ground so Sun Rong will not step on filth. Guo Hao insists that he doesn't trust them and will keep looking. He suddenly sees them tracking a granny who is about to cross the road, and they are not helping out. Guo continues looking, and he wonders why they are staring at her. Wang suggests they could be interested in her purse, which Sunrong confirms to be an LV designer purse. Guo Hao says he can't wait to show Chen how evil they are, but he surprisingly sees Chen Chao walking down. He walks towards the granny and tries to help her, but the other exorcists run toward him and instruct him to stop because she is a demon. Their information came in too late, because the granny had already transformed into a demon, hitting Chen Chao against the wall. The two exorcists charge to attack the demon, while Sun Rong urges them to go and defend them. Guo Hao and Sun Rong arrive, and they defeat the demon. Chen Chao smiles at them. Guo and Sun apologize to Chen Chao for trying to dissuade him from joining the team. They also apologize to the exorcists for not trusting them. The exorcist says the 7-star squad asked them to help them get rid of demons, but because they are foreigners, the citizens are on guard against them, doubting what they do so they understand them. He says their goal is to break the 1,000-year estrangement between Sunland and Huaxiu, so they can acknowledge each other's culture. So they have been fighting for this cause, and they intend to destroy all the demons in the human world. The students clap at his speech, and he continues that Chen Chao is connected with their vision, hence his reason for joining them. The other asks Guo and Sun to join them, because they have good skills. Guo Hao agrees instantly, while Sun Rong asks about Wang. The exorcist says he is weak and thin, so they can't guarantee his safety. Chen Chao tries to convince them that Wang is stronger than he looks, but they insist on their decision. Later at night, Wang walks home alone and suddenly appears to him. He says that he knows Wang is feeling humiliated at the exorcist's words, but he will help him get into the team. Wang tells him not to bother, but Chen Chao tells him the story of how he ended up joining them. He says his father sent him out of the house, calling him a disappointment after his sword got damaged during the dueling test. Chen was outside thinking about his life when a demon approached him. He tried to defend himself, but his sword was weak. The two exorcists charged toward him to save him. He says he joined them because they helped him when he was at the lowest point of his life, and he will ensure Wang gets in, so he doesn't mind using the back door. Chen Chao storms to the exorcist's house, but he meets them, settling the demons they encountered, surprisingly. He sees other demons around them, and he realizes they have been colliding with demons. The exorcist leader locks the door and tells Chen he came at the wrong time. Chen questions if it is all a setup and if their relationship is fake. The exorcist says he knows too much, while the demon asks if he thinks the stick could hurt him. They all charge towards him, and Chen Chao's mind gets bewitched. The exorcists say they didn't have to finish him off by themselves because he is bewitched. Wang appears and holds the stick to hit the exorcist's face. He confirms the stick works well and realizes they have been doing something like that all this while. They all charge towards him, but he hits all of them with the stick. Chen Chao, in his bewitched state, attacks Wang Ling. Wang detects he is an evil spirit exposed, and his mental awareness is lost. He says he needs more subtle treatment, so he uses a strategy to wake him up. Chen Chao wakes up to find the exorcists and demons all knocked out. Wang opens his eyes and thanks Chen Chao for saving him, but Chen questions him confusedly. Zhuo Yi and one of the 7-star squad team try to invade the exorcist's residence. The man pretends to be a project manager for the water meter and a courier service, but the residents decline. Zhuo Yi bangs on their door and introduces themselves as the 7-star squad, but they decline, saying they didn't request the services of the 7-star squad. Zhuo Yi fixes a bomb on their door and blasts it off. They enter to discover the demons have outnumbered them. Zhuo Yi tells his partner to hold on while he calls for backup, but he turns back to see him running away. The demons descend on Zhuo Yi and beat him mercilessly. Luckily, Wang rides through the path with his bicycle, and he realizes what is happening, so he decides to save him. The other 7-star squad members arrive to see the demons beaten while Zhuo Yi stands above them with a battered face. A demon camera records the occurrence in the apartment, which they are oblivious to. Zhuo Yi gets invited on stage to give a speech about how he has been touching lives since the 4386 era, and the host calls him the hero of Songhai. The audience hails him, and he waves at them. He suddenly spots Wang Ling in the crowd, but Wang urges him to proceed. He narrates the story of the demon invasion of the world 10 years ago, when he was just an intern in the 7-star squad. He says he was about to run away when he saw a kid who almost got crushed by the magic frog, but he rushed to save him. His actions gave him the strength to defeat the magic frog. He talks about the other times he has saved Songhai, although Wang did the saving and put him in the spotlight. His last mention is the occurrence at the demon hideout, where he arrested over 100 illegal immigrants. He assures the citizens they will keep safeguarding them, and the 7-star squad appreciates their support over the years. The crowd hails him, and he thanks them. Suddenly, the lights go off, and everyone expresses their fear. The projector displays the surveillance tape of the real occurrence at the demon hideout, where he got beaten, and a boy in a hoodie came to save him. Kiyomiya is responsible for the exposure, and she says a surveillance video never lies. The audience questions if Master Zhuo has been cheating on them, while Zhuo Yi, confused about the situation, says the video is not the same as the one he remembers. Newspapers print different defaming words about Zhuo Yi, calling him a scam and a fraud. Tang Jingze says he always knew Zhuo Yi was only in the golden pill phase, so there was no way he could have defeated the Demon King. Chen calms the people down, saying the video was forged because he trusts Zhuo Yi and he has fought beside him several times. Zhuo Yi laments to his boss in the office that the people are laying false allegations against him and that he would never fabricate his achievements. He insists they must clarify it to the press and find out who is behind the allegations, because it is a matter of the cultivation department's credibility. His boss commands him to sit. He says everyone knows he has been working for years, without complaining, and has never taken a day off for the past 10 years. He instructs him to go on a long vacation, but he will drop his badge and spiritual sword. Zhuo Yi leaves the office and steps outside to find his team eavesdropping. He informs them he will withdraw himself from the scene, so the peace and security of Songhai will be in their hands. Zhuo Yi arrives downstairs and realizes he left his car keys on his desk. He tries to use his spiritual sword to fly, but he suddenly remembers he has submitted it back to the department. Zhuo Yi walks through the office to see the squad members celebrating because the workaholic is gone, so they finally have time to be lazy. He closes the door and walks out. Zhuo Yi spots his pictures being removed from the billboards, and he sighs. It suddenly starts raining, and he runs into a shop to get an umbrella, but the woman closes the shop on him after watching the news that says he is the captain of the 7-star squad who betrayed his belief and disrupted the cultivation practices. He walks aimlessly, and a car splashes water on him. He suddenly spots a demon in a raincoat, and he chases after the demon. He arrives in the middle of the alley and realizes he was set up when another demon jumps from the top of the building in an attempt to crush him. He tries to attack them with his spiritual sword, forgetting that he no longer has it. The demon he traced appears and commends him for still being dedicated to his duty, despite being suspended. The demon says his task is to get rid of him, and he brings out a knife. Wang walks in and disrupts the demon's attempt by splitting the water on the ground. The demon says he thought it was a special human, but he is surprised to see a human cub. The demon charges to attack Wang, but he gets defeated. Wang walks to use the 50% trick of forgetting on Zhuo, but he holds him back, asking if he has been manipulating his memories. Zhuo Yi sits on a swing and realizes he has been living in false memories, so what the people have been saying about him being a cheater is true. Wang apologizes, and Zhuo questions why he chose him to take all the credits. Wang explains that he may not have beaten the magic frog, but he didn't hesitate to save him. He also refers to how he has been working hard daily to safeguard Songhai, so no one deserves it more. Zhuo Yi says it is too late because the whole of Huaqiu tags him as a cheater. Wang offers him 2 pills. He says the blue pill has a macro trick of forgetting that can modify the whole world's memories, and everyone will forget what happened in the past 2 days, while the red pill will help him with his ascension, death, right away. Zhuo Yi declines to take any of the 2 pills. He says he wants to be a hero, but he wants to strive hard to become one on his own, and he implores Wang to teach him some of his tricks. Wang accepts his request. Zhuo decides to go on vacation, and the demon camera records him leaving. Kiyomiya says she has eliminated the last threat to her plans. Guo Hao and Chen Chao sit together during lunchtime. Guo asks Chen who intends to invite to the High Saints' Day Gala. Chen says he will ask Lin Xiaoyu. She passes by his side, and she declines his offer immediately, saying she is going to work. Guo laughs at Chen for getting rejected without even asking. Chen asks Guo if he has someone in mind, and Guo says he will invite Yoshiko Kiyomiya. Chen says he must be dreaming, and he asks if he deserves her. Guo Hao explains an analysis to him about why she's withdrawn. He says she is a new girl in a strange country, and although she may appear to be arrogant and passionless, she will need someone to rely on internally, so he intends to take advantage of the gap. Chen mocks him, saying he can imagine the cold expression on her face when he decides to ask her. Guo faces him and says he knows who he wants to ask. Chen Chao says he doesn't deserve her, but Guo reminds him there is only one High Saints' Day Gala in a year, and he has nothing to lose. Sunrong walks out behind him, and they both agree to invite the 2 top girls. Chen Chao follows Sunrong out, but he gets disappointed when he sees Sunrong inviting Wang to the gala. Later in the day, he walks home sadly and crashes into Guo Hao on the way, also feeling sad. They both laugh at their situations and hug each other. The following day, at the High Saints' Day Gala, the students gather in the heavenly paradise. Wang walks into the paradise in a costume, and Guo commends him for looking nice. Wang asks about his partner, and Guo Hao replies that he's stuck in a traffic jam. Guo also asks about Wang's partner, but they get interrupted by Sunrong's voice. She welcomes everyone to the heavenly paradise, and she introduces herself as the next head of the Sun family. She says it is the annual High Saints' Day, and also the day when the Sun family worships their ancestors. According to the founder of the paradise, visitors in pairs get to tour the paradise by coupon, and there are complimentary snacks and desserts for visitors. She informs them that close to midnight, an ancestor worship ritual will be conducted beside the Lotus Close pool, and the sacred pillar will be displayed to worship their ancestors. She urges everyone to enter paradise in order. Guo Hao asks Wang what they will do, but an announcement interrupts their conversation. Sun Rong's bodyguard announces that cultivator Wang Ling's family is searching for him, so he should proceed to the VIP entrance. Wang follows Sun Rong through the paradise where people walk in groups, and some display their wares. They talk about the first time they visited Heavenly Paradise. Wang says it is just the last semester, but it feels like a few years already. Sun Rong stops Wang Ling and informs him her parents have traveled on a business trip. She asks if he would love to have dinner at his place. Wang asks if there'll be crispy noodles, and Sun Rong affirms. Wang agrees to go with her, and she jumps up happily. They enter the building, and Sun Rong is shocked to see her grandfather. She enters, and the bodyguard serves them food. Rong's grandfather questions Wang's relationship with his granddaughter Sun Rong. She replies that they are in the same class, but he gives her an angry signal, causing her to shut up. Mr. Sun proceeds and asks further about where Wang's father works, and Wang replies bluntly that he writes web articles at home because he never graduated from the bodybuilding phase. Sun Rong tries to sugarcoat his father's job, saying a web writer is well paid these days. Her grandfather cuts her short, and he questions how her cultivation is going in the current semester. She replies that she just finished the final foundation phase and is going to the golden pill phase. He asks Wang about his phase, and Wang replies, he is in the primary foundation phase. Mr. Wang angrily breaks his cup and says during his retreat, the present head of the Sun family bankrupted the family while she brings home a good-for-nothing. He questions if they intend to ruin the family. He orders the two of them to go out, but the bodyguard stops him and reminds him of the family rules. Mr. Sun calms down and informs Wang he must pass 3 trials if he wants to be admitted into the Sun family. The first test involves using spiritual force to hit a scoreboard game. Mr. Sun tries his own, and he hits the highest score. His securities hail him, and he boastfully says he would have hit it higher when he was younger. He tells Wang to try his own, and Sun Rong urges him to be careful. Wang pretends as if he wants to use a lot of force, but he calms down and hits it slowly. Despite that, the spiritual force still exceeds the scoreboard, and they wonder if it is a malfunction. The next trial Mr. Wang introduces is the shooting long-range arrows. Mr. Sun successfully shoots his, and he tells Wang to get lost if he misses. Wang Ling shoots the arrow, but he misses. Mr. Sun commends his long range, but he says he still misses the shot. Wang informs him the arrow is still coming back, and he just wants it to fly. The arrow revolves around the planet and returns to the shot spot. Everyone stares in shock. Mr. Sun walks back to the house angrily, and the bodyguard informs him he has prepared the last trial, so he is certain Mr. Sun will beat him. Mr. Sun walks into their armory room, and he informs Wang that he is the last trial of the Sun family. The bodyguard tries to stop him because competing with the boy in his foundation phase doesn't comply with the Kung Fu spirit. Sun Rong agrees with him, saying what if Wang Ling hurts him? Mr. Sun tells his granddaughter that her grandmother passed all 3 trials and went through several hardships to marry him, so he promised he would create a world where she would never be hurt. Sun Rong finally understands why he set so many rules for admission. Mr. Sun urges Wang to pass the test if he is sincere to her. Wang agrees, and he picks a weapon. They express their shock to see him lift the Sun's sacred cudgel, which weighs about 15,000 pounds. Mr. Sun freezes, saying it is impossible because only the foremost father of the Sun family can lift it, and even he can't lift it. Wang returns it immediately, and the whole building vibrates. Mr. Sun and everyone bow before him for failing to recognize the true divine being. Everyone lights their lamp and sets it up in the sky, making the paradise look beautiful. Sun informs Wang that it is time for the sacred cudgel ritual, and the cudgel will rise out of the water, but to their disappointment, the cudgel is nowhere to be found. Mr. Sun wonders about the only person capable of lifting the cudgel in Huaqiu. Kiyomiya wakes up to the news broadcast about the High Saints' Day happening in the city. She says it is just a ceremonial party, like the ones in Sunland. She suddenly feels a sensation, and she walks outside. Kiyomiya kneels before a bird and greets the bird, calling it her father. Her father tells her she must attend the High Saints' Day gala in the city because he needs her to steal the Sun's family heirloom, the sacred cudgel. He reminds her that she failed to get the white blue-eyed dragon, so she must not fail this time. Kiyomiya accepts his command, and he flies away. Later that night, she arrives at the gala in her Hanfu dress. she commends the Huaxiu people for having an exciting ritual. She plans to enter the park with a group of people she sees outside, but she gets stopped by security. He asks for her partner because according to the chairman's rules, everyone needs a partner to enter the park. She calls it discrimination against single people, but the security assures her there are people without, so she'll find someone that suits her. She sees Guo Hao, Chen Chao, and Lin Xiaoyu standing outside the park. She contemplates who to go in with, and she settles for Xiaoyu because she looks harmless. Kayumiya walks close to Kayumiya, and she commends her dress, saying she doesn't recognize her because of how beautiful she looks. Xiaoyu blushes and thanks her. Kayumiya promises they go in together, but Xiaoyu declines, saying she is waiting for Uncle Sun. Kayumiya says she is also expecting him. She tells Xiaoyu she has come to exchange cultures and experience life in Huaxiu, so she hopes Xiaoyu will help her accomplish her goals. Xiaoyu says the event may be too stressful regarding her status, but Kayumiya discards her opinion. Uncle Sun arrives, and Xiaoyu greets him happily. He looks at Kayumiya and asks who she is. She introduces herself as Xiaoyu's classmate, pretending she knows him. He accepts her introduction and urges them to come along because they are busy and need extra hands. Kayumiya comments on the extra hands. Kayumiya and Xiaoyu arrive at the kitchen, and they get assigned roles to perform in the kitchen. Xiaoyu gives Kayumiya a chef's dress, and she questions who she is and where she is. The kitchen manager assigns her to wash 200 cups while Xiaoyu washes 200 dishes. She regrets following Xiaoyu in, saying she would have chosen someone else if she knew she was coming to work. The kitchen manager keeps assigning duties to Xiaoyu, and she finishes them on time while Kayumiya is still stuck with the cups. She promises to get her revenge on Sun Rong because her family made her do servant's work. The kitchen manager assigns the two of them to the skewers, and Kayumiya complains that the beef is in excess. Xiaoyu says she didn't expect someone of her caliber to offer to do hard labor, and Wang replies that she didn't expect employees in Huaxiu to work so hard. Xiaoyu says it is better than moving granite from the sites. Kayumiya suddenly remembers she is there to steal the cudgel, not work. She asks Xiaoyu if she works frequently in the Sun's family, and Xiaoyu affirms, giving Sun Rong the credit. Kayumiya asks Xiaoyu to take her to the Sun's main hall, but Xiaoyu explains that non-family members are not permitted into the main halls. The kitchen manager disrupts their conversation, saying he needs 2 people to serve food in the main hall and drinks in the front square of the hall. Kayumiya struggles to deliver the drinks, and the manager informs her that her salary wage will be deducted if she spills the drinks. She successfully drops the drinks and attempts to find a way into the main hall. Thunder approaches her and commends her for making such a refreshing pear drink. She declines that she is not the maker, but he insists that she is being humble. She says he is affecting her work. Thunder questions why she is carrying a high-grade spiritual treasure while at work, but she denies having such an item. He says further that a stick-shaped treasure is hidden in her sleeve, and he would love to take a look. She deciphers a way to run away, so she scatters the pear drink, and it spills on Xiaoyu's dress. She offers to help her fix it. They both approach the main hall's building, but the security restricts their entrance. She calls him emotionless for not showing sympathy despite seeing that her dress is wet. The security lets them in instantly. While in the building, she mocks the Sun's security for being dull. She tries to find a way to steal the cudgel, but Xiaoyu calls her in to help her fasten her dress. Xiaoyu urges them to return to the kitchen to avoid a cut in their pay. Kayumiya asks about the location of the sacred cudgel from Xiaoyu, and she tells her it is in the arsenal of the building's basement. Kayumiya rushes off to the basement while Xiaoyu leaves her. On her way to the basement, she feels a vibration in the building and wonders if it is an earthquake. The scene plays back to the occurrence between Wang and Mr. Sun, Sun Rong's grandfather. They all walk out of the armory room, and Mr. Sun apologizes to Wang while calling him master. Zhuo Yi, who had been hiding behind a pillar, wonders why the old man is kowtowing up to Wang, a value 5 boy. She turns to the room and sees the sacred cudgel. The Sun family calls the 7-star squad to investigate the robbery. The new leader says he wishes Master Zhuo was around. Mr. Sun kneels and begs Wang to release the sacred cudgel, but Sun Rong takes him off. Wang saying his actions are embarrassing. Lord Thunder arrives, and he informs Mr. Sun that Wang cannot be responsible because he has been with Sun Rong all night. Sun Rong affirms too, saying he didn't take his eyes off them all night. Mr. Sun agrees, but he says no one else can lift the sacred cudgel in Huaxiu. Thunder tells him the cudgel can change sizes, and it has probably shrunk to a thread, so he is certain it has not disappeared. He gives Mr. Sun a microscope to check, but Mr. Sun informs him he can't find it. Lord Thunder checks by himself and realizes the cudgel is not there. Sun Rong asks Wang what they should do, and Wang calls everyone's attention. He suggests they check the CCTV recordings and everyone stares at the CCTV, surprised they didn't even notice. They check the CCTV recordings and discover that someone else entered the building after them. Kiyomiya noticed the CCTV was watching, so she destroyed it. She arrives at her home and attempts to begin the ritual by chanting a spell, but she gets interrupted by a call from Sunrong twice. She picks up the call, and Sunrong screams at her for stealing her family's kujou. Sunrong instructs her to return it, but Kiyomiya dumps her phone into the volcano underneath the cave. Guohao assures Sunrong they have a plan that will force her to come out. Guohao and Chen Chao blast very loud music, singing that Kiyomiya is a thief because she stole a cudgel. They also mock her family, and the music disrupts Kiyomiya, forcing her to leave the cage and attend to them. She opens the gate and questions why they are in front of her house. Sunrong commands her to return her cudgel, but Kiyomiya says she didn't take anything from her family, so she should stop being a big bloody mouth. Her security corrects her grammar while she talks. Sunrong shows her a video recording of her while she was in the basement. Kiyomiya lies that she was in the basement, but she didn't take anything. Jinkei tells Sunrong that there are spiritual energy reactions from the cudgel in the back hill. Sunrong approaches Kiyomiya and asks if she can allow them to search the back hill since she claims she is innocent. Kiyomiya unconsciously reacts, and Guo calls it the guilty conscience. She says she doesn't have time to argue with them, and they have trespassed on private property. Her security surround them, and she calls them invaders. Chen Chao says the exorcist men are her stooges. Guohao confirms they have come to the right place. Kiyomiya walks away and orders her men to send them off. Chen Chao says they are short of hands, and Guo questions where Wang is. Wang appears to Kiyomiya and instructs her to return Sunrong's stuff, but she walks past him and insists she doesn't have the son's family properties. Wang continues appearing to her, and insists on her returning the sacred cudgel, but she continues with the same response. Kiyomiya summons demons from her scrolls, but Wang defeats all of them to her surprise. She tries to look for another demon to summon, but Wang destroys her scroll with his sword. Suddenly the sword creates a portal, and Kiyomiya says Wang does not know what he has done. They arrive in a dungeon filled with bones, and she cries, saying all is gone. A giant monster tries to attack Wang, but Zhuo Yi suddenly appears and defeats it. Wang expresses his surprise to see him, and Zhuo Yi greets his master, while Kiyomiya questions how he survived. Zhuo Yi explains that after he instructed him to study abroad and try to find the background of the exorcist team, he came to Sunland. After some research, he realized the exorcist team had been abducting demons from around the world, and they were sent to the Kiyomiya volcano, where they never showed up again. Zhuo Yi continues with his story, saying he decided to sneak into the Kiyomiya's property, but he got caught by the princess and was sent to the volcano, where he saw the captured demons. He says the volcano has a confinement seal so when the demons got hungry, they would fight each other to their death, and the one who survives the force field would become the demon king. Wang asks if she wants to cultivate demons, and Zhuo Yi affirms, saying she has been summoning the demons that have been invading Huaqiu with her demon spectrum. Kiyomiya agrees with Zhuo Yi's explanation, but she says when a new demon king is about to be created, the force field can no longer suppress the demons, so she has to try and steal the sacred cudgel to reinforce the field. Wang says she was the one that stole the cudgel, but she declines, saying it was too heavy for her to lift. Zhuo Yi ponders on who stole the cudgel. They suddenly hear demon movements, and Kiyomiya scolds Zhuo Yi for claiming to have destroyed the demons. Wang asks if breaking the force field will do the trick, but Kiyomiya stops him asking if he intends to destroy the whole of Sunland. Wang answers if she wants him to save them, so she can plague the whole of Huaqiu. Suddenly, the field rumbles, and the sacred cudgel enters. Kiyomiya says the force field is broken, while Zhuo Yi questions who brought the sun's sacred cudgel. The demons escape from the volcano, and they invade Sunland. Zhuo Yi assumes his position back as the leader of the 7-star squad. He searches for illegal demon immigrants around. Froggy too sees him, and Zhuo Yi asks him to help out to detect the trace of a demon. Froggy lies about the demon's location, and Zhuo Yi speeds off. The demon comes out of hiding and worships Froggy 2, and he asks him to return as the demon king. But Frog 2 declines, saying he is now more familiar with the human world and has a faint memory of the demon world. The episode recaps the occurrence on the day of Froggy 2's birthday when his surprise party got ruined, and he reversed time only to find out the surprise party in the new time was for Lin Zhaoyu. He walked through the street feeling weary and hungry until he collapsed. A demon offered him food and rescued him. The demon took him to the demon hideout, where he encouraged the other demons to stop hiding and urged them to fight back against the humans that destroyed their kingdom. He motivated all of them and decided they would free their other races from the Kiyomiya family's volcano. Froggy 2 sets out to steal the sun's sacred cudgel to help them break the force field so he can save his race. He transforms into Xiao Yu during the High Saints' Day Gala and strikes Kiyomiya down when she appears in the armory room, where she attempts to steal the cudgel. He steals the cudgel and sets out to Kiyomiya with his demon soldiers, assuring them he will create a world where no demon will ever be hurt. The demons charge towards Kayumiya, and they destroy the city. Wang Ling climbs up the volcano, and he sees Froggy too, surprisingly. Wang Ling sees the cudgel in his mouth, and he realizes he was the one that stole it. The other demons rush in to receive instructions from their king to charge down together and kill the humans. They spot Wang before him, and they suggest eating him first. Froggy 2 screams at them to be quiet, and he orders them to back off because Wang Ling is a dangerous human. They all answer to his command and back off. Wang Ling holds his sword and asks Froggy 2 if he wants a one-on-one fight or a fight with him against all of them. Froggy staggers backward in fear, saying he knows fighting with Wang means suicide because he has known him all this while. He suggests they find a more peaceful solution. One of the demons questions why the Demon King is not eating the human. His partner says they are negotiating because the Lord King must think about just eating. Froggy 2 suggests they fight verbally. He explains that he will ask Wang 3 questions, so if he wins, Froggy 2 will order the demons to surrender to him, but if he loses, Wang will return to Huaqiu and stay out of their dispute because they only have business with the Kiyomiya family. Wang agrees immediately, and Froggy 2 is surprised he didn't think about it. Froggy asks Wang the first question about arithmetic. He instructs him to execute the block diagram in the figure and gives him the output. Wang thinks about the answer, and Froggy 2 says he knows Wang cannot get the answer because he watched what he did in Faction 60. Froggy 2 says Wang was always absent-minded during arithmetic classes, and he did his homework with an enlightened pencil, so he won't get the question. Froggy 2 opens his mouth wide in shock when he hears Wang calculating the answer. Wang tells him the final answer, and Froggy says it is impossible because Wang got an average mark of 60 in every arithmetic test. Wang asks if he thinks getting a mark of 60 is easy. Froggy 2 realizes Wang controls his marks himself, and makes sure he scores 60 every time. Wang demands the second question, and Froggy 2 asks to see how tough he is. He gives him the 3-body problem, and Froggy says it doesn't have a solution because for thousands of years, human cultivators have been unable to solve it. Wang summons 3 celestial bodies, to Froggy 2's surprise, and the volcano shakes. Froggy questions what Wang intends to do, and he explains that knowledge comes from practice. The demons hail their Lord King, thinking he is casting the magic with his groundbreaking power. Froggy 2 begs Wang to stop saying he has won the question to prevent him from destroying the world. The celestial bodies separate and return to their previous positions. Wang requests the last question. Froggy 2 thinks deeply, saying Wang knows everything from arithmetic to geography, and also has unquestionable power. He considers a brain teaser, but he says he will defeat him. Froggy 2 thinks about what they have been through together, and he remembers Doomsday. He asks Wang Ling for his birthday date and month. Wang gets confused with the answer to give, and Froggy 2 gets angry, saying he thought they were friends for all these years, but he has only been regarding him as a dog. He says Wang was the one that destroyed their world, and they escaped to the human world where the 7-star squad arrested them, and the Kiyomiya family cultivated them. Froggy 2 enlarges to his original magic frog size, and he continues talking, saying the human race doesn't care about them. Wang tries to mention Xiaoyu and Sylvie, but Froggy says they think only lovely demons need care. He adds that he has been living in fear for years, but now he will strike back. Wang orders him to stop playing around, but Froggy refuses and attacks Wang. Wang defends himself and strikes Froggy aggressively. Froggy reverses the timeline multiple times to avoid being defeated by Wang, but he gets defeated each time. He decides to reverse Wang Ling back to when he was a baby. He says Wang fell for his trap, and he will be able to defeat him while he is younger. But to Froggy's surprise, Wang's baby state defeats Froggy aggressively. Froggy questions if he had unbelievable powers as a baby too. He says the law of time does not affect him, so all he can do is seal him up at the end of time. Froggy 2 swallows Wang, and he wakes up alone in a building in his subconscious. Wang walks outside, and he sees Froggy 2 crying. Froggy questions what he is because he is confused about being a human or a demon. Wang hugs him and lifts him. He informs him that people are waiting for him, so they have to go. They return to their conscious selves, and Froggy 2 calls himself a loser for not being able to defeat Wang, no matter how time and space changes. He gives up to Wang, but on 2 conditions. Froggy 2 tells Wang his first condition is that his demons are innocent, so he should allow them to live on. Wang shows him the new world he has created for them. Froggy 2 shouts and says he could have saved his efforts. Wang apologizes and pets him. Wang asks for his second condition, and Froggy 2 questions if he can continue being his dog. The demons enter the new world Wang created through the portal. Zhuoyi instructs Kiyomiya to follow him to the cultivation department. Kiyomiya thanks Zhuoyi for saving her family. She gets embarrassed when Zhuoyi looks at her, and she turns away. The Sunland citizens renovate their structures while Chen Chao and Guo decide to enjoy the Sunland beach after experiencing all the fights. Sunrong rushes to meet Wang, and he returns her sacred cudgel, causing her to smile. After the Sunland incident, the narrator explains how Froggy 2 found a liking to Wang Ling and moved to his house to seek solace. One night, Froggy 2 wakes up after a short nap and finds Wang Ling typing furiously into his gaming laptop. Puzzled by Wang's focus on the laptop, Froggy 2 gets up from his bed and gets to Wang's desk to talk to him. There, Wang's spirit helper pops out of his body in his spiritual form and urges Froggy 2 not to disturb the Swordmaster, aka Wang, as he does his thing. When he is asked why Wang is doing such a complex-looking task on his laptop, the spiritual dude tells Froggy that he's doing that to prevent a certain someone, aka Sunwrong, from discovering his powers. At that point, Wang finishes his code. He summons his weird little way of heaven elf, Ling Fei, to his desk and asks it to do something to the jargon he just typed on his laptop. The elf comes to life and shoots a beam from his ease onto the computer screen, causing the string of codes to activate. When his program pings are successful, Wang heaves a sigh of relief as he continues thinking of what to do after doing his code. Froggy 2 notices everything that Wang does and asks him why he didn't just wipe Sunwrong's memories instead. Wang tells him about the terrible side effects wiping someone's memory can cause and lets him know that it's safer this way. Froggy turns to the spiritual dude from earlier and asks him about Wang's power and connection to the way of heaven. The spiritual dude tricks Froggy 2 into believing Wang was a weak-ass MF with only a little power. And guess what? The insecure Froggy 2 believed it. Anyways, the next day, Wang Ling gets up early and prepares for school that day. Before leaving the house, he receives texts from Sunwrong, who just found out how powerful Wang was. From the looks of things, Sun was trying to let him know that her little lips were sealed, as she didn't plan on exposing his secret anytime soon. She also reminds him of their test that was to happen that day, but then Wang quickly changes the conversation to talk about his incarnation phase. Soon, he gets bored of the conversation and stops the conversation so he can get to school early. Moments before leaving for school, Wang's goofy father shows up with a weird-looking device he claims to have been made from Wang's Way of Heaven programming formula the previous night. The device is known to wipe the memory of a person who's unfortunate enough to get irradiated by the beams. Knowing his goofy father pretty well, Wang keeps quiet and watches the doofus perform the ritual on himself. Just as Wang was about to stop him, his dad irradiated himself and erased his memories for the next half hour. As if that wasn't enough, Wang's dad still wanted to give the device another try. Poor guy. Wang gets up and stops his dad from getting attacked by himself. He collects the device from his dad and walks out on him to get to school, despite his dad's pleas to get it back. Wang gets to his school where students walk like stick figures and gets to class on time with Chen, who's as frivolous as ever. One of the dudes in class brings Chen down his high horse so he can be mentally ready for their class. Soon, Teacher Pan shows up to instruct them on the latest news. Judging by how strict she is, Teacher Pan tells the students the bad news about their art teacher, who's literally outside the classroom, called in sick. The art teacher, who was just outside the classroom back then, opens the door to start his class, but then Teacher Pan slaps him out of class so she can take over. Chen faints as his hopes and dreams of beating Wang Ling in the physical arts class were shattered in an instant. With that out of the way, Teacher Pan substitutes art class for swordsmanship class with Teacher Wang. There's a little murmur from the students, which ticks Teacher Pan a little bit. Before leaving the students for their next class, she dares anybody to discuss their problem with her decision with her in her office. Knowing fully well that she can cultivate the devil himself, the students shut the hell up and follow her decision. This time, Wang Ling takes out his dad's device and thinks about what he's going to use it for. Moments later, everybody gathers in the school's new gymnasium to train themselves for their next class. While some people skip the rope till they levitate, others bounce basketballs at high speeds till they crush their nutsacks. Either way, everyone's doing something very productive with themselves. A few minutes later, their extra-large teacher shows up with a golden orb in his hand and uses it to display a screen on top of his head. A Shifu with long white hair holds a glowing sword as he stands in place to have his picture taken. Teacher Wang introduces the Swordmaster as the legendary Fan Rui, whose whereabouts are unknown. From history, he's known to have mastered the Way of Heaven swordsmanship and can use all 3,000 Ways of Heaven strikes to do considerable damage to the bad dudes. This information causes ripples of murmurs in the students. One of them, a chubby one, reminds Teacher Wang of their status and lets him know that it'll be impossible for them to learn the ropes around the art. Like any math teacher from high school, Teacher Wang wasn't going to let his students off easily. So he summons the wordless book on the yin-yang platform and encourages the students to try their luck in learning the swordsmanship levels. When he's ready to begin the lecture, he walks over to the platform, opens the book, and tells the students to gather their spiritual force at their palms before imbuing it into the book to reveal the level of swordsmanship they can learn at that time. Once the swordsmanship book receives its spiritual force, it displays a fighting animation to showcase the level of their spiritual powers. Since everyone pretty much understands his point, they all get ready to begin the test. Teacher Wang calls the first student, Ku Xuan, to come to showcase his power to the book. After bragging over how negligible he's been treated in the past, being the writer of the series, he creates the green mist around his hands and punches the wordless book. At the time, Wang teleports into his inner mind and asks his elf, Ling Fei, to take control of his power when it's his turn so he doesn't end up destroying the gym again. As a bribe, he gives Ling Fei a bag of crispy noodles and leaves things to him. Just then, Ku Xuan fails the test miserably and gets a failing grade. The teacher calls the next person on the list Chen, the frivolous dude who comes forward with a golden hue around his body and finally activates one of the levels in the wordless book. Teacher Wang recognizes that phase as the third phase of the swordsmanship level and passes him instantly. The next person, Wang Ling, is called up to do his part. Wang breathes in as his spirit helper dude asks him what to do. Wang urges him not to worry too much about him and just focus on controlling his power. Before letting Wang do anything, Teacher Wang shows him proof of insurance that the school had to buy for the gym to ensure the safety of the property. Furthermore, he explains just how impeccable the school building is, letting the students know that it was almost impossible to bring such a structure down. Nonetheless, Wang moves forward, bends on his knees, and places his hands gently on the wordless book. He releases an ounce of his spiritual energy and causes a large release of spiritual energy that creates a hole in the gym ceiling. Wang gets a little sad as he knows he just messed it all up again. This time, however, his spiritual force causes a large, gigantic golden sword to appear up in the sky and stab the land. By this time, everyone was either almost dead or fainted. Wang uses the art of restoration to restore the building to its normal structure. To make sure Rong doesn't remember what she just saw, he uses the device on her and wipes her memory. Rong faints, but then Teacher Wang commands his people to take her to the infirmary. Elsewhere, the legendary swordsman notices the sword from the sky and gets interested in getting an heir to take his place when his scraggly ass ain't on Earth anymore. He does a little voodoo movement with his white sword and gets himself ready to go scouting for his successor. Meanwhile, the four remaining members of the faction of the Four Emblems host a meeting to discuss their state of affairs. Before they kickstart the meeting, they pay their respects to the legendary sword masters, Fan Rui and Chen Nanchuan. Shortly afterward, the three of them settle down around the round table to discuss their fourth brother, Qing Zhao, who was absent from the meeting at the time. After raising the question, one of the brothers gets up to tell the other about Jiao's important mission for the day. Surprised, the other brother asked him what Jiao could be doing to warrant such questionable actions. Well, it turns out that the great Jiao was busy in an arcade glaring at his new overall high score in all of the arcade games in that shop. With different people staring at how ridiculous his high score was, Jiao stands there like a little boy who just won himself some cotton candy and admires his minuscule success. Elsewhere, Sun Rong's grandpa, Mr. Rong, receives the family doctor's visit to check up on his granddaughter, Sun Rong, who fainted after Wang used the device on her. After checking her vitals, the doctor passes her as okay. Meanwhile, Mr. Rong became worried sick over Sun Rong's eagerness to always surpass her limits and hoped she would just calm down when she could to avoid turning out this way. Eventually, Mr. Rong gets the memo after throwing a fuss over his granddaughter having a seemingly incurable disease. Dr. Lee sighs over the expressive display of regret and sorrow from Grandpa and his daughter and urges them to calm down as there is nothing wrong with Sun. Mr. Rong gets a little curious and asks the doctor why his granddaughter fainted earlier. The doctor tells him it may be psychological. To keep those two out of his hair, Dr. Lee hands Mr. Rong a pamphlet and tells him to follow the instructions written there so they can all get to the Chrysanthemum Island Sanitarium to get her checked for psychosis. Mr. Rong gets very happy at this, but then again, Lee tells him the place isn't fully built yet, so they had better be careful. Mr. Rong thanks the doctor for the visit and turns on his TV to watch the news. There he finds out that the construction of the chrysanthemum was already underway, and this was surprising to him. In the meantime, Wang gets himself in a yellow hoodie before stepping out of his place to visit Sun Rong, who's been crushing on him like forever. His mom noticed the absurd wardrobe choice and called him out on it. With Wang being Wang, he simply didn't care, as bro was just living in a world of his own, and even better, he wasn't any simp. Eventually, his mom manages to change his mind, and Wang puts on a weird robe. Upon getting to the chrysanthemum, Wang stands at the front gate, expecting an open sesame or something. Before the door opens for him, Wang spectates his friends talking about Sun Rong and her illness on the group chat. Thinking Wang was off the list, everyone suggested he goes to visit her during the weekend, since he's usually the unemployed guy. Moments after reading through the messages, the door to the sanitarium opens up, and Wang walks in like a slow poke. A robot greets him and welcomes him to the sanitarium. Rong, who was just going on about her day, spots Wang coming into the building she was in and rushes to greet him from her window, like a sorority sister who just got reunited with her toxic frat boy ex of 2 years. Wang remains calm as always as they walk through heavy military-grade surveillance to get to Rong's room. Meanwhile, Mr. Rong and a simp in a suit who likes Rong but doesn't have the balls to ask her out are seen in the control room. watching all of Wong's moves. The simp tries talking to Mr. Wrong out of letting Wong see his babe, but Mr. Wrong was an OG without a doubt who understood the game when he saw one. So, he ignored the coward and let Wong riz his daughter up. To make matters worse, he invites Froggy2 to his control room and lets him have front row seats to watch his master at work. The simp was petrified. Froggy2 starts by introducing himself to the simp, praising his master Wong when he gets the chance to make sure Mr. Wrong knew his daughter was in good hands. As for the simp, he pacifies himself by recalling the beachside memories he's had with Wrong when they were younger, and reassures himself that Wrong won't fall for a goofball. After getting Wong into her room, soon Wrong gets very excited and rushes over to check through the gifts Wong bought for her, hoping to see one of his gifts there. When she doesn't find one, she gets pissed off. Wong notices this and decides to do something about it. He takes out a pack of raccoon snack noodles, the Golden Collector's Edition, Aka the most treasured item in his arsenal, and hands it over to her. Wrong is very happy to finally receive something valuable from her crush. Soon, a robot interrupts their good time together and reminds Wrong about her rehabilitation test in the in-house arcade. Wrong takes Wang to the arcade and registers her ID as Agan before entering the empty arcade to continue doing her thing. Wrong rushes over with Wong to one of the machines there where she tries hard to pick a toy for herself. After trying and failing woefully, Wong moves over to another one. Before trying his luck, the simp from earlier, who was watching them from the big screen, texts one of the people in charge to make sure Wong doesn't get a good pull on his first try. Now, if that's not pathetic, tell me what is. Anyways, Wang notices the play going on and tries his best to beat the system. When normal tactics wouldn't work, he uses some wind energy to raise as many toys into the drain as possible. Guess what? Simp's face was petrified, whereas Mr. Wrong was only impressed by this display and even likens Wang to his younger self. As for the other games of luck and chance, Wong ends up defeating every single one of them, and Mr. Wrong was enjoying every single bit of it. Simp tried raising the difficulty of each game to the hardest, but Wong ended up destroying the odds and making them work in his favor. During the basketball game, he uses cyclone energy to make the ball enter the basket that the simp reduced earlier. While all that happens, Zhao, who was in the arcade at the time, notices this Agon person surpassing his highest score of 11,000 and complains about it. When the time comes for Wong to slash open a giant orb of energy, he slams a hole into the wall and destroys the entire machine. At this point, the high score reader couldn't even read Agan's high score anymore. And boy oh boy was Zhao pissed. When Wong's done rizzing Wrong up, he cashes in the points he's gotten over the times and gets a raccoon gift for Wrong to seal the deal. Damn, Wong's got game. As for Zhao, he ends up destroying his sword before swearing revenge against Wang Ling for beating his high score. By evening time, Wong joins up with Froggy2 before leaving for his house. On their way home, Froggy2 warns Wong about annoying a particular member of the Four Emblem faction, Zhao Qing, and lets him know that Zhao may get his revenge against him. Wong, who's a top G himself, isn't scared of anybody, and instead tells Zhao to bring it on. In another meeting between the Four Emblem faction, the three remaining members pay their respects as usual and get around the table to discuss their affairs. Still, Qing Zhao is absent again, and the concerned leader asks for some explanation. One of the leaders there gets up and explains the situation to the concerned leader. Apparently Zhao was pissed that a measly nobody named Digan whooped his ass in the arcade game and got a higher score than he did. As such, he plans to take his revenge against the person who he later finds out to be Sun Wrong. The member urges their leader to stay jiggy and allow Zhao to finish his mission and capture Wrong. At that instant, Teacher Pan and Teacher Wang watch a news report about one of the major developments in their city. The news reporter walks over to a programmer in an internet company while he is working out to ask him a few questions about their recent project. Teacher Wang pauses the feed and complains about their physical art classes being way behind schedule following the recent completion of their underground gym. Teacher Pan, who seems to have a passionate hatred towards physical arts, barges in on Teacher Wang during his thinking session and tells him not to worry too much about making the students proficient in physical arts. Rather, they should teach them more about writing and reciting so they can become weaker in the future. Teacher Wang isn't about to allow a miserable teacher like Pan to ruin his only subject, so he gets up and counters her comments about physical arts. While all this happens, the master from earlier, who was seeking an heir to take his place as Sword Saint, approaches the door to the staff room and overhears both teachers bickering at each other. He opens the door nonchalantly and catches Teacher Pan making weird mating poses at the fatso, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang stops his bickering when he finds the scraggly old man standing behind him and looks behind to check him out. On realizing that he's the Sword Saint, Teacher Wang pays his respects. However, Teacher Pan wasn't so eager to show her respect, but then again, the Sword Saint showed them 10% of his power, hoping it would be enough for them to make him the interim physical arts teacher. Teacher Wang asks him if he's there on important business, and the Sword Saint, who calls himself Yi, tells them he's there to select a fine warrior to be his heir after he dies. Almost immediately, Teacher Wang picks Yi up and shows him outside to talk to him privately, leaving the bitter and miserable Pan behind in the staff room. Pan gets a little jealous of what is going on, but then reassures herself that nobody can beat her when it comes to occupying class. A few days later, Sun Rong and the other students start noticing their new art teacher and Teacher Wang strolling around the yard. She and a few other students complain about the master's physical state, seeing as he's pretty weak for a sword saint. While the others complain, Wang and his spiritual helper dude discuss what could have made such a powerful person come here to their faction. Eventually, they conclude that he must be out looking for an heir to his throne, as his time was already near. Wang assures his helper that he's pretty confident that he's as average as he can be when compared to the others. His spiritual helper, dude, frowns at the obvious lie, but then gets back to his place to allow Wang to take his class in peace. A few minutes later, Teacher Pan walks into the room to address the students on a thing or two about their art teacher. She tells them Teacher Yi can't start teaching them anytime soon as he's still getting to know their faction. In the meantime, she'll be taking them on a pop quiz from hell itself, and the students have no choice but to take the quiz. Wang, who was already getting pretty tired of the class, checks his radar inside his notebook and finds Jiao heading in hot to their faction. At the same time, the loser Jiao, who was flying on his skateboard, noticed someone spying on him but couldn't pinpoint who the person was. Concurrently, Teacher Yi and Teacher Wang finish testing each other's strengths before the final hire, and Wang is pretty impressed by how good Teacher Yi is with his stuff. While Yi chills out in the meadows, Sun, Wang, Chen, Guo, and one other girl walk out of the building to find their teacher standing on the grass somewhere. They pay their respects to the teacher and say goodbye before walking back to the class. Yi calls them back and tells them about the devil's advocate posing as a teacher, Teacher Pan. He makes sure to tell all of them just how badly Pan wanted him gone and wishes they could work together to make sure that they start their physical art class before it's too late. To do this, he lets out a strong golden aura from his body that causes all the students except Wang to fall. Once he's done with that, he does some high-level levitation to further impress his students. Chen gets very depressed, as he doesn't think they can learn the levitation technique before they graduate. Yai gives them a brief explanation of the art, and makes Sunrong think well to come up with a way they can take their physical arts class. In the meantime, Jiao passes a landmark in Sunrong's faction, and takes another look at the little girl who claimed his glory from the arcade. He finds it hard to locate her in the vast city, and curses to torture her for 49 days with his art so she can regret ever crossing him. Back at the school, the students kickstart their plans. Sunrong and Wang get to the staff room to call Teacher Pan for the morning self-study. They make it seem like they're very enthusiastic to learn whatever the heck she has for them. They plan to overwork Teacher Pan until she's tired of teaching them. By lunchtime, Chen and Wang show up to ask her for another class before she eats her lunch. Again, Pan does the same thing and ends the class on time. After the second class, she gets back to her office. As she's about to settle down, Go shows up with Wang to call Pan to the classroom again. Pan, who's tired already, still manages to take the third class. By the time she is done with them, she returns to the office and locks the door behind her to prevent any students from coming in to call her for another class. Minutes later, Wang, Rong, and one other girl show up to call Pan to teach them. This time, they find the door locked and are shocked over what to do at the moment. Since there were no security cameras in the hallway at that time, Wang used 0.001% of his powers to smash open the door. Even then, he still manages to create a hole in the door and startle Pan, who was already terrified by her students. Teacher Wang tried helping her out, but then again, the girls weren't going to allow that. So, they picked her up and dragged her sorry ass to class. After that class, Pan runs off to the toilet to get some rest. Still, Rong found her in the toilet and called her for another class. At this point, even the most miserable teacher, Teacher Pan, got tired and finally succumbed to their wishes. She allowed the students to get their physical arts teacher, and everyone rushed outside to start their lessons. After gathering all the students outside, Teacher Yi briefs them on the tests they're taking that day. He says he's testing their powers that day by doing a solid ball throwing test for body flexibility and core stamina. Chen goes first and fires himself up before throwing his ball 100 meters forward. According to the rules, anybody who throws over 80 meters gets a passing mark, and although Chen passes the test, the teacher is a little disappointed. Soon enough, it's Wang's turn, and he picks the ball with his right hand and settles things with his spiritual helper dude so he doesn't end up destroying the field again. He aims the ball up and throws it into the air. Jiao, who was still in the air, received a call from one of his colleagues warning him about underestimating the faction he was about to enter. Around that time, the ball lands on the lawn at a whopping 50 meters. This disappoints the teacher, who didn't know that Wang's ball actually went around the earth in a perfect circle and came back to land on the 50-meter mark on the lawn. During its flight, the ball hit Jiao in the head and took him out like a toothpick before landing on the mark. Soon after, the lesson ends, and by the end of the day, Teacher Wang and Teacher Yi meet up to discuss the results of the test they conducted. Teacher Yi expresses his disappointment at Wang for failing the test earlier, but then cuts his losses to continue searching for his heir. He also reminds Teacher Wang of the villain from the Four Emblem faction, who was coming over to take his revenge on their faction, and tells him not to worry at all, since he's been ready for such a thing for a long time now. Eventually, Teacher Yi agrees to stay with the school and continue testing the students so he can find his heir one day. The next morning, while Wang prepares himself for school, he stops and wrings out a slime mold right on his desk while his elf, Ling Fei, watches carefully. His mom's voice echoes from the kitchen downstairs, warning him not to be late for his morning class. Wang nods in agreement with his mother and listens to the morning news from his device. Apparently, Zhao was captured by the Songhai Immortal Art Tactical Team after he got hit in the head by Wang's ball. The team lead at the time, Zhou Yi, took all the credit and let the general public know that he hit him on the jaw, knowing clearly well that he was lying beautifully. Anyways, Wang finishes massaging his slime mold and activates it to showcase a beautiful bright golden color. Elsewhere, the three remaining members of the Four Emblem faction of crooks hold their usual daily meeting to discuss the state of affairs that morning. They pay their respects to their masters and settle down to discuss the absence of their beloved brother, Qing Jiao. They talk about the facts surrounding Qing Jiao's defeat and swear revenge against Wang's faction, the Faction 60, for capturing their brother and placing him in their spiritual jail. Shui Hu, the brash member of the three, promises to go in first and exact his revenge against Faction 60. Back at Wang's house, Froggy 2 wakes up and finds Wang dealing with something electrical on his desk. He wonders what the quiet dumbass may be up to right now, but then the spiritual helper dude pops out of Wang's body to explain exactly what Wang is doing at the moment, which is creating a demon amusement park with Froggy 2 as the theme. Spiritual helper dude takes his time to explain what is happening and ends up telling Froggy 2 that Wang built all he sees with his bare hands. In school, Teacher Wang explains the concept of the underground spiritual veins to the student and likens them to the spiritual vessels that carry spiritual energy from the Earth's core to the Earth's surface. He provides them with the varieties of spiritual veins that exist in the Earth's core and lets them know what happens once one of the veins is cut. He tells them about the incessant supernatural visions that occur whenever a vein is cut, and tells them their spiritual impulses will lack once that happens. Chen asks the teacher if spiritual veins can be created artificially. Teacher Wang slams it right into his brain that it's physically impossible to create spiritual veins out of thin air. Wang, who's already created a spiritual root in his room before, checks outside to notice what was going on. Soon enough, Teacher Wang leaves, dismisses the class, and heads back to the staff room. The students notice what's happening outside their classroom and are shocked to realize that it is snowing in the middle of June. Something abnormal was happening, but they didn't seem to care at all. Instead, Shen advises them to get out there and play in the snow while they still can, and the others follow suit. Teacher Wang notices something weird, but chooses to ignore the obvious. As for Wang, he could see the thing happening in the middle of the playground. After confirming what he could, he gets up and walks off to take care of it. In the meantime, Teacher Wang gets outside to meet with Teacher Yi to ask him why he stopped Teacher Wang from stopping the Nimrod who caused the snow. Teacher Yi tells him to let the students handle everything so he can test them and figure out an heir from one of them. Also, if things get out of hand, he would step in and stop the perpetrator. Teacher Wang gets a little suspicious, but then he decides to leave things in Yi's hands to avoid causing trouble. On getting to the playground outside, Wang uses his spiritual eyes to check out the dome that was covering their school. His spiritual dude pops out again to tell him about the spiritual vein being destroyed right under their school. Wang urges his helper not to worry much about that at all, and that he'd handle things just fine. Just as he's about to unleash his power, the playful and stupid Chen throws a snowball at him, which Wang dodges. Soon, he creates more snowballs and throws them all at Wang, who dodges it all without any feeling in the world. Eventually, Wang gets very interested in the game when Sun Rong and the other red-headed girl come in to join him. He makes his snowballs and throws them at Chen and Guo. He then joins them all to make a snowman and enjoy his time with Sun Rong and the others for a while before getting back to his main business. They all have silent anime snowball fights that make even the Sword Saint jealous of the youth's vibrance. After playing around in the snow for a few more minutes, the cold from the artificial snow becomes so unbearable for all of them that even the fabric on their uniforms fails to warm their bodies up well. Ultimately, they call it quits and return inside to keep themselves warm. Inside the staff room, Pan notices her ink freezing up and discusses with Teacher Wang the sudden snowstorm outside the school to know what could be done about it. She gets curious and asks Teacher Wang about Teacher Yi's mission to find his heir. To her surprise, Teacher Wang tells her he thinks Teacher Yi is in the wrong faction and would do himself some good to go find his so-called heir in another faction. To be honest, if Teacher Yi wasn't so blind to seeing the power Wang wielded, then maybe he won't be having so much trouble trying to get someone to take over his art. They even make jokes about possible candidates and mention Wong being the possible candidate for the role, only to laugh it off as an impossible task. Little did those two airheads know that Wong would obliterate them if he wanted to, but he chose to keep quiet like a nerd and watch what was going on. Somewhere around school, Chen and the others all rush towards their classroom door. Chen places his hand on the lock to open the door, but it ends up getting frozen. The person behind the door urges him to keep quiet and avoid placing any body parts on the door so it doesn't become frozen meat. Chen warms his hands up with his spiritual impulse and moves on to break down the door, but Guo advises him against destroying public property. Sunrong advises Chen to use the art of fireball to melt the cold layer on the frozen door, and Chen smiles at the idea. He removes his coat and recites a long-ass prayer just to create a little ball of fire on his index finger. After enduring being laughed at by his teammates, Chen runs away embarrassed and returns when Guo, Xiaoyu, the red-headed girl, and even Sun Rong get the same spell wrong. This must only mean something, and that's that the spiritual impulses around them are getting thinner. Sunrong tries to gather spiritual impulses in her hands, but nothing seems to work out well. Surprised, she walks towards the window and realizes that the snowstorm must be weakening the spiritual impulse around them. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, whose weakness is cold, breaks down and gets immobile. Chen covers her with his coat and carries her up to get her to the infirmary so she can get the help that she needs. Somewhere around the school vicinity, Wei-Hu sticks his goofy-looking sword into the ground and pours more power into it to increase the coldness in the atmosphere and cause fear in the students' hearts. While he's in his dastardly act, Wong waltzes in to stop his little charade. Shui-Hu is initially stoked at Wong's indifference to the cold and wonders what he could be made not to fear the cold. Wong ignores him and removes Shui-Hu's sword from the ground. This pisses off the brash Shui-Hu, who tries to summon some kind of weird powers. However, Wong wasn't ready for his bullshit, so he throws him out of the magic dome he created so he can get enough time to return things to normal. Thankfully, his plan works, and soon enough, the school returns to the normal state it was before the harsh winter. Teacher Yi remained aloof over who erased the snowstorm from the entire school, as if it wasn't glaring enough. Anyways, Sui-Hu manages to land at the police station to get himself captured by the credit thief, Zhou Yi, who claimed to have hit the man in the nuts to make him pass out quickly. Several days later, Shui-Hu dies from his injuries, and everyone blames it on Zhou Yi, who is his alleged killer. Now the credit thief has become a wanted murderer, with a bounty of 233,333,303 spiritual coins on his head from the Four Emblem faction. In his office, Zhou's assistant reads the autopsy to him and mentions the cause of Zhuehu's death, which is a slap to the head and broken bones from the fatal fall. Still, Zhou acts high and mighty as he tells his assistant to quit reporting too much bad news to him so he can think his way out of the shit he's put himself in. He calls the Four Emblems weak and confronts them to face him if they have the guts to do that. Knowing fully well that her boss was capping hard as he was visibly scared of the bounty, the assistant fuels his ego and walks out respectfully before she becomes his next subject matter. Seconds after she leaves, Zhou freaks out and wishes his master would come and save him. Meanwhile, Wong is seen trying to learn some sophisticated stuff from a scroll when his spiritual helper pops up to ask whether he's going to exchange whatever he was learning for some crispy noodles. Rather than do that, Wong takes out a coupon for a 30% special annual sale that was coming up that instant and rushes over to the Cultivation Mall to meet up with his other friends and buy whatever he could buy. Chen, Sunrong, Xiaoyu, Guo, and Wong all graced the mall with their presence. While Chen and Guo were pretty psyched over the pretty little new things they were all seeing on display, Wong and the others just kept their cool as they admired the other things the mall had to offer. At one point, they waltz into the seafood section of the mall, and Guo tells them about his previous experience at his uncle's mantis shrimp farm, where he got to eat some pretty good shrimp dishes. Chen chastises him for eating meat without his consent, but then they all move on to check out the ridiculously expensive artifacts for sale. Sun Rong tells them a few facts about the artifacts, including the fact that most of the artifacts can't be bought with just money. Apparently, the artifacts would need to specifically select a master for themselves before they can be sold off to that exact person. As the other people discussed and chatted with each other, Wang Ling got very stressed as every artifact present there was calling to Ling to buy them. Wang painstakingly walked through the entire corridor of artifacts, enduring the cries from all the artifacts there begging him to buy them. Wang ignores them and moves on to the next section to continue browsing for crispy noodles to buy at a discount. Soon after he's gone, all the artifacts in the show glass wither and become sadder than they originally were. The manager of the entire supermarket, who was watching the entire mall from his control room, noticed Wang and his other friends from Faction 60 walking around the mall. He instructs his server to tell every salesman in the mall to encourage Wang and his friends to buy more items from their market and make them pay with their spiritual force. Also, he tells them to make sure that the salesman overcharges the price of every good in the market so they can extract as much money from them as possible. His server tries countering his plan, but then again, the boss isn't ready to hear anything from him. Besides, he would be gathering some attention for himself to be recognized by the 4 emblem members, who seem to have a bounty on Joe's head. The supermarket boss wanted to bully juniors from Joe's faction, so he could rile him up a little bit and encourage his backers to hang him out to dry. It's a race of time and who has the better wits. Wang buys some random items from the shop and pays for them in a jiffy. As for Chen, he gets captivated by some void glasses with a game on them and tries them on. The salesman realizes he's one of the people on his boss's list, so he goes in to entice him with ridiculous offers. Guo joins him a little while later and they both fawn over the beautiful instrument together. When the time came to pay, the salesman offered them the void glasses for an overpriced 60,000 spiritual coins. To make things easier for them, he advised them to take their discount offer and take the void glasses for free, just in case they didn't have the money that instant. However, the supermarket reserves the right to deduct spiritual coins from the students' salaries over 3 months until their debts get repaid in full. Chen and Guo seriously consider the offer and the salesman notices this. He then goes on to bring another item to the table, the latest blind box of spiritual beast eggs, which offers them a rare chance to get a rare beast upon hatching. If they were to get such an egg, then they would have to pay 100,000 spiritual coins just to get the egg. Both dummies were about to sign the agreement on impulse, but thankfully, Sunrong and the other were there to stop them from making the worst mistakes of their lives. Sunrong opts to pay for their shit with her golden card, but then again, the salesman wasn't going to let some rich girl take his job from him. He gives some bullcrap explanation about sales and the price of stuff, forcing Wang to step in and do something about it. He shows the salesman the coupon about the discount, and the salesman introduces him to a random bargaining event where he gets to spin a raffle draw to win. If Wang manages to spin a golden ball out of the 30,000 silver balls on his first try, he gets all the items his friend ordered for free. However, if he spins a silver ball, then he wins a soft roll paper. Wang's pretty fine with this wager, so he goes all in, knowing fully well that he's already manipulated his luck parameters with his elf, Ling Fei. Wang somehow wins 8 chances at pulling the lottery, and he tells the salesman to make his prize the void glasses and the beast egg. The salesman got too full of himself and left things to Wang, who pulled a golden ball on his first try. Shocked by the reality of this happening, the salesman pulls a dirty trick and tells him to spin a golden ball again. Wang sighs as if he was seeing this coming and does the same thing to spin the golden ball a second time. The salesman increases the spin count to 3, then 4, for a chance to win more coupons in the shop. Wang takes up all his chances and ends up pulling the gold ball every damn time. When the time came for him to pull 2 ruby cards, Wang did it pretty well. Wang moves on to continue winning raffle draws and lotteries to land himself and his friends premium items in the supermarket all for free. After getting hit in the face, the supermarket boss quits his half-assed plan and makes sure nobody gives Wang a chance to win a free coupon ever again. Wang still walks up to the crispy ramen store to get a sachet for himself. Upon opening his first one, he noticed the buy one get one free coupon in the packet and kept on getting the same coupon on every packet of ramen till he bought everything on the rack entirely for free. The salesman quits his job, and the supermarket boss loses a shit ton of money, hatching one of his devious plans in broad daylight. Wang and his friends board a train to get back to their faction. On their way home, they all feel bad for winning their items for free and decide to give back to society by donating all their stuff to charity. Everyone agrees on this, so they get down to planning things out. As for Zhu, he receives some shiny new clothes from his secret admirer with some instructions on how to put them all on. In the next scene, several dozen elves are seen taking care of the library to the Way of Heaven, watching and supervising those who try to climb the ladder of mind to learn the 3,000 secrets of the Way to Heaven. It's said that whoever can understand the secret arts is going to be invincible for all his life. To prevent the wrong person from getting their hands on the arts, the elves have to make sure the right person climbs the ladder of mind. During one of their shifts, the elves receive new members to their team, and those two are none other than Jue and Jiao of the 4 Emblem faction. Now, these two goofballs are notorious and useless when they were still alive, so, to give them a mettable punishment, their tongue-loose leader tells the others to throw them into the lunar well so they can think of their actions. As for Zhang Luying, the other leader asks if he's out of the well already, but then again, bro is only working in vain. Apparently, the red-colored elf leader thought Zhang was a good person, judging by how consistent he is in learning the secret arts. But when his partner tells him Zhang's true nature, he forbids him from ever getting to the top of the lunar well. Suddenly, two elves get to the entrance of the lunar well to check out where Jiang has gotten to. After looking into the vast world of the lunar well, they find Jiang a few hundred steps away from getting to the entrance of the lunar well after climbing thousands of steps to get there already. If Jiang's able to get to the library of the Way of Heaven, there's no telling what he might do to the elves living there. While they worry about Jiang, two other elves check out the Ladder of Mind from the entrance of the library and find another person, Chen, climbing the stairs to get to the library of the Way of Heaven. He sweats profusely both in the spirit realm and in real life, where he meditates as he takes his last steps to glory to get to the entrance to the library. Sadly for the cocky bastard, two elves were already waiting for his sorry ass to get too close to the top so they could yeet his ass back down to square one, and that was his 6,751st try to get to the top of the well. The red-colored leader asks his subordinates why they didn't let him get to the top yet, and they all tell him that Chen has been downright disrespectful towards his master, so they're doing the world a lot of good by keeping him there. The red-colored dude concurs with his boys and orders them to push the offender back down to square one. Chen wakes up in real life, smirks menacingly, and curses at his brother as motivation to continue trying to get to the library of the Way of Heaven. In the meantime, the final leader of the four emblem factions throws a fit in their meeting spot when he realizes just how many of his bad guys have been caught and either imprisoned or killed. The second person remaining in the faction asks his master to inform his master about Faction 60 so he can take care of them himself. However, the cockiness of the bald dude doesn't let him admit defeat. He promises to deal with Faction 60 himself before their master returns from his retreat, seeing as they're in the pre-immortal phase. Besides, their master has a lost disciple named Zero, who's stronger than them, and even though there's no telling where Zero's at the moment, they can't afford to let him take all the glory after he takes down Faction 60. Happy to hear his master's words, the second person tells him to encourage his master to try attacking the Faction 60 people in their little charity sale that's to be held the following day. Apparently, the red-headed dude was fond of his divine red flames. Anyways, the Elvis taking care of the library continue discussing after sending Chen back to the bottom of the food chain. One of them, who was an intern in the spiritual heavens, asks stupid questions about the library's tradition and gets smacked in the head for it. Back on Earth, Teacher Pan gets another to make the students' lives miserable. This time, she challenges the students to make as much money as they can from the charity sale, which is happening the following day. The highest paid person gets to receive a special wish from the leader of their faction. Up next, Chen continues his 6,753rd try to get to the library of the Way of Heaven after chowing down a cherry fruit. In the meantime, Wong takes Froggy 2 to the abandoned room in his house and takes him to a secret door which he opens. The door gives a bright yellow glow, and Froggy 2 follows Wong inside a portal to get to the Way of Heaven library. Thinking Wong was just a cocky fool, Froggy 2 follows Wong with pride, knowing full well that almost nobody from the library would recognize him. Just then, Froggy 2 uses his last two brain cells to connect the dots as to why Wong would have such easy access to the Way of Heaven library. At that instant, Wong takes out a pack of instant noodle crisps and hands it over to the elves as a welcome gift. Suddenly, the 7 leaders of every section of the library fly down to pay their respects, leaving Froggy 2 with a shocked face and broken heart. He immediately succumbs to real power and apologizes for underestimating Wong all along. Wong's spirit helper dude pops out and explains what's about to happen, which is an exchange of powers and materials between Wong, who had a packet of crispy noodles, and the elves, who had different shit to give Wang, their master. The exchange goes on, and Wong is presented with a special grub, which he rejects, and a special soap, which he also rejects. Chen, who was already halfway up the ladder of mind, gets thrown back to square one again. Froggy 2 advises Wong to get something for his parents, but Wong gives a bunch of reasons why he can't do that. In the end, he asks for another item that he might like, and the red leader finds a bunch of other things, which the annoying idiot, Wong, didn't like. Well, too bad for Wong now, as he kept the elves busy enough for Chen to learn the Way of Heaven, undetected. After pulling out so many instruments and choosing nothing, Froggy 2 gets pissed and asks the elves why the Wong loves crispy noodles that much. The red one begins a long-ass story of how Wong Ling's boring and lonely childhood led him to like noodle crisps. As a youngster, Wong had a natural affinity for spiritual power, and this made him very special. When he was much younger, the red leader infiltrated his house and made a deal with little Wong to put him on the Way of Heaven whitelist, all in exchange for a pack of crispy ramen. Wong ate his first pack of crispy ramen that time, and got to love it ever since. Just then, a rice cooker with a seal on it pops out of the well, and Wong falls in love with it. He picks up the sealing instrument and walks back to his place on Earth. At the same time, Chen finishes learning the Way of Heaven, and gets himself back to the real world to continue his sinister plans to take over his brother. Later that night, the second dude from the faction of the Four Emblems finally makes his way to the Faction 60's quarters to get shit done. He activates his glowing red flames and looks looks at the space menacingly. At that instant, Senior Huang from Faction 60 finally finds the lair of the 4 emblems. He phones it into the authorities as he walks towards their altar, flying to the top to investigate it. On getting there, he checks out the ashes left on the table and realizes that they were ashes from Zhu Zhen, the second red-headed person's red flames. He warns his people to be very careful of what might happen so they don't get caught off guard. Moving on, he pauses to remind himself about something he would have liked to tell his people. However, he chooses not to tell anybody, that thing for his safety and theirs. He sends the authorities the location of the 4 emblems and finishes his work for the day, reassuring himself that it's best if he doesn't worry about unnecessary things. The following day in school, Wang's elite class is filled with people talking and discussing about the charity sale that's happening soon. Guo tells his peers a thing or two about their faction head Chen, who's also known to have taught Zhou all he knows today. Soon, the conversation drifts from gossip about the prize to checking out what they all brought to the charity sale that was happening that day. The boisterous Chen first summons his father's special Guandao broadsword. Guo's flabbergasted to see Chen doing such a dastardly thing, and he calls him out on such BS. However, Chen reassures him, telling him not to worry too much about what his dad thinks as they're known to make new broadswords every year. Xiaoyu goes next and takes out the little cute figurines she made mimicking her friends' appearances. Sun Rong appreciates the thought behind everything as Xiaoyu hands over each figurine to her friends. Out of sheer happiness, Xiaoyu asks Wang to tell them what he brought for the charity sale. As usual, the pompous Wang remains silent and stares at them with his red eyes like he meant to eat them up. Xiaoyu and Sun Rong get the memo and try to imagine what Wang could have brought to the charity sale. Boy oh boy was it bad. They clear their imaginations immediately and cower in fear of Wang's authority. Guo tries to figure out what they are thinking about, but they advise him against asking too many questions. Just then, Wang nonchalantly brings out the weird rice cooker sealing pot he got from the elves the previous day and prepares to get to the charity sale. In a few hours, everyone gathered outside on the playground and set up tents to mark their stalls for the sale. The environment is a little vibrant for a while, with Sun Rong and her friends walking the walk like average people. Chen opens his stall for business, and Guo receives his order from a robot, which is a weird gourd that he called a magic ware. Wang gets a little curious and asks Guo for some demonstration. Guo puts an annoying fat boy smirk on his face and smashes the gourd into the ground to reveal the beautiful kittens he'd bought the previous day. Chen picks up one of them and handles it roughly. The kitten gets so pissed that he scratches a part of his face and runs away. Chen becomes so bitter as he rushes after the kitten to catch up to it. While all that happens, Zhu manages to sneak into the school premises dressed as a student. Thinking he was out of the woods, the fat redhead walks and turns his head around like a lizard, searching for anybody who could have seen him. Despite being very careful, Zhu still couldn't spot the incredibly sneaky teacher Pan, who called him back to complain about his hairstyle. Zhu freezes in place as his mind thinks a whopping 5,000 thoughts per second. Eventually, Teacher Pan meets out her verdict and decides to record his name for further punishment. Zhu does a half-bow to beg for some mercy as he sweats profusely like a child who just shat his pants. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for Faction 60, Teacher Pan let him go with a threat to deal with him if he doesn't dye his hair black and get an appropriate haircut the next day. Big mistake, man. After she's gone, Zhu gets very shocked and embarrassed to still be afraid of instructors despite being way above her in rank. The resulting anger causes him to get atop a high building to begin the ritual to take down Faction 60. In the meantime, Wang notices the change in the atmosphere and sees the fierce flame of divine spiritual energy. After using his second eye to look at it, he sees the incoming flames and quickly reverts the spell to turn them into fireworks. Chen, who was super confused at the time, urges Wang to speak out and advertise his special rice cooker if he wants to get any sales. The others gather around that time to tell Sun Rong just how bad things get whenever Wang opens his mouth to speak for too long. Guo asks Rong for her magic wares, and she shows them all her special launch buttons for a something-something group that's super special. Imagine getting your hands on that. Right after they end their conversation, Zhu notices what happened to his divine flames. He amplifies his powers and throws another attack. Still, Wang stops it from happening. This pisses him off more and he moves on to Plan B, which involves taking his Flame Force Divine Sword energy and transforming him into a rice cooker before sending it to the charity sale so it can look like an item for sale with nobody knowing that it's a full-on rice cooker. Zhu even dreams about the rice cooker going on and praises himself for thinking of such a genius way to take out his enemies. What his dumb brain didn't know was that Wang was steps ahead of it. Firstly, he teleports the dangerous rice cooker into the gym. Then, he takes himself and Zhou the police officer, there to show him what to do after sealing the dangerous rice cooker in his rice cooker. Zhou gets to watch Wang display incredible power as he seals the rice cooker and takes it away. Before leaving, he takes Zhou to the roof where Zhu was and lets him deal with the perpetrator. Both parties, known to be airheads, make bold claims about taking down the other. When it comes down to it, Zhu sends his divine flames toward Zhou with an ow and rips off all his clothes, exposing his golden underwear that's impervious to any type of magic attack. Zhu makes several desperate attempts to take Zhou down, but in the end, Zhou beats him like a fragile matchstick. The next day in class, Head Chen presents gifts to the only person who sold up to 1 million in spiritual coins. After getting a round of applause, he calls Chen to get to the class podium to ask for anything he wants to be done. Apparently, Wang tells him he only wants a pack of crispy raccoon noodles. The entire class goes numb with surprise. Out of all the things Wang could ask for, he chose to ask for a pack of raccoon noodles. Absurd. That night, Zhongwu, the last remaining member of the Four Emblem faction, takes his special lamp thingy with Zhao's soul and goes to the streets to find any item called the Spiritual Lotus that can help him recreate Zhao's body. Zhao's soul thanks him for the help he's rendering to him at the moment, and Xiong walks up to a secret trap door where he finds his master's old friend. He knocks the door furiously and waits for the old ugly man behind to open it. Upon seeing Xiong, the old man gives him a round thing wrapped in some kind of cloth. Xiong opens the cloth and realizes that it is the spiritual lotus he's been searching for all along. Xiong is delighted to see the man and walks away to avoid being caught. Soon after, Wang shows up to check up on the same man. On seeing Wang, the old man rushes into his little room and returns with a pack of crispy noodles to pacify him. The following day in the police force, Zhou Yi gets into a meeting with his superior to talk to him about the capture of the criminals earlier. This time, he gives Senior Huang some credit and lets his boss know that he also had a hand in the criminals' capture. The boss jokes about Senior Huang phoning in and reporting Zhou's bravado to him. Zhou gives a nervous laugh and moves on to the next thing in his meeting. He takes out an envelope containing information about the next plan of the Four Emblem factions, according to an anonymous tip he got from some closet dude. The boss takes a look at the information and finds out that Xiong Wu, one of the most powerful dudes from the immortal stages of the Four Emblem faction, has gotten the location of the legendary Nuwa secret realm. Not only that, but it's also known that he now has access to the semi-finished pottery figurines and may use them as weapons for his political reasons in no time. The boss ranks the case as a red alert and arranges a briefing with every senior warrior. In a few hours, Teacher Wang, Teacher Pan, and Teacher Yi all gather in the staff room to talk about Xiong's dangerous plans. While Teacher Pan was pretty scared of what might happen, Yi calms sorry ass down and promises to stop Xiong from wreaking havoc on the children if he happens to come around the school. To show how serious he is on the entire matter, Teacher Yi uses a huge amount of his spiritual impulse to transform his body to look like his younger self. Everyone in the room is shell-shocked when they see Teacher Yi's seriousness and immediately believe in his ability to turn the tides of battle in their favor. The last unidentified teacher there gets up and decides to include the students in the oncoming battle. If they're going to stand a chance against someone like Xiong, then they have to make sure everyone's in sync. Shortly after the meeting, Teacher Pan calls the students in the elite class for a meeting to discuss the oncoming war. She shows them the bands from the Four Emblem faction, challenging them to a war, and this makes the students quite confused over the entire matter. What's a challenge order or band, and what do the colors mean? Well, Guo steps up and explains the meaning of each band color to their dumb brains, so they don't end up underestimating the enemy and killing themselves. As the class goes on, Wang gets reminded by his spirit Dudi that the Four Emblem faction seems to think highly of them. Wang tells him not to worry too much about things, and that he'll take care of everyone. At that point, Teacher Pan gets teary-eyed and causes the other children to cry over the war. When she's done crying, she puts her glasses back on and tells the children to write a 3,000-word essay on the weird speech she just gave. Now that's a terrible teacher for one. In the next scene, Xiongwu is seen standing in the middle of the legendary secret location. He raises his thin hands and summons all the pottery figurines from the sandy desert. Then, he puts some kind of fabric on one of the pottery figures and controls it to shoot some beam into the desert. Almost immediately, the people from the Faction Protection Agency notice the calamity that's about to befall Faction 60. They phone in Zhou, their boss, who tells them to do all they can to stop Xiongwu from achieving his aim to take down Faction 60. At the same time, other faction leaders are called upon for help, and each of them offers to help Faction 60 in one way or the other. Members from the Zhao faction, the Knowledge faction, the Association of Cultivators, and the Kiyomiya family all opt in to help their comrade faction, Faction 60, to defeat Xiongwu. By nighttime, Teacher Wang gathers all the students and teachers outside the playground and briefs them on the little thing they should do to ensure their collective defense is strong and impregnable. When it's time, everyone, including Wang, shoots their spiritual force into the sky to create a huge protection dome covering the entire school. Wang leaves the crowd shortly to get a better view of the enemy. Around that time, Xiongwu and his pottery figurines show up to deal some considerable damage to the dome. Amid the war, Froggy 2 and his band of merry weirdos show up from the darkness and end up scaring the shit out of Xiaoyu and Sunrong, who were just trying their best to keep up with everyone. Apparently, Froggy 2 thought everything out and decided to help the faction that's been housing his sorry ass all along. He He thanks Sun Rong and her partner for giving him the chance to get this done. Following that, he and his fellow dogs reinforce the defense dome. Xiang notices the buff in power and decides to try a different tactic. This time, he sends his pottery thingies towards the dome to bomb the surface. Soon, Teacher Yi shows up and presents himself to Xiang Wu. Xiang recognizes Teacher Yi as his uncle and warns him not to interfere in his revenge. Unable to do a single thing, Teacher Yi almost shat his pants as he smiled for a possible miracle. Just then, Wang sees his chance and he uses the Great Disarmament spell from the Way of Heaven formula to obliterate Xiang Wu and his pottery figurines. Xiang Wu ends up losing his sense of balance and falling headfirst towards the ground, which breaks his neck. Teacher Wang shows up at that instant and praises Teacher Yi for taking care of the disgruntled fellow. However, Teacher Yi knows that he would be a stark liar if he took all the credit for what happened to his nephew, Xiang Wu. A few hours after the incident, Zhou coordinates his team of investigators to figure out the location of the den of the four emblems. Zhou's assistant heads the operation and sees to it that the entire den is sealed and made inaccessible to just anyone but the Immortal Phase Corps, which is the organization they all work for. After doing the needful, Zhou's assistant phones her boss to give him the news. Once he's done hearing the good news, Zhou's assistant encourages him to take a breather from work, seeing as all four members of the Four Emblem faction have been arrested. Zhou, however, still suspects that something's not quite right at all. He keeps quiet and waits for anything to happen. Suddenly, he gets his wish, and his assistant gets to eat her words when the cave explodes and kills her. Deep inside the cave, Huanglong, who's been hiding under the round table the entire time, forces himself out of hibernation, ready to test out his new power on the faction that took his four brothers. Elsewhere, Sun Rong is seen checking out Wang's gift for her back when she was sick. She smiles softly as her eyes caress every detail of the crispy noodle pack and wishes she could understand what made it so special to Wang. Like a little teenager in love, she fondly remembers the moment Wang handed her the packet of noodles and realizes that the collector's packet is one that Wang loves the most. The following day at the Cultivation Reserve Bank, a random man walks up to the cashier to withdraw his spiritual coins, but is shocked to find out that his funds, alongside several others, have been sublimated due to the effects of the demon war. Rather than cause a scene or sue the bank, the poor man fades into nothingness when he thinks of how he's going to pay child support for the month. To make matters worse, the cashier felt no ounce of sympathy for the dude. Shortly after the ordeal with Bro, Sun Rong shows up at the bank with her plethora of bodyguards to check out the bank's reserve vault. The general manager of the bank, accompanied by the cashier from earlier, boldly shows Rong and her bodyguards the huge metal door leading inside the bank's vault. Before opening it, he explains the mechanism with which the door works, so Rong can know that the items in there are safe from being stolen. Sun Rong keeps quiet throughout the entire trip and listens to the manager yap on and on about the tightest security on the 49th floor and all that. Seriously, guys, the manager yaps much more efficiently than that talkative friend everyone always seems to have. Before I digress, the manager shows Rong around the most secretive part of the bank and advertises the entire vault to her. In the end, Rong finds out point blank that her item is safe there with them. When it's time to present the item she wishes to keep, Rong presents a small box and opens it to reveal a shiny pack of Raccoon Crispy Noodle Ramen, Collector's Edition. Seconds later, Rong's grandpa shows up with a worried, cheerful look on his face. After greeting his daughter, Mr. Sun turns to the manager and asks if he can deposit his granddaughter, Sun Rong, with them as insurance for 3 days. Confused, the GM allows Mr. Sun to keep talking. He backs him and asks if he can keep Sun Rong in the furnace inside the vault for 3 days, where nobody would be allowed to touch her. After the deal has been made, Mr. Sun appears on the news to tell the general public about the death threat that the 5th member of the Four Emblem faction, Huang Long, sent to him about his daughter. According to the threat, Huang Long promises to abduct and possibly kill Sun Rong in the next 3 days. Upon hearing this news, Huang breaks his chopsticks in anger and prepares himself to rescue his admirer. Moving on, the news people talk about the villain of the story, Huang Long of the Four Emblem faction. It's said that Huang Long hid under the conference table of the den, where the spiritual veins are the richest, and grew in size and strength by continuously absorbing the spiritual veins of the earth. After considering the facts on the ground, they all conclude that Sun Rong truly is in danger. One of the reporters there gets a little too zesty and throws a weird performance encouraging Sun Rong to fight for her family's honor. 3 hours before the stealing time, all of Sun Rong's friends show up at Mr. Sun's house to check up on Grandpa. They all give their opinions on his decision to hide his daughter in the furnace to protect her from the terrible villain. Wang keeps quiet and says nothing as he waits for Xiaoyu to speak up. When she does, she asks Mr. Sun if they can meet up with Sun Rong Anytime soon. To their dismay, Mr. Sun tells them that he can't possibly allow them to check up on her, as he needs her to be isolated the entire time. However, he does give them another option to check on her, which is via a conference call. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards pulled a giant screen up front and connected to the pilled furnace via conference call. There, Guo and Chen are taken aback when they notice just how similar the entire space is to her room. Sunrong smiles and explains everything her grandpa did to make sure she was being taken care of during her stay there, and the two dummies are amazed. Xiaoyu talks about the elephant in the room and tells her friend not to worry too much about the villain, as she doesn't believe he's man enough to abduct her that midnight. With reporters and onlookers standing outside and waiting for an update from the team, there's very little prediction over what might happen. The Reserve Bank currently has the highest security up ever, and Huanglong isn't a feeble enemy either. With only 18 minutes left till the clock hits midnight, Joe and his people all check the perimeter for any movements or teleportations. Thankfully, everything's in place, and they lie in wait for the intruder. Meanwhile, Wang and Froggy 2 take a walk around Sunrong's mansion, hoping to get a thing or two their way before it's too late. Froggy 2 stumbles upon Sunrong's room and smashes the door open to check out the space therein. Wang follows suit to check out Sun's room in all its splendor. He finds a picture of his younger self and Sunrong playing and picks it up to take a look at it. Soon, it's midnight, and the bell gongs. In a split second, all the electricity in the entire bank goes out and Huang makes his move. He uses the power disruption to teleport Rong into his own space, one that he carved out using his sheer will. Surprised, Rong asked Huang why he was so hell-bent on taking her out. Huang reminds her of the nickname Agan, pointing out that that was what started it all in the first place. Now, she's going to pay dearly for everything, taking his disciples from him and making him leave his retreat to avenge his brothers. To top it all off, Huang confesses to being the creator of the furnace and, with a menacing laugh on his face, orders Sunrong to fear him. Rong remains still as Huang encloses them in a barrier so his attack can be much more effective. Just as Sunrong is about to give up on everything, Wang's apparition shows up out of nowhere and explains the situation to her. From the looks of things, Wang can't force his way into the space to avoid destroying everything in it, including Sunrong. However, he does give Sunrong an option to become his embodiment by eating a ramen crisp from the raccoon packet. Sunrong obeys him and eats a noodle crisp. Huang initially makes fun of her, but eventually eats his words, when Sunrong transforms into the very embodiment of the immortal king himself, Wang Ling. Even Sunrong is a little surprised by how much power she gained just by eating a ramen crisp from some special packet. Her outfit changes, and she gets engulfed in an enormous amount of spiritual impulses. Not only that, one of her eyeballs turns red like Wang's. Wang summons her back to the limbo his consciousness resides in to tell her a thing or two about using his power. Before getting to that, Sunrong checks to confirm if she was using up to 10% of Wang Ling's power. To her surprise, however, she finds out that she's been using only 1/10 of a billion of his overall power. At this point, Sunrong's body freezes in place and shatters like a year-old glass. Nonetheless, Sunrong brings herself back to normal and allows Wang to take control over her entire body so she doesn't end up killing herself. Wang notices her taking a battle stance and throws one of his swords at her to stop her from getting too overpowered. Sunrong effortlessly breaks the sword with her gentle palm stance, leaving Huang in a state of surprise. A few moments after the power outage, the backup generators start up and power is restored to the bank in a jiffy. To avoid chaos from spreading, Wang has Froggy 2 transform into Sunrong to keep the others glued to the screen and unsuspicious of anything while he does the Lord's work in taking down these bad dudes. Chen notices the weirdness in Sun's body language and calls everyone's attention to it. Xiaoyu, who knows about the entire plan, tries to change the topic. Up next, Joe receives a call from his boss congratulating him for taking down Huang in advance. Joe explains his plight to him, telling him that he didn't have anything to do about Huang's capture. However, his boss was too happy to even listen to reason and he hung up the phone in a few. Just then, Senior Jing, Akawang's spirit helper Duda, pops out of Zhu's iPad to brief him on the progress of the mission. After receiving the greetings, Jing tells Joe about the entire fight that's happening that instant, not forgetting to mention how Froggy 2 was standing in as Sunrong at the furnace. Ling synchronizes the battle details on Joe's iPad and tells him to get his team ready in 3 minutes to infiltrate Huang's location on demand. As for Froggy 2, he pops out in his spirit form and tells Wang that his physical appearance manipulator is bound to expire very soon. Wang ties a string behind Froggy 2's tail and shocks it with some pink aura to keep the disguise on. In the meantime, Sun continues letting Wang take over her entire body as she manipulates all of Huang's attacks by sheer will. Though surprised by her sudden strength, Huang still refuses to give up on trying to take Sun down. He threatens to end her very existence at that place, but then again, Sunrong isn't ready to die in the hands of some ugly muchacho. The two have a go at each other, and Huang ends up getting the short end of the stick. Not only does he lose his arm bones, but he also crashes into a wall and gets ghastly wounded. While that happens, Teacher Yi, the Sword Saint, is seen meditating as he searches the atmosphere for clues on his new successor. Apparently, Huanglong was the favorite pupil of his brother, and would have been in a much better place if he wasn't such an asshole about things. beginnings. What a disgrace. Soon after, the fourth teacher of the high school shows up to tell Teacher Yi some details about the wordless book and its journey in the hands of the different factions. Teacher Yi takes out one of his wordless books, the small wordless book, and opens hoping to spectate the fight of one of the people he's fought before in his lifetime. Surprisingly, the wordless book showcases Huang Long fighting an invisible person. And since Teacher Yi hasn't fought that person before, there was no telling who it was. The other teacher tries suggesting if the person was in their faction or not, but Yi tells him that the same person used the art of splitting the heaven door to destroy Xiongwu back then. The teacher laughs out loud and asks the master how Faction 60 would be intact if an ordinary person from there made such a bold spell and kept it all hidden. Teacher Yi ignores his snide remarks and reignites his determination to find the mystery person who's been playing with his intelligence all along. With that, he creates an interface connector to broadcast the fight he's witnessing from his wordless book live on the screens of the streets of Faction 60 to find a comment that might expose who the other invisible person in his book is. Almost immediately, the reporters describe the weird stick figure on the screen and liken it to Huang Long. In just a few seconds, the entire feed is taken to the internet, where everyone streams it live. Amidst it all, Chen and Guo get very suspicious as they search around for Wang. It all suddenly clicks in their heads when they realize that Wang is usually absent during pivotal moments such as this one. Where was he this time? Xiao Yu sheepishly tells them that Wang is probably out walking the dog, so he should be back soon. As expected, the two bird brains believe every ounce of what Xiao Yu said. I mean, who walks his dog during a literal apocalypse? Mr. Sun is a better listener than the two high schoolers, and he gets the memo that Wang may be the one saving his daughter all along. Around that time, Teacher Wang and Lord Thunder discuss the powerful cultivator behind everything. Teacher Wang suspects he is hiding something, and advises Lord Thunder to tell him his secret. However, Lord Thunder laughs sheepishly and avoids the question while he thinks about a scene he observed earlier. That day, he had followed Zhou to meet his master, only to find out that Zhou's backer was a child. There was a gourd that was sealed by an ancient spell that was broken by Wang Ling. Lord Thunder suddenly considers Wang as the only person saving Faction 60 all along. Teacher Wang also notices the change of expression on his face and asks Lord Thunder to tell him what he thinks. However, Lord Thunder ignores the question again and urges Teacher Wang to check out Huang, as he just got up to deal the final blow. He yaps a few more bad words about Sun losing herself in the process of killing and levitates to the air after gathering as much power as he can. He fights some taijutsu with Sun, who blocks and counters his every move until he loses his advantage in the battle. Even so, Huang still created a huge fireball to take Sun down. However, even that wasn't enough to bring her down. As a last resort, he unleashes his inner beast and transforms himself into an inhuman beast. Sun relays this information to Wang, who tells her to keep calm and remember what she was taught. Sun takes a deep breath, engulfs herself in spiritual impulse, and moves in for a series of rushed attacks that weaken poor Huang and remove some of his teeth. Teacher Yi hears the rumble in his other realm and rushes over to the gym to figure out who his mystery person is. On getting there, Huang finds himself bashed up and unable to move on the pavement he was thrown to. Zhou's people arrest him and take him to prison. In the meantime, Wang brings Sun to the balcony of a very high building and gives a pack of crispy instant noodles as a reward for maintaining world peace. Sun Rong accepts the gift in good faith and complains a little over how hard saving the world is. Eventually, she eats the noodle and gets her silent moment with Wang. Sadly, the old man Teacher Yi spoils the fun by barging in on their conversation. Wang disappears immediately. He sees Teacher Yi and leaves Sun Rong to talk to him. Teacher Yi faces Sun Rong and names her the heir. He's been searching for all this while. Sun Rong is a little shocked at this and she asks him how he found out she's the one. Teacher Yi tells her that she has the same aura that he sensed in the gymnasium earlier, so she must be the one he's looking for. At this point, Sun Rong can't even argue anymore. Rather, she asks if she would be forced to be his disciple, but to her surprise, Teacher Yi bows down to her and begs her to be the new leader of the Sword faction. Sun Rong is flabbergasted. After learning the way of heaven, Chen Nanchuan, the second disciple of the master teacher Yi served, finally makes his way out of the little hole he kept himself in and takes down every Immortal Corps member present in their lair. Then, he finds Zhou's assistant gasping for air shortly after the explosion, and remembers his 4 disciples who were now absent. From the looks of things, Chen Nanchuan never knew what happened in the outside world during his retreat, so there was a lot he didn't know. Of course, Zhou's assistant would die before she betrays the team. Chen Nanchuan still doesn't care about her BS, as he raises her into the air and uses some mind control voodoo to turn her against her precious mobile team, so she can tell him all she knows. Back at Wang's high school, their gym teacher arranges a judo spar session between Chen, Wang, Guo, Xiao Yu, Froggy 2, who filled in for Sun Rong that was absent at the time, and another guy. After Guo takes down the guy, Chen and Wang go next. Froggy 2 is also paired with Xiaoyu, and he tricks her with an illusion art to make her believe he is easy to take down. Sadly, he wasn't, and he beat Xiaoyu in the spar by a mile. As for Chen and Wang's fight, Chen goes in first, and tries to bring down the slim and heavy Wang. To his surprise, however, the seemingly frail Wang isn't that easy to take down. Wang gets the memo and allows himself to get taken down to avoid getting any suspicion drawn towards him. After the sparring session, Guo tells everyone about the text he received from Zhou during his leisure time, munching down snacks or something. Apparently, Zhou wanted them all to come to a place he called the Immersive Theater to watch a super realistic drama between sword immortal demons. He says it's good for their cultivation skill if they can see an actual demon battle play out in front of them. Although not everyone's psyched by this thought, they still anticipated the movie. Up next, Mr. Sun receives an August visitor, Teacher Yi, aka the Sword Saint, who was there to ask for his permission to take Sun Rong in as the new leader of the Infinite Sword faction. Mr. Sun served him thousand-year-old peaches to ease his nerves, but then again, Teacher Yi wasn't there to eat anything. Rather, he got straight to the point and asked Mr. Sun for his opinion. Mr. Sun laughs a little bit and appreciates the thought, but then again, he rejects Teacher Yi's offer, and for good reason. How on earth would a cultivator in the foundation phase defeat a cultivator in the true immortal phase? It's just impossible, to say the least. Sun Rong, who never wanted to go to any mountain, backs her grandpa up, and this makes him much more solid in his decision. He gets up from his chair and asks Teacher Yi for his true intentions for asking Sun Rong to become their leader, despite his dangerous younger brother, Chen Nanshuan, doing the most to get in there by force. He reiterates his point and lets Teacher Yi know that he won't be letting his only daughter get in any danger. Teacher Yi takes the L for now, and promises to return with infallible proof that Sun Rong is a genius. Now if that isn't dumb, then tell me what is. Anyways, he takes his leave and Sun Rong escorts him out. Just outside the door, Sun Rong gives him a ticket to the immersive theater Zhou invited all of them to that weekend. Moments after he leaves, both Sun Rong and Zhou report their progress to Wang via the messaging app on their phone. The following day, Wang's parents leave their house for a hospital checkup. Apparently, Wang's mom was feeling the heebie-jeebies and they needed to find out what was wrong. After saying their goodbyes, both parents leave and Wang gets back to finishing the welding job on a weird-looking chipset. When he's done, he picks Froggy 2 up and places the chipset on a wall in his room. Almost immediately, the entire wall starts glowing with a bright yellow hue that keeps Wang waiting for a little while. Froggy 2, who was confused, asked for some clarification, and Ling showed up to give him a crash course over Wang's intentions. Apparently, our boy Wang created a new planet just for his dog. Isn't that sweet? While that happens, Zhou meets up with the others, Chen, Xiaoyu, Sun Rong, and Guo, so they can all get to the other dimension Wang created for the immersive experience. As expected, the goofballs of the crew, Guo and Chen, get too excited and expectant of the things they're to expect as they pass through their realm to the new one Wang created. In the meantime, Froggy 2 is seen crying his heart out after realizing how beautiful the space Wang created for him is. He asks Wang how he got to create everything in such a short time, and Wang takes out his tablet to show him how. Apparently, all he has to do is just create pixelated images of things he wants in space and then ask his elves to come trim them all up into realistic shapes. He also changes the weather to make Froggy 2 believe in his awesomeness. Soon enough, the others arrive at the space with Zhou and the others to play around and get things done. While Chen and Guo check out the space, Wang shows up on a beautiful dragon-like thing, gets down, and carries his friends on its back before sending them into the sky. Then, he summons a nice unicorn monster named Sylvie to take himself and Sun Rong up in the sky with them. Moments after they hit the skies, Teacher Yi shows up to spectate the movie. High up in the air, Chen spots Wang and Sun Rong getting so close together and gets jealous enough to start crying. Froggy 2 tried his very best to understand how Chen felt, but I guess jealousy isn't a thing in the dog world. Back at the 4 Emblem Lair, Chen Nanshuan finishes absorbing all the knowledge he needs from Zhou's assistant. When he's done, he disposes of her and immediately teleports himself to Faction 60 to search for the perpetrator who destroyed his brother, Aegon. On getting to the city, he searches across the city with his soul-searching art and finds Sun Rong's aura at Wang's house. He instantly teleports himself there and somehow finds his way into the other dimension Sun Rong is in. There, he finds his brother, Teacher Yi, and Wang, who already sensed his aura in space. Teacher Yi confronts him in a fight, and Chen Nanshuan takes it. He engulfs the entire space in purple miasma and causes the entire space to go wild with chaos. Teacher Yi responds accordingly, and uses his spiritual impulses to counter Chen's purple miasma. Wang helps out a little bit and manages to dispel a part of Chen Nanquan's powers before it destroys the entire space. Teacher Yi takes a breather to check out the person who helped him dispel Chen Nanshuan's miasma. He initially thought it was Sun Rong, But then again, he realizes that this power was much better and stronger than the one Sun Rong displayed the previous time. Chen Nenshuan stops his thought process at the time and reminds him of his old age. As it turns out, Chen Nenshuan only used 10% of his spiritual impulse, and it made Teacher Yi gas out like a little boy who just benched 100 pounds. After making fun of him, Chen Nanshuan promises to kill both Teacher Yi and Sun Rong and take over the Infinite Sword faction while they're away. On the other hand, both Guo and Chen are none the wiser, as they're both too dumb to even realize that the battle was real. Guo even tells Froggy 2 that he couldn't see the actors in the movie, talking like someone who has his eyes substituted for chips. To begin the second round, Teacher Yi gets very serious and gets young again to face his brother. He emits powerful spiritual impulses that break Sun Rong's spiritual impulse scale and cause powerful waves to ripple the entire space around him. Wang uses some special spiritual spells to make himself go invisible so that the waves don't affect them at all. Froggy 2 recognizes the powerful spell Teacher Yi is using and realizes that it's a life-shortening spell. Zhou is also on the ground in that dimension requesting backup. Chen Nanshuan finally responds to his brother's power and creates his Susanoo spell that sends a stream of negative emotions into the air. This means anyone of low spiritual strength will be affected by the powers and feel feelings of regret, sadness, or sorrow. This trick affects the two least powerful fighters in the entire space, Guo and our good old Chen. These two start crying their hearts out with Chen complaining near Xiao Yu, why he still hasn't found a girlfriend even as an adult cultivator. Xiao Yu, who was beside them, gets very irritated at two full-grown men crying like babies. Chen takes his pain a little too far and asks Xiao Yu out. As for Guo, he hugs Froggy 2 and asks him to forgive him for not finishing his homework on time. Froggy 2 initially gets a little shocked at this, but then he inhales the purple mist of sorrow and gets super missed by the fighters for allegedly fighting in his own space. Wang notices the chaos on the other flying animal and uses his purification spell to bring them back to normal. Chen gets back to normal and notices a red hand-shaped mark on his left cheek. Bro just got slapped by a girl in gym pants. Chen Nanshuan takes the fight a little further and creates two more Susanoo monsters to fight Teacher Yi. Yi also levels up his powers and creates his Mega Susanoo to showcase the Sword of Earth. As a jealous dude, Chen Nanshuan gets very distraught at his brother for learning such powerful spells as the Sword of Earth. Teacher Yi, however, lets him know that he learned the spell all on his own, but Chen Nanshuan could call BS from a mile away, and he knows well that the Susanoo Yi had on his back wasn't his. He recalls his final moment with his master at the edge of a mountain, when he went to confront his master for making Teacher Yi the head of the faction instead of him. As every annoying master would, he only spoke in parables, telling Chen Nanshuan about learning from his brother and something about their paths being very different. Chen Nanshuan reminds him that he was the one who won the faction contest against Teacher Yi at the time. Their master shows him footage of the entire matchup, and from the looks of things, the femboy Chen Nanshuan was super competitive against his brother Teacher Yi, who wasn't even competitive at all. Teacher Yi could see Chen Nanshuan, his brother, panting and tired from the entire race, and helped him get to the finish line. Even still, Chen Nanshuan couldn't see his master's point, and he let his emotions get the best of him. His master stands up and advises him to follow a different path in life to find his way. Nanshuan still didn't get the memo at all. Instead, he sees an opportunity to end his master's life and takes it without hesitation. He gets close to his master and pushes him off the cliff to end his life. Now at the present, Chen Nanshuan creates his own Susanoo from the Sword of Heaven to fight his brother. He draws first blood and ends up crashing his brother's Susanoo in one strike. On his second strike, Teacher Yi has himself flailed to his brother's power. Wang helps him a little bit and absorbs another one of Chen's strikes. Chen Nanshuan decides to go all out for this next attack. He does the art of splitting the heaven door and releases 300 years of negative emotions on him to start his last shot. Wang analyzes the gravity of the situation and decides to reveal himself to Teacher Yi as the person he's been searching for all along. On getting to know the real person behind those attacks, Teacher Yi opens his eyes in surprise. Chen Nanshuan, on the other hand, doesn't give a damn about whoever does what as he continues making his greatest attack. When the time is right, Wang splits Chen's attack not once but twice in a row to show his strength and dominance. In the end, Chen Nanshuan gets a taste of his own medicine as he loses the fight in a jiffy without a clear difference. Once the fight's over, Wang asks Chen Nanshuan how he feels now that he's lost his entire life. Even at the point of defeat, Chen Nanshuan still refused to realize his mistake. To shut him up forever, Wang uses a special spell that only those who've learned all 3,000 ways of heaven can use, aka the Seal of Wei, to seal Chen Nanshuan for eternity, using the help of all the 6 elf leaders of the library. After getting that out of the way, Wang phones Zhou to come arrest the motherfreaker and take the idiot out of his space. Then he faces Teacher Yi, whose life was already draining, and talks to him about his ending lifespan. Teacher Yi asks Wang to let him spend his remaining moments here in the dimension so he can repair it and die peacefully. Wang helps the frail old man by granting him an extra 500 years of life to search for his successor. Just then, his friends show up to congratulate him for saving everyone. Dumbasses Guo and Chen still think the younger Teacher Yi was the actor that starred in the movie that just ended. Teacher Yi ends up getting their autographs before letting them leave. In the next 2 months, Wang's parents go for another doctor's checkup, only to find out that they're pregnant with another baby. Only Ja knows what they're gonna birth now.